Good evening, or well, actually, not good evening. Oof, been doing that too long now. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Hello, if you guys are new, I just want to say hello. Actually, first today was Spets saying hi. Well, thank you for being here. This is day 3 of Hannah Reid's trial, so this should be very interesting. I don't know what we're going to start off with from the prosecution, but it is still their case in chief. It is probably going to be that way for quite a while. So we'll just have to see what happens from there. As far as things go, if you guys don't remember from the first couple of days, the beginnings of this were just the officers who arrived on scene, including the officer in charge of securing the area. And while I will give Hannah Reid's attorneys credit for trying to point out you weren't always looking at the cart where the live ammunition was, people were touching that cart right in front of you, that the trailer where all the guns were stored was outside of the police perimeter. A lot of that kind of fell apart. And how do we know it fell apart? Well, the prosecution then pointed out, did that guy take anything? No, he was pointing things out. This trailer, where was this trailer? Oh, this trailer was there, but it's under guard. They have paid security roaming the area, making sure nobody's around. And also it helps that this is the middle of the desert. So it's open desert all around it and scrubland. So it's not as though this is sitting in the middle of the city where people could be coming and going and messing with things. We then get on to the forensic person who was in charge of looking at all the pistol rounds, cataloging all the pistol ammunition. That one wasn't really as big a deal, I don't think, ultimately for Hannah. I mean, it did show, yeah, there were some live rounds around, which showed she wasn't really on top of things, but there's no way to explain how those got there. I'd say the bigger issue ultimately was the phone calls. They brought in the Cellbrite expert, and that's a guy who sits there and hoovers all the data off your cell phone. Like they took it, they hook it up, and just scoop it all off. Okay. Um, so what does that do? Well, we learned a couple of things. Hannah talks about getting high the night before, getting high. Like that's not a good look because, well, then she's showing up to work like hungover or drunk or who knows what. It just doesn't look good. And then we see her and her dad talking about how to deal with this going forward. We also see her and her attorney because they did not properly protect attorney-client privilege. The attorney Hannah has now was the same attorney that handed over her cell phone to the police, and for whatever reason, didn't think to protect attorney-client privilege before he handed it over with the proper filing and reservations of rights. So everything you'll see on there is her and her attorney talking as well. That's all there. So that'll be interesting if any more of that comes out going forward. And what the heck? Hold on. Hmm. So that is where we are. They are set for 10:30, so it should be firing up right now, guys. We're gonna go ahead and take a look and see. There are some of the bigger affiliates. We're gonna try Long Crimes. Well, actually, we'll see Court TV's got going here, and we'll probably use them. It looks like they're already up and running, so I didn't want to have them because it would just be the blank screen of boringness. And there we go. We've got the sound boosted up. We'll have them on in the background if something happens. But for right now, I think it's going to be pretty boring until then. But you guys could stare at the wonderful, majestic New Mexico state seal because, yes, it looks so beautiful. If you guys do have questions, you're new here, throw some questions in there. I'll be happy to answer them. Nobody's saying the only winners here are the lawyers and the media. I mean, at the end of the day, yes, there's no real winners in this. Halanya Hutchins is dead. I'm sure Hannah Reid, even though she might not act like it or indicate it, I'm sure this screwed with her really bad. I'm sure this messed with Alec Baldwin quite a bit. I mean, you didn't intend to, and you ended up killing someone. That's gonna not sit well with people. But will that ultimately ruin their lives? No, I'm sure they'll be able to move on and go forward. And yeah, I think you're right at the end of the day. Um, but that's, I guess, kind of how those things go. So let's see. That's a very good question. Nobis says in the end, all of this will be global warming will be responsible for her death. Now, actually, to be fair, it was all because of COVID rules that Hannah couldn't go in the church. So this is a COVID related death, not a not a not that kind of death. So it all works out. But I get your point. Melvin Silver says that gorilla grip. Yep, the gorilla grip pussy pal. And that's the other funny thing. I would just caution you guys in the future for your own selves. That gorilla grip pussy pal was the name on Hannah. Was the name of Hannah Reed's phone. Was the name of like the name she gave herself. I'm sure she never thought that would ever come out in court. Now, that doesn't mean ultimately for her that's she's going to prison because of that, but it looks bad. It looks really bad. I mean, it's embarrassing. You don't want the world to know that. I mean, this jury's going to look at you and think you're an idiot. So this just, goes to show just be careful about what you say and do in the world because you never know what people may see. I guess it's kind of the idea that would you want a jury reading this out loud or having it be read in a deposition? And if your answer is no, then you might not want to do it. Now you can say like Hannah's phone, boss girl Hannah. Oh, that's probably fine. But having Gorilla Grip Pussy Pal uh really kind of looks bad now. It's kind of embarrassing. I mean, that's an entire meme for her, which I'm sure that's you know, granted what happened here, I'm sure that's not the worst thing that could have happened to her. But it's still that's something she's gonna have to live with now forever. Uh Josh Mo says, after you think Brandon Lee got shot, they wouldn't allow live rounds anywhere on set. I think I remember a stunt guy saying that. Yeah, but for Brandon Lee, that was a little different. That was where the blank ended up dislodging the bullet that was stuck in the barrel. So that one was kind of a freak accident. But that was one where the gun had been sold so many times, people just thought it was a gun with a plug barrel. Nobody remembered that there was a bullet stuck in the barrel. The Hannah Reed one, the biggest problem is Hannah Reed will not tell anybody where the ammunition came from, the live ammo. The prosecutor has routinely said, we will make an offer, we will work with her if she tells us where the ammunition came from. And she hasn't said so. She hasn't said where. And I think that's an issue of ultimately she doesn't know where it came from. And that's, oopsie poopsie. Oh, well, she doesn't know where it came from. And there's nothing she can she doesn't know where it came from, she can't offer him anything. So I think, her ignorance on that issue is probably gonna hurt her. I truly don't think she's covering for anybody. The only person I think she should be covering for is, like, if dad gave her a bunch of, dummy ammo to use and there was some live ammo stuck in there with it, she's protecting her dad. I could see that being an option, but that's about the only one that makes sense, and even then, that sounds more of what you'd find on Law& and Order. Like, "I'm trying to protect my dad." So, I just think she doesn't know how it got there, and I think that's probably the most realistic answer. Like it got stuck in there because people were stupid and lazy and not paying attention. And then she was being stupid and lazy and not paying attention. Then Alec Baldwin kind of got stupid and lazy and wasn't paying attention. And then Halanya Hutchins is dead. So that's the easy way of looking at this chain of events. Uh thank you for CNET Arbuckle or Shot at Arbuckle. I'm not sure which way you want to pronounce that. For $5. Says, "Yikes, doing dope before the day before handling weapons. The green day, quote unquote green day you have after, you'll be functional, but you'll be very hazy and have slip ups." Yeah, yeah. It doesn't look good to her that because that goes further towards this idea of manslaughter that she was reckless and wasn't paying attention. And well, yeah, she may still have been high. Who knows? We don't know for sure what happened or what she was thinking because there was no blood test, there was no urine test. We don't know what was going on in her system that night. or that day afterwards. So, yeah, you're right. We don't know. We don't know. John says Gorilla Tape's gonna send her a letter. Yes. Tilly says my phone is called free virus download. What does that say about me? That's not bad. That's funny. That's a funny one. Am I telling you to change your name? No, it's just be prepared. Like, your name will be is it, it'll be is it true, sir? Your name is Colostomy Bag on YouTube. You'll have to say, yeah. Just like Kyle Rittenhouse. His name was considered 4 doors more horrors. That was his I think that was his Instagram thing. And he had to admit to that, which that isn't as embarrassing, but once again, he was facing like 2 charges of murder. So yeah. Um Stabbing McStabwood says, hope that my phone never becomes evidence. The feet pics will become part of trial. Well, hey, I'd be very mad because then you gave them away for free. So yes, we would have problems. We would have a lot of problems. Hold on, guys. So, all right. So where are we at right now? We're still waiting. It's getting not sure what's going on, guys. But remember, it said they start at 10:30. That doesn't mean they have to start at 10:30. Believe it or not, courts don't always start on time, even with trials. They might be waiting on jurors. Remember, the first day there were issues with the jurors. Then there was the issue with the chairs. Who knows what's going on? There might be something pre-trial being argued. Although I hope the attorneys would be doing that on camera so we can at least see it. Um, Dazuna saying, look at an EAG manual conversion company sometime. EAG. Hmm. There's going to be. You're saying there's going to be a bunch of legal stuff coming up with this company. Huh. Okay. I'm looking. I just googled them. It looks like they do Ferrari and Lamborghini manual conversions. Hmm. That's not who you're talking about. Let me know. Nova says, I've heard that Hannah and friends were plinking and drinking at night on the set. I have heard those too, but I've spoken to a couple people who have inside information, and then I trust them when they can tell me that has not been confirmed in any way, and it's not likely to be true. That was something that kind of got out early that there was the cast and people were playing around with the guns nearby. That's not been confirmed really to any reliable amount. So I think that's been kind of pushed to the wayside out of the narrative. But yes, that's still a lingering accusation. At some point, these guns were used to shoot live ammunition, which they shouldn't be doing if they're going to use them in that way on a movie set later. Melvin says another inference is that this could have came from her stepdad. Yes, that could be as well. But I mean, I would just say her dad is the big time armorer guy, so he could have easily been the one who had that stuff around. Josh said she should have been charged for using a Mary Kay bag. You know what? That's the bougiest ammo bag in the world, so that was pretty interesting. Uh, Annika Ankin says, "Hello, Sean." Well, hello. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. There's a couple people over at Twitch. You guys send in your questions, please feel free to. I appreciate anything you guys ask. And once again, there's no such thing as a dumb question. I want you guys to understand that. This is, I enjoy answering the questions as part of my job. So please don't feel like there's anything goofy out there. Um, Cena, it's for For $5, it's C Nut, is a reference to Peanut Arbuckle from World Peace and C Nut Brittle from SpongeBob. It actually got Sam to laugh once. Well, thank you for the super chat again. I appreciate that. Most Skittle says it's only 8:39. Yes. Well, remember for courts, for trials, you're gonna courts start like at 8:30. That's a most courthouses start open like that. And for a trial, you're gonna want to get as much done as possible. And this trial is gonna last a couple of weeks. That's the thing. We're gonna have to be poking in and out of this because I practice during the day. So, like tomorrow, I'm not gonna be here, but Wednesday I will. Then I might be here. Don't quote me on this. I might be here Thursday, Friday, but it really depends on what my schedule looks like. So, Deborah is saying bonjour from Maryland. Well, hello, Deborah. Thank you for being here. I appreciate it. Let me see here. What are we looking like? Thursday. No, actually, Thursday I will not be available, and then Friday I will. Friday will be good to go, so that'll be nice. Let's see. What else are you guys talking about? Catching up here. How does one get a chat to show up without sending a super chat like this? Guys, I try to, guys, super chats are always appreciated, and it's a guaranteed way to make sure I see your question. But I will try to see things and comments if I see them posted on the side here. I will try to do that as much as I can anyway. But yeah, I'm not trying to tell you I don't read these because I will. It's just it's an easy way to make sure that you get noticed. Otherwise, yeah, I do try to keep up if you guys have questions or comments. Um, Not that I don't mind giving you some juice. Okay. CNET says, "Do I need to be a member?" No, you don't have to be a member at all. If you want to join, you're more than welcome to. You could join here, being a member. We're starting to try to do some members only streams here for YouTube. Some things just for you guys, content wise. So, like last night, I read through the deposition of Brian Laundrie's father. If you guys remember Brian Laundrie, Gabby Petito, that whole thing. Well, Gabby Petito's parents sued Brian Laundrie's parents, claiming they knew she was dead the whole time and they kept lying about it. And that was in the infliction of emotional distress. And we went through the deposition last night of Brian's dad, and yeah, it's pretty clear that they knew right away, or they had a pretty good idea right away, that Gabby was not coming home. And they played stupid about it and caused a lot more problems and a lot more heartache than probably necessary. So, oh, doesn't saying these EAG guys are based in Texas. And Crystal Heart says a lawyer that works. That's no fun. I know. I know. Um, Shree said I'd be here Friday for the Bradley hearing. The Bradley hearing? Unless I messed up on my calendar, which Bradley hearing are you talking about? So, I'm not sure, Shree, but you can remind me. Parallax saying, uh, Medicare was on with Worski and he felt bad. No, I don't, he shouldn't feel bad. I thought it was kind of funny. He knows who I am. I got recognized. That was good enough. I actually don't care. I mean, it is what it is. I'm a big guy, so no worries. Mosquito says it's only 8:45 in New Mexico. Yes, yes, it is. It is only 8:45, but that's when they were supposed to start. Was earlier. I don't know exactly what time now they're going to be starting at. Let's see if I can figure that out here. Their chat might have an answer. Looks like nope. They're just saying it's supposed to. Wait, what are they saying? It's going to be at 11 Eastern. They're starting. Okay, so No, all right. Well, that means we're starting soon then. Not yet, but pretty quick, which is fine. Gives us more time to hang out and get in here to talk. Tilly says, "Tell us the toe sucker story again." I will at some point, just not right now. B. Jefferson asked a great question. Isn't it federal law against smoking pot and purchasing or owning firearms? Yes, there is. It is a disability under federal law to be an a user of drugs or addicted to controlled substances that are not legally allowed. So, even for example, even though New Mexico allows you to smoke marijuana, under federal law, you can't be addicted to marijuana and a user of marijuana and buy a firearm because firearms are controlled federally. And the federal government has not delisted marijuana off Schedule 1 of the controlled substances schedule. But they haven't charged her. Why? Because they don't have it's not worth their time. It's not worth their time. It's not worth the energy. She's already got real charges. When it comes to these types of things, it has to be a political thing. You've got to get the government's attention. So like Hunter Biden. Hunter Biden's situation is because of who he is. He's the president's son. If he wasn't the president's son, nobody probably would have cared about this and nobody would have ever known, nobody would have ever charged him. But it's because of who he is and because of your status that does affect these things. Oh, here we go. We're getting ready. So I just 2.0 was in the other room. She said she wasn't holding the gun. Correct. At this point, she wasn't holding the gun, but in the meantime, she was handling the firearms. She was kind of the custodian of the firearms, in charge of them, handling them on a routine basis. So they would be able to say, like that morning, you were handling a firearm and you were using marijuana. Bam! They could charge her for being a prohibited person possessing a firearm. So it's not just the second the gun going off is the issue. It's throughout that time, are you existing? Because possession doesn't just mean am I holding it? Like, yes, I'm possessing the cell phone, but if I'm in a position where I have dominion and control and exerting authority over it, you could be holding it and I'm still possessing it. So, possession is not just holding. Um, oh, and Cena saying I didn't. He was curious how it works. Oh, of course. Now there are some people out there who only do certain amounts of money and whatever, but that's not how I do it. Also, if we had like 15,000 people on here, that would probably be a little different as well.
We need some. Are you getting
As much as I can, the only issue is these are going to be like full 8-hour days. So yeah, we're going to do bits and pieces of this, but I will try where I can. The one thing that helps me is if I have stuff in the mornings, in courts generally try to do stuff in the mornings. My schedule's more morning heavy. If we're starting at 11 every day, I can get away with stuff more likely.
I'm calling is D101CR 2023-40, State of New Mexico versus Hannah Gutierrez. Party, state your name.
Terry Morrissey and Jason Lewis on behalf of the state of New Mexico. Mr. Lewis has stepped out.
Good morning, Jason Bowles and Monica Barreras. Carlos Cisneros are here with Ms. Gutierrez Reed.
All right, thank you. All right, is this your next witness?
This is.
All right.
Good.
The state calls Bryce Ziegler.
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Mr. Ziegler, oh. Is your microphone on?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Ziegler, go ahead and just state your full name for the record.
My name is Bryce Ziegler. First name spelled Bryce. Last name spelled Ziegler.
Mr. Ziegler, how are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Laboratory Division, specifically within the Firearms and Tool Marks Unit.
Can you give the jury a summary of your educational background and training?
I received a Bachelor's of Science in Forensic Science from the Pennsylvania State University.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
Since the summer of 2011.
And since 2011, what positions have you held at the FBI?
I was initially hired into one of the DNA units at the laboratory, and I essentially worked as what's called a technician in that discipline. So I essentially did the majority of the DNA processing operations, but then a examiner would come in, review my work, review the profiles, and take it from there. In 2015, I transferred to the firearms toolmarks unit, which is where I am now, and I was also promoted to a forensic examiner. So in this current position, I receive evidence that's related to my discipline. I perform the requested examinations on those items of evidence, and I issue the results in a formal laboratory report. And also, if I'm called to, I can testify to those results.
And sir, other than your undergraduate degree, what kind of training do you have in the area of firearms and tool marks?
In order to become a qualified forensic examiner in this discipline, I had to complete what's called the Forensic Examiner Training Program. And that program, it's developed and implemented by the FBI lab, and it's specific to each particular unit. So I had to complete the program specific for firearms and tool marks. And this program, so I was assigned a mentor, and I was also given a training manual. So this mentor kind of guided me through the process, reviewed tasks in that training manual with me, and to essentially complete that process, I had to pass a series of written examinations, oral board exercises, practical competency tests, as well as moot court exercises.
Thank you, sir. And have you ever been qualified as an expert?
In court?
In court, yes.
Yes, I have.
And in what areas have you been qualified as an expert?
Some of those are general firearms examinations. Sometimes it's firearms identification, so that's the microscopic comparison of fired ammunition components back to firearms. I've also been qualified in shooting incident reconstruction.
And in terms of shooting incident reconstruction, did you do that kind of work in this case?
No, I did not.
And I apologize, we were having a technical difficulty here. In terms of the work that you did on this case, what areas of expertise have you been qualified as an expert in that apply to this case?
Sure. I would say those two areas are the examination of firearms and also firearms identification.
Okay, thank you, sir. We will ask the court to recognize, well, you know what, let me pause. Have you testified before?
Yes, I have.
And have you been qualified as an expert in other courts?
Yes, I have.
And how many other courts have qualified you as an expert?
13.
And are those all federal courts or state courts?
10 of those are federal, 3 were state.
Okay, thank you. I would ask the court to recognize Mr. Ziegler as an expert in firearms examination and firearms
Identification.
Thank you, identification.
All right. You are recognized as an expert in examination of firearms and firearm identification.
Now, it's okay, thanks, you can have a seat. In this particular case, were you provided certain items of evidence for testing?
Yes, I was.
And approximately how many items of evidence were you provided for testing?
That's difficult to approximate because I was given a certain number of item numbers, but those item numbers may have, for example, 30 cartridges. So I believe that item numbers, I would say maybe around 50 items. But again, that could mean a much larger set of items.
Were you provided a firearm to examine in this case?
Yes, I was.
And Did you have any understanding where that firearm came from?
I don't have personal knowledge of where the items of evidence are submitted from. They are generally submitted with some information that gets populated into our laboratory database. So I do have a description of that. That information gets populated into my lab report, but I don't have direct knowledge of where those items came from.
So what was your understanding, and I appreciate your qualification there, what was your understanding of where the firearm in this case came from that you administered some testing on?
So in this case, it was just labeled as a revolver. There was no description as to, for example, no address where that firearm was collected from.
You weren't given any information about whether it was collected from a movie set or whether it was a prop being used by an actor?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to leading.
Actually, I don't think that is leading.
Overruled.
I don't have that information.
Okay.
Guys, not every yes or no question is leading. And
I'm
I'd
gonna
argue this is
show
all
you-
foundational still.
Whoops. What I have marked as State's Exhibit 97. May I approach? Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What
Your
is
Honor,
that?
may I see that?
Yeah, that is a big deal. You're supposed to show opposing
Mr. Ziegler,
counsel
what-
before you
what-
introduce
what did I just
exhibits.
show you?
That is a photograph of the revolver that was submitted to my laboratory for examination.
Is this a revolver that you did testing on?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move for the admission of State's Exhibit 97 and ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, States 97 is admitted. You may publish. It was on my screen before.
And can I ask, is there any way for me to only publish to that monitor so that I don't have to walk back and forth? Just to his monitor so that it only goes to his and doesn't go to everybody else's when I'm going through the exhibits?
No, if it's published, well. You mean to recognize it?
Correct.
We would have to keep turning it on and off,
Okay.
or else you could, yeah, that's what we'd have to do.
Okay. Why don't we just take a minute and let me see if I can get an agreement so that we don't have to do that.
Okay.
All right.
Great.
So, yes, she needs to invest in bifocals. That's her big problem there. And yes, these are boomers using laptops. So, yes, and the paralegal seems to have changed her look today after last week where she looked all kind of like a gypsy sorceress. Now, guys, if you heard me saying something there where they objected to the question is leading, that's because not every question is leading. A leading question is where the answer is itself inside the question. You robbed that bank, didn't you? You had a gun on you, correct? It's, did you, whereas if I could say, did you have a gun on you? Were you carrying a gun? Yes or no? The fact it's a yes or no question does not always make it leading. And that's something a lot of attorneys get wrapped up in and courts will get wrapped up in is you can't ask yes or no questions. Which I always think is hilarious because is it raining outside? Well, I don't know. Is it raining outside? So instead you have to be like, well, what's the weather look like right now? You're like, oh, well, it looks like it's not raining. It's like, and I would argue those
State will
questions at the
move
beginning were
for
foundational. So they didn't matter.
Admission and permission to publish throughout Mr. Ziegler's testimony of State's Exhibit 97, 97A, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110.
So is it 97A through 110? Did you skip anything?
97, 97A, and then 98 through 110.
That's
Maybe.
going to be the same
All right.
paralegal.
States 97 through 110 are admitted.
Every time we unplug it.
Yes, these attorneys are having trouble with the technology in the courtroom. I'm starting to think this
All
is
right,
a
Mr.
bit of a
Ziegler,
courtroom problem, not
can
just
we go
their
ahead and put it up on the screen?
capability.
Yes.
So yeah, they're struggling, but
Mr.
It's
Ziegler,
courtroom
tell us a little
problems.
bit about this firearm that was provided to you. What kind of a gun is it? And just generally speaking, how does a gun like this operate?
So this is an image, a photograph of the revolver that was submitted. And this is a single action revolver. So that means that the hammer must be manually cocked by the shooter every time that the shooter intends to fire. So some revolvers, if you pull the trigger, it will do the work of cocking the hammer for you and releasing the hammer. This type of firearm does not have that ability. The shooter must physically cock the hammer each time. Is this a touchscreen by chance?
Yes.
Okay. So to point out a few key areas of this firearm, the portion on the left, don't believe I'm.
He's going to come help you.
Okay. Thank you. So the portion on the left in this photograph is the barrel. Towards the center, we have the cylinder. This back portion here is the hammer. We have the trigger near the bottom. And this wooden piece is the grip. So this is where you would hold the firearm. We'll clear this out. So basically, in order to get this firearm to function, you would have to load cartridges into the cylinder. This can be accomplished two ways. You can't see it in this photograph, but on the opposite side is what's called a loading gate. You can open and you then have access to the cylinder. So you can load each cartridge one at a time, rotating the cylinder until you have as many cartridges as you desire. You could also remove this pin here, remove the cylinder from the firearm and load it that way. But regardless, once you load the cylinder, you must manually cock the hammer all the way to the rear. And then at this point, this firearm would be ready to fire. So a pull of the trigger would release the firearm, or excuse me, the hammer. The hammer has a firing pin that's fixed to the hammer. So as the hammer falls, the firing pin would strike the primer of the cartridge and fire that cartridge.
Can you give us a quick description about the notches on the hammer and the different hammer positions?
Yes, so as you would cock this hammer, it has several safety notches by design. So as you cock it, you're going to hear a series of clicks, and those are the safety notches. So as you start to cock it, you're going to hear your first click. That's the quarter cock notch. If you continue to cock it, you'll hear your second click. That's the half cock notch. And if you cock it all the way, you'll hear the third click, and that's when it's in its fully cocked position. So those intermediate two cocking positions, they serve to do two things. Number one, when the hammer is completely at rest or not cocked at all, the firing pin actually protrudes inside the frame. So it's very difficult to see here, but in between this gap, between the cylinder and the frame, you would actually be able to see the firing pin sticking out. So as you start to cock it, it starts to remove the firing pin from protruding. So we don't want the firing pin making contact with the cartridges when we don't want it to. So it starts to retract the firing pin. And also, if I'm cocking the hammer and my thumb slips off the hammer, you would expect that it's going to catch in one of those two safety notches. So this is to prevent the hammer from falling unless you want it to. So really, this firearm is only designed to fire when the hammer is in its fully cocked position.
In terms of the,
This is actually
well, let me
a
ask you
fairly
this,
accurate description.
the
You're doing a
half
good job.
cock notch, so that's going to be the second click that you hear when you're cocking the hammer, is that correct?
Correct.
Is there anything particular about the half cock position other than it being a safety?
Can you elaborate?
Sure. What position does the hammer have to be in order to load this gun with ammunition?
I understand. So you have to have the hammer retracted to a certain point to allow the cylinder to rotate freely. So there's a part, and it's on the inside here, called the cylinder stop, and that cylinder stop does not unlock until the hammer is pulled back to a certain point. So once it's pulled back to a certain degree, you can freely rotate the cylinder to load it with as many cartridges as you desire.
So in order to load and unload this gun, if you don't remove the pin and remove the cylinder, it has to be in the half cock position.
I'm not sure if it's somewhere between the quarter and the half cock, but it is in that intermediate area, yes.
So once you get it into the half cock position, what do you have to do to load it?
So I'll clear this out. Again, on the other side, there's a loading gate that you can open, and you then have access to the cylinder, so you can load it that way or remove the cylinder itself.
How many cylinder positions do you have access to when you open that loading gate?
Only one at a time, so you must manually rotate the cylinder and continue to load a single cartridge at a time.
So for those of us that are familiar with revolvers where you push a button and the entire cylinder kind of rolls out and you can load and unload that way, does this gun work that way?
No, those are going to be your more modern style revolvers.
If you noticed when you received this gun and you examined this gun, did this gun appear to be very old or relatively new, or were you not able to tell?
I'm not able to tell its age now.
Okay. Who is the manufacturer of this revolver?
The trade name is Pieta. It's an Italian company.
And do you know anything about Pieta and what they do, what they make?
I do know they have product lines they create new firearms that are essentially replicas of older firearms.
Is this a replica?
It's a replica in that it's an old design, but it's still a functioning firearm.
Now, if the hammer, let's talk about kind of hypothetically. Let's assume that this gun is fully loaded with live ammunition. And we have the hammer in its resting position, so it's fully down. Is that the position it's in this photo?
Yes, it appears so.
So how is this gun designed in terms of safety with regard to possible accidental discharges when the hammer is in the fully rested position?
Right. So when the hammer is fully forward, as I mentioned earlier, the firing pin actually protrudes inside the frame. So if you have the cylinder fully loaded and the hammer is at rest on a chamber that has a live cartridge in it, that firing pin is actually sitting on the primer of that cartridge. So if I were either to strike the hammer or if I were to drop it and it landed on the hammer, it's going to fire that cartridge. So if you hit the hammer with enough force, it will detonate that primer in that position. And that's part of the design of this firearm. That's just how these are made. And if you were to look at the owner's manual, which this is one thing I did as part of my exam, you would actually see warnings not to carry this firearm with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber. So a lot of times it's actually advised that you load one less cartridge in the cylinder. So you have one empty chamber, and that's how it's carried with the hammer forward on that chamber. So these are recommendations in the owner's manual. So this isn't some phenomenon. This is something that's known about the design of these firearms.
And what kind of testing did you perform on this firearm?
So initially I did a function evaluation just to make sure it appeared that there weren't any
strike me
odd modifications, that it was functioning correctly. After that, I was requested to do some microscopic comparisons, as I was also submitted a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case. And then the last type of testing I did on this particular gun is what's called accidental discharge testing. So essentially the goal of that test is to see if I can get this firearm to function without pulling the trigger.
So the first set of testing that you mentioned, what did that entail?
So function examination is basically, I need to inspect the firearm for safety purposes. Keep in mind, I've never seen this firearm before when I first opened the box. So I don't know what condition it's been in. I don't know how old it is. I don't know how well it's been taken care of. So eventually I'm going to want to test fire that gun. So I need to make sure I feel that it's safe to fire, so I don't have some catastrophic failure while I do so. Once I determine that it is safe to fire, I will physically take the gun to one of two locations in the FBI lab, and I will load it with ammunition from the laboratory and actually test fire the gun.
And did you test fire this gun?
Yes, I did.
Approximately how many rounds of ammunition did you fire out of this gun?
May I refer to my report?
Sure.
Guys, his job is to evaluate the firearm, so that's
I physically fired this gun 12 times. So as a result of that, I retained the fired bullet and fired cartridge cases that I produced during that test firing. And I also collected some other cartridge cases as a
yes,
product
he destroyed
of the
the firearm
testing that I
testing
did.
it.
So these would be cartridge cases that I collected during the accidental discharge testing.
We'll get to
And
that
the
later.
rounds that you fired, the 12 rounds that you fired out of this gun, were they evidence rounds or were those rounds that were supplied by the FBI?
They were FBI cartridges, and then once I fire them in the evidence firearm, they become what's called secondary evidence. And essentially, if I have to conduct microscopic comparisons at a later point, that secondary evidence, they now become my knowns. I know they came from that firearm because I physically shot it and collected those items.
All right, thank you. Tell us about the second group of testing that you did.
Right, that was the microscopic comparisons. So again, I was submitted a fired bullet and a fired cartridge case. And essentially I was asked to determine if, in my opinion, I could determine if those two items were fired by this particular revolver.
Okay, and let me back you up for a moment. Did you examine rounds of ammunition as a part of your forensic examination in this case?
Yes, I did.
And did you examine dummy rounds?
Yes, I did.
Did you examine live rounds?
Yes.
Did you examine live rounds? Well, did you examine live rounds that you understood to be provided by someone named Seth Kinney?
Yes, there were some cartridges that were submitted and they were declared to be live rounds as they were submitted.
Did you examine live ammunition that came from a location that you were notified was 126 Monroe Street?
Your Honor, I object to leading.
I'm not leading, I'm just asking him a direct question.
May I review my...
Sure.
Thank you.
Guys, that is the same paralegal and part of the legal team. She just changed up her look today. They didn't go hire a new girl.
Yes, I do have some item numbers that have that address in their item description.
Did you also examine live ammunition that came from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, I did.
And when you examined that ammunition, what did that entail?
So the evaluation of the ammunition kind of took place in a couple different phases. So first, I just looked at the physical characteristics. So I evaluated its appearance from the outside. And based on that, I started to segregate these types of ammunition into groups just based on their physical appearance. So I could put them into groups. For example, some of them appeared to be live cartridges. So I had that group. Some of them appeared to be dummy rounds. And so they may have some physical visual clue that they may be a dummy. So for instance, some of them had holes drilled into the side of them. so I could look into the cartridge and see there was no powder present. Some of them, when you shake them, there are actual BBs inside. So that produces an audible indicator that even though this looks to be a live cartridge, in reality, there's nothing on the inside. So I can shake it, and that's another indicator that that may be a dummy. There were a series of blanks, which a blank does not have a bullet. It still has a primer and gas, but it's not meant to actually fire a projectile. So I started to form these groups just based on their physical characteristics. I then x-rayed all the ammunition because I could hear some of these cartridges it sounded like BBs inside when you shook them. So I wanted to get an idea of just a picture of what was going on inside these cartridges. So again, I took those two pieces of information, sorted them into groups, and then eventually I worked with the contributor to determine which of these cartridges actually need to be disassembled. So we can take out the bullet and we can look inside and see, is there any powder present? Does it look like the primer is active or not? So those were kind of the three phases to sort of determine which categories these cartridges actually fell into.
Okay, and quickly, I'm going to jump you to the accidental discharge testing that you did. Can you summarize for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what that accidental discharge testing consisted of and why you did that testing?
Right, so again,
That's
accidental
legal.
discharge, its goal is essentially to determine, can I fire this firearm without pulling the trigger? That's kind of the end goal. And the way we do that is the test is designed to simulate the firearm being bumped or banged into something, just being jostled around, and seeing, can those kind of interactions fire the firearm? So the way we replicate this in the laboratory is I will take the gun and actually strike it with a rawhide mallet on 6 planes. So if you picture a box sitting in front of you, the 6 planes would be the front of the box, the rear of the box, the left side, the right side, the top, and the bottom. So those are the 6 planes. So if you kind of picture the revolver and picture how those 6 planes work around that gun, I'm going to go around and strike the firearm in all 6 of those planes with a rawhide mallet. Again, trying to determine if it will actually fire without me touching the trigger.
And specifically, when you're striking the firearm, are you striking the hammer?
That was a part of the testing that I did, yes.
Prior to conducting that testing, did you have any thoughts about whether that could potentially result in damage to the gun?
Right, so this is actually in our standard operating procedures, that this type of testing is potentially destructive to the firearm. So just kind of generally speaking, if I'm going to do an exam that may destroy or alter the evidence permanently, I would seek out the contributor's permission to do that exam before I actually go and do it. So that is what was done in this case.
So you obtained permission to proceed with that testing,
That's correct.
understanding that it could result in damage.
Yes.
All right. Let's go ahead and, let's go ahead and just briefly describe the striking of the mallet and whether or not at some point there was damage and kind of what you learned during that test.
So as we're doing this test, we want to test the firearm in all modes of fire that it's capable of. So if I have a rifle, for instance, and say it's semi-automatic and fully automatic, I would do the test in both of those settings. In this case, completely different type of firearm, but I wanted to test this gun in all 4 positions of the hammer. So at rest, quarter cock, half cock, and fully cocked. And essentially as a result of that testing, there were only 2 times that I was able to get this firearm to fire. The first one being when the hammer was at rest on a loaded chamber. So as I previously described to you, the firing pin was sitting directly on the primer. So when I struck the hammer with the mallet, that provided enough force to detonate the primer. So again, that's a known feature of this type of firearm. The second test where this occurred was when the hammer was in the fully cocked position. And I was doing my striking in the 6 planes as I described, and eventually I got to the rear of the firearm, so that back plane, and eventually at some point I struck the hammer with a rawhide mallet, and the hammer actually fell and it detonated the primer. So what happened was some of the internal components of the firearm actually broke to allow that hammer to fall and fire the primed cartridge case. So I previously mentioned those quarter and half cock notches. If the hammer were to fall and there was no damage inside the gun, I would expect that the portion that makes contact with the hammer is called the sear. That sear should have been caught either by the quarter or the half cock notch as the hammer was falling. It should not have been able to fall all the way. So this is what led me to believe that there was some type of damage that occurred within the gun. And eventually I disassembled it to figure out exactly what that damage was.
So the damage that you discovered, just so we're clear, was that damage sustained at the FBI lab?
Yes, it was.
Based on the testing that you did, when this gun was received by the FBI, was it in proper working order?
Yes, so the first exam I did was the function exam. So again, that's making sure it's operating correctly and that it hasn't been modified. During that test, I also examined the safeties. So as it was received in that condition, when I went through the function evaluation, everything appeared to be operating correctly. So it functioned normally as it was designed.
So you were able to make it fire in the resting position, correct?
That's correct.
And then did you put it in the quarter cock position?
Yes.
And did you strike it with a mallet?
In that particular case, for the quarter as well as the half cock, I did not need to do the mallet testing.
What kind of testing did you do?
So the quarter and half cock notches are not designed to essentially lock the trigger, put your firearm completely in a safe setting. So again, they're designed that if your finger slips off the hammer, it's going to catch it. So in this type of gun, if your hammer is in either the quarter or the half cock, you can actually squeeze the trigger, and if you squeeze it hard enough, it's going to cock the hammer enough that it releases. So you can still make the hammer fall, even though it's in these two intermediate safety positions, if you apply sufficient pressure to the trigger. So I did a variety of testing to determine if I put the hammer in the quarter cock as well as the half cock notch, and I squeeze the trigger hard enough that I allow the hammer to fall, is it even feasible for the hammer to detonate the cartridge? And I determined in both of those positions it was not.
And we understand that the next testing that you did was in the full cock position.
That's correct.
And ultimately, as you predicted, was the gun damaged?
As a result of the testing, yes, it was damaged.
Okay. Let's move to State's Exhibit 97A. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, so this is a photograph that I took after the accidental discharge testing was complete. So on the right-hand side, we have the hammer. As I mentioned before, the firing pin is fixed to the hammer, so that's that piece that you see protruding from the hammer. In the top left, this piece is called the cylinder stop. So you can see a piece of that component fractured off. The bottom left here, we have the trigger, and this tiny piece here is what actually fractured off the trigger. Now, as I mentioned before, I explained the quarter and half cock notches, so I'm actually going to point those out to you. On the hammer, these kind of jagged edges, the first one is the quarter cock notch. So as you're cocking the hammer, you hear that first click. That is the sear portion of the trigger, which is now broken, locking into that little recess. Your
Guys, we'll
second
address
click
this issue later when we get
is the half cock notch. So that's that second jagged edge. And then your last click is the actual sear notch. So that's where the trigger is sitting when the hammer is in its fully cocked position. So when I struck the hammer with the mallet, it actually broke off that piece of the trigger that was sitting up against the hammer there.
And is there anything unusual to you in this photo about the full cock notch on the hammer?
So again, this notch here is the full cock notch. So you may notice when looking at this that this notch appears much flatter when you compare it to the other two notches. So it could be that a small portion of this surface was also damaged during the testing. But in addition to that, there are times where the sear notch is just not as pronounced as the other two notches. So I didn't observe any damage myself in this particular area, but it's possible that that area was damaged as well.
And based on your testing, did you form an opinion about whether or not this gun could be fired without the handler pulling the trigger?
So again, the only two times that occurred was with the hammer at rest on a loaded chamber. And the second time, I attributed this to the breakage of internal components. So again, if these parts had not broken, I would expect that the trigger should have been caught by either the quarter or the half cock notch as the hammer was coming forward. So I would not expect this to occur had this breakage not happened.
So just to be clear, did you form an opinion about whether the handler would have to pull the trigger of the gun to make the gun fire?
My opinion is that the only reason this occurred is because of the breakage. So in order to move the trigger away from the hammer, that's typically accomplished by pulling the trigger. So in this case, the only way that was possible is because the trigger actually fractured.
Okay. So in order for you, just so that we're clear, in order for you to make the gun fire without pulling the trigger, when it was in the full cock position, you had to break it.
That's what I had to do in my lab. I can't account for all the other possibilities that may have existed in some hypothetical scenario, but this is the result as I tested it in my laboratory. It would not fire without pulling the trigger in the full cock setting without being broken.
Thank you. Let's move to State's Exhibit 98. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
Yes, this is a photograph of the fired bullet that was submitted for comparison.
And can you describe to us in a little bit more detail what we're seeing in this photo?
This is the lead bullet that was submitted. It's very damaged. So typically when I look at a fired bullet, I would expect to see nice areas that are engraved with the negative impression of the barrel. So I'd expect to see, for example, deep lines that define what we call the rifling. And in this case, I don't see that. I just see a series of abrasions on the outside of this bullet. So essentially, whatever this bullet came into contact with, it basically damaged the exterior surface so greatly that the information that was left behind from the barrel is gone.
When you're talking about what the bullet came in contact with, I just want to be clear. Are you talking about what the bullet came in contact with after it left the barrel of the gun?
That's correct.
State's Exhibit 99. Explain to us what we're looking at here.
So these are just additional images of the same fired bullet. So I took these using my microscope. So they're a little bit higher magnification. And basically in both of these photos, the bullet is pointing to the left. So you're looking at the image of the left, you're looking at all of the damage and abrasions that were present on that bullet when I received it. And the image on the right is similar to the one you saw on the previous slide, where it doesn't have the deep gouges in different directions, but the rifling is still virtually gone from this bullet.
Can you tell us what caliber this bullet is?
When we receive fired bullets, the only way we can estimate the caliber is based on the diameter. So I can measure the diameter of the bullet and also the bullet weight. So for those two items, they were very close between a 44 caliber and a 45 caliber bullet. So I classified it as either a 44 or 45 caliber bullet.
Can you explain to us why a 45 caliber bullet, by the time it gets to you, may have a different diameter and weight?
Sure. So this projectile is lead, which is a relatively soft material. Most modern bullets are going to have a harder jacketing material. So it's going to have a lead core with a harder jacket around it. The most common type is going to be copper. And that harder material is going to protect the lead core. It's going to help it keep its mass as it starts hitting things. But because this is lead, it's relatively soft. It's much more susceptible to damage when it hits things. So it's possible that when I receive a bullet or even a bullet fragment and I go to take a measurement of that bullet, it may be less than the true measurement because it's hit things and I now only have a partial bullet. Or conversely, it could actually be a wider diameter because it hits something and it flattens, so that causes it to expand. So that's why when I'm taking that measurement into consideration, I may not be able to narrow it down to just one specific caliber.
And State's Exhibit 100, what's this?
These are two images of the fired cartridge case that was submitted for the examination. So the left image is from the side, and the right image, you're looking at what's called the head stamp of the cartridge. So the head stamp itself is the outer ring where you're going to see information such as the caliber. So 45 Colt is the caliber. You may also see symbols which relate to the manufacturer. And then this silver colored surface in the center here is the primer that I've been talking about. So this is what the firing pin comes into contact with when you pull the trigger. So this crater in the center, that's the firing pin impression. So when the firing pin falls, strikes the primer, it leaves behind an impression of the firing pin. And also during the firing process, the cartridge case rests up against a flat surface called the breech face. And during the firing process, this cartridge case slams into the breech face and it can pick up an impression of imperfections on that surface. So you may see some parallel lines. Some of these lines are kind of arcing. They almost appear to be crosshatch. Again, there's more parallel lines on the left here. That's an impression that this cartridge case has picked up from the breech face of the firearm.
Did you compare this casing with anything else, any other casings?
This was the only fired cartridge case that was submitted, but I did compare it to those known specimens that I collected from the revolver that was submitted.
And the known specimens, are those the ones that you fired out of the revolver yourself?
That's correct. That's the secondary evidence that I spoke about earlier. So I created that evidence in the lab by physically test firing the gun, and they became my knowns at that point.
Did you form an opinion about whether or not this cartridge casing was fired from the gun that we saw in the earlier exhibits?
Yes, it's my opinion that I identified this cartridge case as having been fired by the revolver.
State's Exhibit 101. What are we looking at here?
So these are representative images of the comparison that I did to get to that conclusion of identification. So if you look at the image on the left, this is two cartridge cases being compared side by side. And this is on my what's called comparison microscope. So at the laboratory, I have this microscope. I can mount two specimens. There are 2 separate microscopes connected by an optical bridge, and there's a binocular eyepiece at the top. So when I look through that binocular eyepiece, I can see images of both specimens side by side. So in the left image, there's this black line running down the center. That's what separates the 2 cartridge cases. So on the left side, you can see my notes at the bottom here, F item 2, that's my annotation for that came from item 2, which is the revolver. So those are my knowns. On the right side is item 3. So that's the cartridge case that was submitted. And in the photo on the left, I'm comparing those breech face marks that I spoke about earlier. So the impression of that flat surface, I'm looking at the parallel lines as well as the crosshatch lines. And the image on the right, I'm looking at the features down within the firing pin impression.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 102. What's this?
These are 4 cartridges that were submitted for examination.
And when they were submitted to you for examination, were you given information about where they came from?
Yes, I do have that information that's been populated into the database.
And if you would tell us, just so that we know what your understanding was, just going to state of mind.
Right. It appears 3 of these were taken from the top of a cart, and the 4th was located in a holster inside of building. Those are the descriptions that I have.
Did you conduct any testing on these cartridges?
Yes, I did.
Tell us about that.
So the process that I spoke
the
about
tester.
earlier, first I just examined the physical characteristics of these cartridges. I then x-rayed them to see if I could learn anything more about the inside. And then the last step was to actually disassemble these cartridges.
And after going through all of that, did you form an opinion about whether these cartridges were dummies or live?
So these cartridges contained the 4 components that are required to be live functional ammunition. So that being the cartridge case, the bullet. In the bottom here is the primer, which you see in the center of the photograph on the right. And inside the cartridge case is going to be powder, which is the propellant. So these 4 cartridges had all 4 of those main components, which are consistent with being live ammunition.
Is there writing on the head stamp of that bullet? Or the cartridge, rather?
Yes, it's the head stamp of the cartridge. Again, so this is the bottom of the cartridge. It has the caliber, and these kind of flower type logos with a line indicate the manufacturer of the cartridge case.
And did all of these cartridges have that same indication on the head stamp?
Yes.
Did all of the cartridges have the same color primer?
Yes.
Did all of the cartridges have the same shape projectile?
Yes. So you can see in the image on the left, the shape of the bullet here, as well as the color, the finish of the bullet. So these are what are called lead flat-nosed bullets.
State's Exhibit 103. What are we looking at here?
This is a photograph of essentially a box of ammunition that was submitted to the lab. So on the right-hand side, you see information that's present on the exterior of the box. And on the left-hand side is the foam tray that's inside that box, as well as the cartridges that were inside it.
When this photo was taken, if you can tell us, had the order of the cartridges in the styrofoam insert been modified?
Yes, so generally a box of ammunition comes in with 1 item number. And when I opened it up, I saw various things, various calibers, various types of bullets. So I started to form groups based on what was in that box, and then I gave them their own sub-item number. So for instance, I believe this was item 13, and I divided them based on the physical characteristics that I was seeing.
So the cartridges are in different positions in the styrofoam insert in this photo than they may have been at the time they were taken into evidence?
That is possible. I'm not sure what positions they were in at the time it was open.
And did you do any testing on these cartridges that were in this box?
Yes, I did the same series of testing that I've explained before.
And can you summarize for us what was in this box based on your examination and testing?
May I check my notes? Just double
Certainly.
check. So the vast majority of the cartridges that were in this box were dummy cartridges. And some of them had visual indicators. As I mentioned before, they may have a hole drilled in the side, or you could shake them. And again, that's an audible indicator. However, there was one cartridge in this box that, again, it had the 4 components required to be live ammunition.
And when you're looking at this photo, can you identify the cartridge that you believe was determined to be live?
I believe it was this one here with the silver primer.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 104. What's this?
This is actually 2 additional images of that cartridge that I just pointed out on the screen. So this is a side view of the cartridge on the left and an image of the head stamp region on the right.
I want to talk to you about the characteristics of this cartridge compared to the 4 live cartridges that we saw earlier. Does this cartridge have the same shape, projectile, or bullet as the other 4?
Yes, it does.
Does it have the same indication on the head stamp?
Yes,
And does it have the same color primer?
it does.
State's Exhibit 105. Can you tell us what we're looking at here?
These are images of additional ammunition that was submitted for examination. And these, some of the ammunition came in being declared as live ammunition. So these are images of some of those cartridges that were submitted.
So these are all live.
They were described as being live, and they had the physical characteristics of being live.
Based on the information that you received that went along with these cartridges, where did these cartridges come from?
May I refer?
Go ahead.
These cartridges are described as having been, or excuse me, as having come from Seth Kenny.
And do these cartridges, are they different than the live rounds, the 5 live rounds that we've seen photos of previously?
There are some differences, yes.
What are those?
So I see differences in the morphology of the bullet, so the shape of the bullet. For instance, this first one in the top left, this is actually a nickel-plated hollow point bullet, so it's not the lead flat nose that you previously saw. The images below that, these bullet types are semi-wad cutters. So again, it's just a different design of bullet. So it's different in shape than the ones you previously saw. You also see additional head stamps here, such as Winchester, GFL, which is a trade name called Fiocchi, and as well as CBC, which is made by Magtech. And this, due to the glare, it's a little difficult to see in this photo, but I also believe there's differences in the colors of the primers.
And let me ask you, if you were to go to a gun
interesting.
store and buy a box of ammunition, would the ammunition in that box have different shaped projectiles?
No, if I was buying a brand new box of ammunition, you go to Walmart, it's going to say on the outside what those bullet designs are. For example, it may say jacketed hollow point. It may say round nose. It may say truncated cone. So I would expect if I open that brand new box of ammunition, all of the bullet morphologies would be the same.
Thank you. State's Exhibit 106. What's this?
This is another series of photographs of another ammunition box that was scented. So in the top left, you see the
No,
exterior of the
it's made in
box.
it.
Bottom
It's
left, you
made in
see
America.
that foam insert as well as the cartridges. And then the image of the right, on the right, is just those cartridges being removed from the tray.
Can you tell us where these came from, at least what the description was that was provided to you?
Do you have an item number for this by chance?
I will get you one.
Okay, guys.
28.
Okay. Item 28 was described as having come from the item 27 tray, which is the tray you see here,
Can you guys hear me
which
better
was
now?
described as having come from the 26 box. And the 26 box was described as coming from 126 Monroe Street.
In your examination of these cartridges, were you able to make a determination about whether they were live or dummies?
May I refer to this?
Sure.
Okay, so these cartridges were submitted being declared as being live cartridges. So basically they were submitted and it was understood that these were live functioning ammunition. So I did disassemble 2 of these just to essentially verify that. And the 2 that I disassembled, again, it had the 4 main components that are required to be live functioning ammunition. So the ones that I didn't, they were described as being live, but the 2 that I did had all 4 components required.
Are there any differences in the characteristics of these live cartridges compared to the live cartridges that came from the set of the movie Rust?
Yeah, so again, in the bottom left, I see differences in primer color. These are brass as opposed to nickel. I can't read the head stamps in this photograph, but as far as the bullets go, these are also different because we have the ones that have this sort of little lip above the mouth.
Sorry.
Those are called semi-wad cutters. And the other ones, which you see do not have that lip, these are called truncated cone. So the ones that you previously saw, these are different from flat nose because they don't have the rounded sides. It just goes straight. If you were to picture like an orange construction cone, it just goes straight up to the tip.
State's Exhibit 107. What's this? Well, and let's begin with what your understanding was of where they came from.
Again, these were reported as coming from 126 Monroe Street.
Were they provided to you with the understanding that they were presumed live or dummy? What was?
Yes, these were presumed live.
And do you have an opinion about whether or not they are actually live cartridges?
So in this case, I did not disassemble any of these, so I can't speak about what's inside the cartridge. So for instance, does it actually have an active primer? Does it have the propellant? So since I didn't disassemble these, I can't testify that I know what's on the inside. But again, these were described as being live.
And the characteristics of these cartridges, did you find them to be consistent with live ammunition?
Based on my physical observations of the exterior, yes.
And are there differences in the characteristics between these cartridges and the 5 cartridges that were provided to you from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, it's the same types of differences that we've been discussing. So I see differences in the head stamp, which indicates a different manufacturer, as well as the bullet morphology appears different.
State's Exhibit 108, what's this?
These are additional cartridges submitted. And again, these were submitted being declared as live cartridges.
And did they appear to be consistent with live cartridges?
Two of these I did disassemble, so I could verify that they had the 4 components of live cartridges. The rest I did not. So they were physically consistent with being live, but again, I don't have an understanding of what's occurring inside the cartridge.
And same question, do these cartridges have different characteristics than the live rounds provided from the set of the movie Rust?
Yes, they do. It's the same. Various head stamps, various primer colors, various bullet morphologies.
State's Exhibit 109. Have you seen this before?
Yes.
Is State's Exhibit 109 from your notes?
Yes, it is.
Just tell us what we're looking at.
So as part of my examination of the ammunition, I worked with the contributor to figure out which items they wanted disassembled. So I made this chart in my notes. So this shows the images of the cartridges prior to disassembly. The middle column explains the original item number, as well as what the item number that I was going to create in order to disassemble a cartridge. And then the last column is just a description of essentially what's left. So for instance, the third row across, item 28 originally was all of those cartridges, but I removed 2. So I sub-itemized 28-1 and 28-2. And then the third column tells you that what's left of 28 is 7 remaining cartridges, and the 2 that I subdivided are eventually what we're going to be disassembled.
And if you already testified to it, I apologize. Did you disassemble all of the live rounds from the set of the movie Rust?
All of the rounds that had the physical characteristics of being live, yes, I disassembled those because I wanted to know if they did or did not have the components on the inside.
Did you take a photograph of the gunpowder that came out of those disassembled rounds from the set of the movie?
Yes, I did.
And did you also take a photograph of the gunpowder that came out of the live cartridges that came from other sources? I think you mentioned Mr. Kenny and also 126 Monroe Street. Did you photograph that powder?
Yes, I did.
And without even using a microscope, did you see differences?
Yes, there were clear differences in both the shapes of the powders as well as the color, which means they may have some different types of coatings on the powder.
Let's move to State's Exhibit 110. Tell us what we're looking at here.
So on the left side, you're looking at a photograph of the powder that was taken from the item 4 cartridge. So this was one that was submitted that was presumed to be live based on its exterior appearance. But once I took it apart, this is the actual powder that I pulled from the inside of that cartridge. And on the right, you're looking at the same thing, but this is from item 24-1, which is one of the cartridges that was submitted as being known to be a live cartridge.
And the powder, I understand on the left, we're looking at powder from item 4. Were you able to see the powder from item 5, 6, 7, and 13-1?
Yes, they were all consistent, which is why I only included one photograph, because it would be 5 photographs of the same thing.
Thank you. And I'm going to use briefly a demonstrative aid.
Council, we're going to take our morning bathroom break.
Sure.
Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court.
All rise for the jury.
We're gonna see what they say in a second, guys. Hold on. So we're gonna take a jury break. Oh my God! How long does it take to get them all out?
All right, you may be seated. Council approach.
Yeah, so the judge is gonna be bringing them a sidebar, probably talking about taking a break right now. What else they're gonna do? So you guys have a bunch of questions here, and we're gonna get to all these. Okay. Unknown Europe for $2 says, "Oh, I'm gonna come." Yes, don't come. If you guys can't hear me, let me know. Okay. Hubbleson says the phrase "don't go off half cocked." That's actually a term for flintlocks. That going back before primer ignition, back when you had a flint striking steel, you had to cock it in the half position to load the pan with powder. So that is a term that goes back to even more primitive firearms of the flintlock era. That was where going off half cocked was from. Ariel says the prosecutor looks like she makes Big ZD twice a week. Well, there's nothing wrong with that. Big ZD's good. And Nova says, why not charge the FBI with destruction of evidence? Part of Alec Baldwin's claim is that the gun went off on its own and that there was a mechanical defect in the gun. The FBI tested that to make sure that wasn't the case. That could you smack the hammer and cause it to go forward and strike a primer? That's not the case. During their testing, it broke, and it wasn't their intention to destructively test it, but that goes to show you they tested the crap out of that gun, and finally it broke before it malfunctioned. So there's no way the gun just went off. Now, for Hannah, this could help her also because they could claim the gun went off from a mechanical defect. You know, that it doesn't help her too much, but you'd still throw it out there as an option for the jury to latch onto. Well, now you're showing, look, this gun didn't break. The gun performed as intended. The ammunition performed as intended. So now it comes back to Hannah as, why did it get on the carts? Why was it on set? And that's where Hannah's going to have a big problem. KJ said, does that mean he changed it beyond cleaning? Yeah, they had to use and break it. And then they had to send that gun off to another company who specializes in Old West guns, and they had to rebuild it to make it operable again. But that's not abnormal if it's got to get tested that way. Senor Spibergo says Hannah didn't fire the weapon. Like I said, they're just showing you because that's going to be something the defense could bring up later, saying, well, they didn't tell us what happened to the gun. Why isn't it working? This is the prosecutor cutting off defense avenues going forward. Bifront saying some video that testing would have been great. It would be, but the FBI does not film their testing. Federal agents do not film their testing because that would open up the scientific critique. Old Line Red says it was working, then we broke it. Lol. Yes, but like I said, they had a reason why they were testing it and why it broke. And Astaroth is saying, except that's not how some revolvers work. True, but the traditional single action revolvers, like the single action army this is based off of, do operate that way. There are other hammer designs and modern technology and different ways of doing things that show a difference nowadays. And then there's Jester saying, I thought that rifling had been disproved in the last few years. Well, it to an extent, trying to compare bullets out of the same gun. Yeah, but there wasn't as much. This isn't really in dispute, though. It's the same gun. He's just showing you what the rifling is, things like that. But yes, typically trying to do rifling and tool mark examination to an extent is kind of voodoo.
it's ready.
Okay, we'll compare the two ladies.
It's in locals
All right, I'll look for it.
from last night.
Yeah. Harry to Steven saying, so is this lady taking the fall for Alec? No, I don't think she's taking the fall for Alec. She's responsible in her own way. She was the armorer. She's in charge of gatekeeping, basically, all the ammunition on set and the safety of everybody on set. For some reason, she didn't truly inspect the ammunition, whether it's because she's an idiot, because she's a Nepo baby, because she got her job solely because of her dad in his prestigious career, or because she was drunk and high. Who knows? Whatever reason, she didn't do her job and live ammo made its way onto set. So she's responsible for that. Now, Alec Baldwin's responsible for pointing a gun at somebody pulling the trigger. Like, they both can be responsible. And I don't think that's, you're on a movie set, and the movie set's highly restrictive on using blanks and dummies. Why? Because the actors are morons. So she already knew there was a reason why her job existed. And she failed to do her job. So I don't see, I'm curious to see what the defense is going to be for this going forward. Let's see here. Yeah, Pie Case, I saw your I saw this thing here, Tilly. Let me take a look. I'll try to pull this up and see what you guys are talking about here. Who is this person? Let me grab let me see here. Where is it? Yes. Okay, guys, I got to pull it up. We'll take a look in a second at that. Also, they wanted to get in that the live bullets from the supply guy were different than the ones on set. Yes, that was part of this as well. But it's still just not looking good that there's live rounds kicking around everywhere. This looks very... This doesn't look good. Saying, I got mandied. I don't get it, but okay. Jason saying, do you think she'll take the stand in her own defense? It's too early to tell, but very possible. Very, very possible. I think she's going to have to explain what the fuck happened, because if she's not there to explain what happened, well, how did it happen? By golly, I don't know. Yuck. That's not an acceptable answer. Somebody died. You didn't do your job. What happened? I think she's going to have to take the stand, unless there's something we're not aware of in discovery that the prosecutor, the defense, can hang their hat on. Ashraf saying, my point is I have a Colt Navy sitting in front of me. It doesn't catch on the quarter. So he really needs to physically show that model doing what he says. I understand. I understand that's an issue there, but he's explained the basics operations of it. And that's, yes, from manufacturer to manufacturer of these, even, going forward in time or backwards in time, they don't operate the same. But that's, this court may say, well, I don't want people playing with guns in the courtroom or operating them. That's a thing. Now, yes, guys, I could bring out a single action army and start playing with one on camera, and then YouTube will nuke this thing. They might even nuke my account. So that is a forbidden thing anymore. So that's why you can't see me demonstrating this here. If I could do it, I would. Harry Stevens says, is this case similar to what happened to Brandon Lee on the set of The Crow? No, because Brandon Lee, it was a bullet was stuck in the barrel, and it had been stuck there forever. And when they were using the gun, it had a full power blank in it. And when the blank went off, it dislodged the bullet into him. So that's how he died. This is different. This was a live round of ammunition that went off. So, yeah, this is a little bit worse than what happened on the set of The Crow. So, all right. I think we're caught up with questions now. I think we're all set now. So you guys have a question about who is this lady? Okay. So I guess we're going over to Reddit. We've got the link here. Hold on one second. So yeah, who is she? I assume she's some sort of legal staff or somebody that was sitting next to Hannah. Obviously, she's not one of the attorneys who's up there doing cross and doing all that fun stuff, but she's part of the legal team somehow. Otherwise, she wouldn't be allowed at the table. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know who she is. She's somebody. And then whoever's there now is somebody else from the legal team helping out. That's just how it goes. Legal staff. Unless she really was the gypsy putting a curse on people. Josh Mo says she had blue hair before. Yeah, Hannah had blue and like yellow hair before. Suyar says those Colt Navies aren't cheap. Yeah, a lot of the reproductions aren't cheap, especially from Pieta or Pedersoli. The Italian companies are not cheap on their guns, but they make high quality replicas. Drew says Styx was showing off his AR on YouTube the other day. He shouldn't have been allowed to. I got hammered for showing a video of somebody shooting a gun. So that should tell you something. Not even shooting a gun, handling a gun. That's what I got in trouble for. I got a warning for that, so I'm not even touching that. So I'm just gonna pass on that. Oh, now it's a Sam Predator's trying to figure out. Yes. MJ says he can't do guns live. Exactly. And it sucks because I'd love to be able to show you guys. I'd love to be able to show you right now how that all works, how everything gets put together. But I'm not even 100% sure. The video, like showing video of somebody handling a gun, I can't show you that either. That's the sad part. So right now we're in that stage of what they're doing, what they're tearing apart. Breeza says Brandon Herrera is all about guns. Yes, but he doesn't do live streams. You can have guns up behind you. Like I got a Glock sitting behind me. You can have all kinds of things going on. You can't do guns live. The only thing acceptable for live guns is on video games. That's the only way YouTube allows it. So there might be other ways to do it right now, but that's the only way YouTube has said for sure. Real World says I'm wanting to see if the gun had any mods done to it, like a shear mod to give it a hair trigger. Yeah, I don't think so. It doesn't sound like the gun had been heavily modified at all. Now, the prosecution set it out to get examined to make sure it wasn't, and it came back that like this gun is not modified any different. It shoots within the prescribed trigger pull range. It wasn't modified to shoot outside of those parameters. A Wonderful Galaxy says, "Is that Glock real?" Yes, it's real. It'll shoot a real bullet. He said, "I've never fired a gun. Is it fun to shoot on the gun range?" Yes, shooting guns is fun. Yeah, on a range it's always a fun time on a range. Very rarely is it ever a bad time unless it's like raining outside or something, and you're outside. Then it kind of stinks. Otherwise, it's generally fun. So, by Francis, I like those Glock stands. Well, that Glock stand is made by by Stabby with the Glock Check logo on it. So, see if I can. I can't make it any bigger. That says hashtag Glock Check. Job well done says I go down an old quarry to shoot. Well, that'd be a lot nicer. It's private and quiet. So right now they're taking the break. We'll see what happens here. And guys, yeah, the bigger thing is juries get tired. They get, they need pee breaks. They need to get up and walk around. Hold on, guys. I think I need somebody's. What? All right. Oh, I got an email too. I got to check here real quick. Oh. All right. What are we looking for here? YouTube's probably trying to invent a Bud Dwyer thing. Well, the other thing though with YouTube, there were issues with people on live streams holding firearms and like they were discharging, like they're being idiots, not paying attention, and accidentally shooting live guns on stream. Like they're in their streaming studio holding guns and like idiots are shooting them off. And YouTube didn't want that. That doesn't look good, especially if people get hurt. So that's entirely part of it. But yeah, also I think maybe they were worried about that happening in the future. But mainly it was just morons handling guns improperly. So that is pretty much how that went as far as what I can tell. Joshua says court can be very boring. Yeah, it can be at times. It can be at times. And this is part of it. Shri says, what's your Twitter at? I can't find you. It is LawTube Sean. LawTubeSean. Yes, Josh, they are not fans of the desktop. No, they're not. And there's more. If you guys go and Google here on YouTube and search for it, you can find streamers accidentally shooting their studios. And that's pretty funny, actually. There was a guy who lived his shooting spree. Well, more than one guy's done that. More than one guy's done that. That has happened a couple of times. So, and there's nothing they can do to stop that other than by just trying to catch people faster. But there's no way around that other than them just maintaining, vigilance and being proactive when they see something to stop it. So let's see here. What else we got going on? The Draconis trial's been rough. Yes, it has. That's an example of things where it drags on. Did I see the wife shooting her husband? I thought they were boyfriend at the time, but yes, shooting him with the phone book, believing that it would stop the bullet. Yes, and those things are tragic, but yeah, I those things are so stupid. And yeah, whatever you think you can do for the clicks. I mean, I don't know why you wouldn't have tested that beforehand. That would have been the biggest thing that I would have been concerned about. Like, at least test it so you know for sure that it works. And no, they just went out there and just right through the guy's right into his chest and killed him. Pitchlock is saying, so what do you think the odds are one of the lawyers will flag the court with the revolver by the end of the day? I don't know. If I had to guess, that gun is going to be, because it's kind of busted up a little bit, it's going to be in a box and kind of zip tied into a box. I don't know if they're going to be allowed, because this strikes me as a place where it's going to be the option of the gun itself is going to be very, very restricted. So. Oh, this VR says that girl used a Desert Eagle. Oh, oof. Yamaha's saying, I hate the fact they're using the term accidental. It wasn't accidental, it was negligent. Yes, you're right. It wasn't an accident. An accident would be if the gun broke. A negligent one is one caused by somebody doing something they weren't supposed to do. And Alec Baldwin was pointing the gun at somebody and had his finger on the trigger. Anything goes says, have you ever been flagged in court by a witness or another attorney? Yes. Generally, witnesses aren't handling firearms. Maybe an expert witness might touch a firearm, but generally speaking, it's the attorneys handling the firearm, presenting it for identification, but it's the attorney handling it. But yes, I've had a gun pointed at me more than once. And the one time it was pointed at me close enough I swatted the barrel out of the way. And the other attorney's like, well, it's not loaded. And I said, I don't care. I don't want it in my face. But yes, generally speaking, and not every attorney is very good about firearms handling. So there are some courts I've been in where the court, specifies like, here's how you handle it. Here's where you're going to do it. Here's where better be pointed. If it's not pointed there, it better be pointed at the ground. There are some places that take it seriously, and some that will just assume you know what you're doing. And then when you screw up, they're going to be like, "Counsel, come here." So, what Binger did in Kyle Rittenhouse's trial would not work in a lot of places. Most judges should have stopped that. Netflix says too many people get shot with unloaded guns. Yes, well, the number one when people are accidentally shot, almost the number one response to it is, I didn't know it was loaded or I thought it was unloaded. That's almost always the answer. Why did you shoot that person? I didn't know it was loaded. I thought it was unloaded. So it's a very common thing. Anything goes says more than once. Well, yeah. I mean, I've been doing this for 10 years. Think about how many times I've dealt with a case where somebody had a gun involved. Probably a bunch. That's not. I mean, think about that. So, yeah. Like the one time where it was like close enough to my face, I could swat it from where I was sitting at the table. That was really like the first time I ever got like super flagged. The other times where somebody might be holding it, or they turn around, or they're kind of going like this with it, like, it could have been anybody with it, Your Honor, and like they're talking about. Yeah, that's not really. It's flagging kind of, but it's not as bad. So. Yeah, sorry guys. No, I had to turn it off for 1 second, checking something out here. So I didn't want to hear you guys hear me talking. Uh-oh, camera moved. We might be getting back at this. Oh. Let's see, is there any nope, we're still not back. Although make sure the sound is up on our end. Yep, sound is still up. Sorry, I get paranoid about that. They'll start without us. Robert says, I've seen this investigation or the interrogation of David Hall as the assistant director. Now, yes, the way the guns were worked, Hannah Reed put them on a cart. They went away for lunch. They came back out. Hannah couldn't go in the church, so David Halls grabbed a gun, gave it to Alec, and told him it's cold, and Alec used it. Well, he pled out, but for him, it was a misdemeanor, and he's done. Of the three, that makes more sense because he didn't really do anything. Stuff happened outside of him. He was the middleman. So I think that's okay the way they did that for him. Wonderful Galaxy saying, do you think the state has this is a good question. And we probably have time to discuss it philosophically. Do I think the state has the right to kill a person in the name of justice, like the death penalty? Yes. And the idea is, and I know people are going to say, well, innocent people may die, and they will. And the idea is, well, if we can't be sure, we shouldn't do it. And I like that argument, but I think if you're really going to buy into that argument, then you can't punish anybody ever. Because you put the guy away for life. Oh, we'll let him out. Well, after you let him out after 20 years, what have you done to that person? You've destroyed their life. You've killed them effectively. You put a person in jail wrongly. You've taken years off their life. They may have, been exposed to things that reduce their longevity. They may have become that criminal you were afraid they were now. They're going to be dangerous out there. You may have just taken them away from their families, ruined their job prospects, ruined everything about them. But as long as we don't kill them, that makes us good people. Why argue that makes us just as bad if we warehouse people and we're like, oops, sorry, we shouldn't have done that to you. I mean, I think that's ultimately at the end of the day where the problem is, because if you're worried about the innocent being wrongly convicted, well, you have to worry about that everywhere, whether it's a murder case or it's a speeding ticket, because if an innocent guy gets wrongly fined, I think that's just as bad. I think it's just as unfair. And injustice is injustice, no matter how big or small. It's still injustice. So I hope that answers your question. At least that's how I look at it, kind of like at the 10,000 foot view. Kelly R for $5. Thank you, Kelly. Is saying, oh, weren't there allegations of lunchtime plinking? Yes, there were, but I'm going to say, from what I've been told by people in the know, those have to get put into the not very likely pile. It doesn't appear that was the case. So there were accusations of it, but now it's just Hannah just sucked at her job and let stuff get on set that wasn't supposed to. So yeah, not on set. They weren't shooting, but they may have been doing it like far away, which reduces a lot of my critiques of her. Not all of them, but a lot of them. So A Wonderful Galaxy is interesting. Yeah, I mean, I try not to be too like ridiculous about it, but I think there is something to be said about, are we, people like, oh, I don't want to kill them, but I'm willing to incarcerate them forever. That doesn't really make you much of a better person. That doesn't really sound much better anyway. You could undo the death penalty, but you can undo a life imprisonment, but you can't undo the time you stole. And we give them a little bit of money and call them good. It's like, no. You think there should be a response for that. So, wake up, yeah. So, Twin people make prisons a torture chamber. Well, I mean, it's not even a torture chamber, but it's the idea that when you're in prison, everything is subpar compared to being out. There's a reason why nobody wants to go to prison, because it sucks compared to being outside. So that's why I would say what I'd say there. Breezen saying it isn't even comparable. I might have only ever done 4 months, but to think it's comparable to death. I understand what you're saying there. And yes, probably 4 months isn't that big a deal. But when we incarcerate somebody for 10 years and say, like, oh, well, at least we didn't kill them. Are you sure you haven't killed them? I mean, in every other way but physically? Because the answer is more than likely, yes, you've destroyed that person. And now we can say, oh, well, they're destroyed, but we let them back out on the streets and with a shambles of a life. I mean, is that really better? And that's fine if you want to say that, but if you're fine with that, if you're fine with only life and parole because, well, we can undo the mistake, there's so many times where we can undo a mistake. So I would just say that that's all I'm going to say there. Well, I mean, really, you're just saying, wow, but I mean, I really think about it. If you're that worried about the state wrongly prosecuting people for, the most serious offenses, but you're not for the most minor offenses, that you should be worried about the state not being proper in everything it does. And I think you kind of have to be all in on this prospect. The state may mess up, I get that, but I don't hold the state to be infallible. Ethan says, what about the argument that if an innocent person gets life, it gives them the opportunity to find that mistake? And at least they were proven innocent. If they die, we don't get to try to right it. Yeah, I understand that, but you let them out and it's been 35 years. What do you tell them? Like, at least you're not dead? Sorry, your family's all dead and all gone. Nobody believes you. They all think you're a murdering scumbag. But hey, at least you don't. But hey, at least you can go to the bathroom whenever you want and eat whatever you want food wise and live wherever you want, because that's about it. Like I said, I have that concern. I also think the government, the people have the right to say we think certain crimes are so heinous that we want a special punishment for them. We hold these so dear and dastardly that you should be punished for it. It isn't all or nothing. And I understand, and we can agree to disagree on that. That's fine. That's totally fine. Um, um, Wait, Tilly, you're saying you could buy that if the scorecard if it wasn't as much a big deal to the prosecutor? Yeah, but you got to work with the state you have. So, um, Breezen says, I would never want to lose my freedom again. I don't like the government having that power over us. And there are problems, but it isn't so black and white or simple. I understand, but the problem is you have to reduce it at some point because you've got to make those decisions. Spets is saying that thing that bothered me was the will innocent people die. Sure part. I mean, that's nothing's going to be 100% perfect. And I'm not saying that though to be flippant about it. It's just, yeah, you're never going to get it right all the time. Eventually, some innocent person is going to be on the receiving end of it. Let's go. Brandon says, I'll lock you in my bed for 35 minutes. Obscure Destination saying, I was a prison guard in the U.S. in the Marine Corps for a long time. I got an other than honorable discharge after 24 years of honorable service because I was involved in the Abu Ghraib incident. Well, what you might want to do if you haven't had the chance to do it yet is contact the Marine Corps and contact the DoD. You might be able to get your discharge upgraded to like a general discharge, things like that. There are attorneys who specialize in that, but that's something you might be able to do. Okay, now do Israel versus Palestine. Yeah, nice try. All right, here we go. I think we're back on. Here comes Hannah. She's just like, she's like, why couldn't I just check the ammunition and do my job right? She's like, I'm so stupid. It's like, yes, you are. So, yes, it's back on. How do you feel about Armenians? Oh. Me, Hannah's got ceiling cats too. Oh my god, you guys. Yeah, I don't see something's up because the attorneys, the cameras aren't bouncing them, and I don't see closed captioning them, so I don't think the attorneys are talking or doing anything. She could have gotten set up, maybe. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Maybe I'll buy it. So, let's see here. What do we got? Okay, here we go. Here comes the jury. Okay. I'm trying to catch that. Read what you guys are saying here. Was it lunchtime? Not yet. Oh no, lunch will be like an hour break. Hunley's mentioned that the fraudzy protocols were in place as a factor. Yeah, it could be. If she was uncontrollably sobbing all the time, that'd make her more sympathetic. Yeah, maybe, maybe not. You got to be careful about that. Okay, here we go, guys.
Mr. Ziegler,
She's
I
facing
just have a
18
couple
months
of
for the manslaughter,
final
Alyssa.
questions for you. Can you see these demonstrative aids that I've put side by side on the screen?
Yes.
And can you see the writing at the bottom, the typing?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So the image on the left, is that an exhibit that we've already looked at?
Yes, we've previously seen this photograph.
And same thing with the image on the right. Is that an exhibit we've already looked at?
Yes.
And I'm sorry, there's that writing that was out of the frame. So I'm going to scroll up here. Is this an exhibit that we've already looked at?
Yes.
Item 13-1, did that come from the set of the movie Rust?
Excuse me.
I'm sorry. 13-1, did that come from the box that was provided to you?
Yes.
The box of ammunition that we saw earlier?
Yes, this was the box where the majority of the cartridges were in fact dummy cartridges, but this was the one that had the characteristics of being live.
And just comparing the ammunition on the left and the ammunition on the right, can you see distinguishing characteristics, understanding that you cannot see the head stamp or the primer?
Yes, so as we've previously discussed, the bullets are a different shape.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 102 on the left, and those are items 4 through 7. Where did items 4 through 7 come from in terms of the description you received?
Those were the ones that I previously mentioned were from the top of a cart, and with item 7 being found in a holster inside a building.
Do these cartridges that we're looking at on the left and the right, do they appear to have the same shape projectile?
Yes, they do.
All right, thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Yeah. Sir, good morning.
Good morning.
And Mr. Ziegler, I want to start with your training with the FBI. As part of that training, were you trained in recognizing dummy rounds?
There were many portions of the training manual dedicated to ammunition, ammunition components. I can't recall if there is a specific task related to dummy ammunition.
And by answering that way, it sounds to me like you were not trained on the recognition and characteristics of various types of dummy rounds, correct?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
Well, do you remember any modules that you were trained on dummy rounds or not?
Not specific, no.
Okay. So you wouldn't know what a Denix round is, would you?
I do not.
Okay. And you wouldn't know a Denix round is from Spain and it doesn't shake and it's a dummy round. You're not aware of that?
I'm not familiar with that.
Okay. Now, also with respect to your training, you were trained in gun safety, correct?
Yes, sir.
And as an FBI agent, you're trained in gun safety, including don't point a weapon at anybody.
I'm not an agent, but because I fire as part of my job, I have been trained in safety precautions, yes.
Okay, sir, and as part of your test firing protocols, I'm sure you observe all those safety. not to point a gun at anybody, treat it as loaded, keep your finger off the trigger until you're ready to fire. You observe all those.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And sir, you indicated one of your opinions was that your first testing, you determined this gun functioned normally.
That's correct.
Okay. When you were doing that functionality test on the revolver you received, what types of things did you look at on the firearm?
So first I would inspect things like, are there bulges in the barrel, cracks in the frame, things that I may think may lead to a catastrophic failure during the testing.
Okay, sir, do you take that revolver apart in the initial stage?
I do not.
So later on, and I'll come back to this, but you indicated when you hit that hammer with your mallet that it fractured some internal components, correct?
Correct.
And there was the sear. We saw a little piece of the trigger. You remember, sir?
Yes.
Now, because you did not open the revolver prior to doing that hammer test, can you be certain any of those pieces weren't broken before?
I would say I can't be 100% certain. However, because it did function normally, I would expect those pieces were intact at the time I received it and did that initial examination.
Okay, and when you visually examined it from the outside, you then test fired that weapon 12 times, is that right?
As it was 12 times throughout the process, but yes.
And you observed when you did that it had to be fully cocked and that trigger had to be depressed to fire it, correct?
Aside from the hammer being at rest and being struck on a loaded chamber.
Correct. And other than those tests you did, I'm talking about the first part, it fired normally.
Correct.
Okay. Now, after you did that normal gun functionality testing, you determine its functioning, you then do what's called accidental discharge testing. Is that right?
That was after the microscopic comparisons were done, so that was the last test that I did.
Okay, so you do the functionality, then you do the microscopic examination we saw, and then you do the accidental discharge.
Correct.
Okay. Now, the accidental discharge, you mentioned that you consult the FBI SOP.
That's correct.
Now, an SOP is a standard operating procedure.
Yes, sir.
Now, under that standard operating procedure, were you to do a type of test called a drop test?
So the drop test is, I would say that's a subcategory of accidental discharge where I physically drop the firearm to see if it will fire. And that is typically only done if that is as the situation has been reported by the contributor. So that was not relevant in this case.
Yeah, they never
Okay,
mentioned
when you
a drop
say
test at all.
and a drop test, you can tell the jury more. That's when you, from a distance of about 4 feet, drop the weapon, and if it lands and it fires, that's what you're trying to determine, correct?
It depends on how the situation is being reported. So within that same SOP, it provides the examiner some discretion as in regards to how that is believed to occur. So for instance, say I'm cleaning my gun and I accidentally knock it off the table and I'm saying that caused it to fire. I would try to replicate that situation. If I had a gun leaning against a door and I'm saying that the door opened and the firearm fell, I would try to replicate that situation. So yes, the traditional drop test is just it being held as you would to shoot it and dropping it, but there is some discretion that's allowed if it is being reported in a certain way.
Okay, and you're familiar with SAMI standards, are you not?
Yes,
And SAMI is the Sporting Arms and Ammunition Manufacturing Institute, is that correct?
that is correct.
They were commissioned by the federal government about 100 years ago to come up with industry-type standards.
I don't know when they were instituted, but yes, they come up with standards for ammunition as far as dimensions and things like that.
1926. Were you aware of that?
Not off the top of my head.
Okay. So in their SAMI standards, there is a standardized drop test. You're aware of that?
I'm not.
Okay. But that's the industry standard for firearms across the country, this type of testing, right? Multiple states use this?
I wouldn't say that's the industry standard, and also their industry is different from the forensic industry.
Okay. And you also know there's no type of shock test. You know what a shock test is?
In regards to what?
Well, it's kind of what you did with the mallet. Are you familiar with the National Institute of Justice? They call it a shock test.
I'm not familiar with that test.
Okay. So when you made your determination to hit that revolver with a mallet, is that part of the SOP that you hit it with a mallet?
That is written in the SOP, yes.
How many times have you done that as a forensic examiner? How many weapons you've done that on?
I would say probably less than 10, and this is the first one that I've had in actual casework.
Okay, so
Ooh.
in actual casework, what do you mean by that?
Not so scientific though.
As opposed to training.
Oh, in training. So the other 9 were
Wolf.
done in training when you hit it with the mallet.
That's not good.
I don't know the exact number, but yes.
So
in
this
training.
is literally the first time in your career as a forensic examiner that you've ever, in cases, hit a revolver with a hammer.
That is correct.
So is it fair to say you've never had this situation where you've hit a revolver and it's broken before?
Not in a case.
Okay. Did that happen in training?
I don't know about it specifically being a revolver, but yes, I have done it in training where the firearms do break.
And you earlier told us that you base your discretion on that accidental discharge test on input given to you about what might have happened.
Not the accidental discharge test. That would be the drop test.
Drop test. So you didn't have any information this was hit with some kind of hammer on the rest set, correct?
That's correct. I did not.
Okay, but you chose to do this, and then you hit the weapon with the hammer resting in the resting position, right?
Yes.
And then you did in the full cock position, correct?
It was not in that order, but you are correct.
Okay, and I'm not trying to mix it up, but when you hit it with the full cock position, that's when you broke the internal components.
Yes.
Now, do you know how hard you hit that?
I do not.
So on a drop test, would you agree with me? You're trying to eliminate variables. So in other words, gravity is the same, right?
Sure.
Gravity's not going to change. So if you drop that gun from 4 feet every time, and you know the weight of that gun, you're eliminating variables, correct?
I suppose so.
Okay. Well, have you been taught that at all in the FBI?
No. The purpose of these tests is not to figure out exactly what height or exactly what amount of force or exactly how many numbers of times you have to strike this firearm to get it to fire. It's just to try to generally replicate the situations and see if the firearm will fire without pulling the trigger.
Well, sir, so did you ever measure the trigger pull force on that revolver?
I did.
You did?
Yes.
What was the trigger pull force?
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, sir.
Between 2 and 2.5 pounds.
2.5 pounds. Okay. Did you measure the weight of that firearm?
The weight of
Of the revolver?
No.
Okay. So, and you have no idea the foot-pounds of pressure that you were applying to that hammer when you hit it with the mallet, correct?
Right. There's no way to quantify that.
And there's no way to quantify when you do that 6 times if you're hitting it the same amount every time, right?
That's correct.
As a human being, I mean, you're not going to hit it the exact same every time.
I believe that's true, yes.
Okay. So as we sit here, we don't know what amount of force was required to break that hammer and the internal parts, correct?
That's correct. We do not.
Okay. So if there was a question whether or not an external force of some type hit that hammer, we don't know from your testing what amount of force that was that would cause that.
You are correct.
Okay. If you were you given any other information regarding the accidental discharge testing that you can recall?
Initially that test was not requested. It was not part of the initial exam. That the decision to do that test came in later conversations with the case agent.
Okay. So initially, they did not even ask you to do that, but it was sometime later they did.
Correct.
And did you have any understanding as to why you were going to do that?
I believe it had something to do with one of the individuals involved stating that the trigger was not pulled.
Was that Alec Baldwin?
I believe so.
And based on your testing on the functionality, that comment about the trigger not being pulled could not have happened.
I wouldn't say, I can't say it's impossible because I can't account for every single variable. All I can testify to is the results of my testing. Okay, so when I received the firearm and I did that initial function examination, it did not appear that any of the safeties were malfunctioning or anything like that. So it was functioning normally when I received it.
And to be fair, sir, you did indicate earlier you do this in a lab. So you can't account for all the variables that might occur on a movie set, for example.
Sure.
Okay. So your testimony, and you're telling the jury that you can account for the variables you're aware of, but you cannot account for variables you might not be aware of.
Sure.
Okay. And some of those variables, and we'll come to the rounds in a little bit, but some of those variables include if you do not receive evidence or a request to test it, you're not going to test that, obviously.
That's true.
Okay. With regard to the hammer testing, you mentioned earlier that this could be destroyed permanently as part of your testing. So you got permission to do this test, correct?
Yes.
And that would have been for the sheriffs?
Well, my point of contact was a special agent out of Albuquerque. So I would funnel information to him. He would discuss that with the detectives, and then they would distribute the answer back to me.
And that was Jose Cortez?
That's correct.
Okay. And Mr. Cortez is the one that sent you the request by submission, written submission for what he wanted you to do, correct?
As far as the communication, is that what you're referring to?
Yes, sir. I'm referring to your report. There is a submission October 28, 2021 from Jose Cortez requesting various tasks to be done.
Yes.
Okay. And then there's another one, 12/14/2021. Same thing. So he's your liaison that goes back and forth between the sheriffs and yourself, and he makes those requests.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, so you got permission to possibly destroy this revolver permanently. They gave that to you.
I received permission to conduct the test.
And you made it aware to them that this could destroy the weapon.
Yes.
Okay. When you did destroy that, you broke several internal parts.
Yes.
Okay. And then we saw that on the exhibit. You took those apart to show what had happened. Correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you also said that you did not see any modifications as to that firearm, correct?
At what point?
You testified that in your functionality examination, you also determined whether it had been modified or not.
Right. So that's generally in regards to things like, has the barrel been cut? Has the stock been cut? Has this been modified to fire fully automatic? So when I talk about modifications, that's what I'm referring to. And I did not see any of those things.
Okay. And as far as internal modifications, did you look at that?
No, because I can't disassemble the firearm because I have to test it in the condition it's received.
Okay. But from
Also,
your
it's not going to be that good to know.
viewing it and your observation, you didn't notice anything that would tell you it was modified.
Right. Nothing jumped out immediately.
Okay. Now, you also mentioned that the full cock notch, which was the one we saw in that picture, kind of a little circle. You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, sir, you said that it looked a little flatter potentially.
Compared to the quarter and half cock, yes, it didn't have as much of a claw shape to it.
But you could not, you did not conclude that had been modified. You're not certain it had been modified.
Right, I'm not certain. It's a very small surface that we're talking about. So it's possible, it may have been modified, it may have been damaged during the exam, or it could also be one of the firearms that just doesn't have a very pronounced sear notch there.
Okay. So you just don't know for sure.
Correct, I don't know.
Okay. Now, I want to turn to the rounds. One of the things I heard you say several times is there's 4 components to determine a live round. Is that right, sir?
Yes, a live cartridge has 4 main components.
And you said the case, the projectile or bullet, the primer, and then the powder.
Correct.
So you also testified earlier that when you were given presumed live rounds, but you did not disassemble them, you could not confirm they were live because you didn't get inside to see the powder.
Right, so there were certain cartridges that, again, I discussed this plan with the case agent, the contributor, to try to figure out which ones we needed to take apart. So there was a subset that we concluded needed to be disassembled. So for example, the ones that were presumed to be live, we needed to see what was on the inside of those cartridges. However, they sent quite a few live, presumed live cartridges. So it didn't make sense to take apart every single piece of ammunition that they sent in. So we came up with a sampling plan to where we just determined we were going to take apart some of them as a representative sample.
Sure. And I guess my question too was, you can't tell something is a live round until you make that final step to determine if there's powder inside.
Yes, that is true.
Okay. So you could not, for example, in your FBI training, you could not look at a picture and determine that's definitively a live round.
I wouldn't do that based on a photograph, no.
Okay. And that's part of your FBI training, that you would have to go through the 4 components, take it apart, make sure there's powder, and that's what gives you the confirmation, correct?
I would say yes. In order to know for sure, you would have to be able to see the powder, yeah.
That's how you've been trained.
I would say it's training related to ammunition and just understanding the components of the ammunition.
Okay. Now, as part of this also, you identified rounds that were live, and those were items, and we saw it on the last slide, items 1B, 4 through 7. Is that correct?
Those aren't the 1B numbers, I don't believe. It's the lab numbers, and it was items 4 through 7 and 13-1.
You're right. I'm sorry. Yeah, it was 4 through 7 and 13-1.
Correct.
Were the labs. Okay. Now, you later in December received a request from Mr. Cortez, Agent Cortez, to conduct DNA testing. Is that right? Your lab did?
I'm not completely certain of that.
Objection Foundation.
And I can ask a question on that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Does that request for DNA testing go to you, or does it go to another person in your lab?
Well, I'm going to object to Foundation again. If he doesn't know what request he's talking about, he can't answer.
Can you be more specific?
Yes. And I can show you, sir, the report.
I'm objecting to Foundation. Why are we showing him a report that he hasn't seen?
You haven't seen your own report? Have you seen your own report?
My report would not include anything related to DNA, so I'm not sure which report you're referring to.
Okay, I'm just referring to the submission to the FBI lab by Jose A. Cortez, dated 12/14/2021. And did you see that?
I'd have to look at it.
Okay. If I may approach, Your Honor?
Hold on for a second. Are you having a problem with it? Okay.
All right, sir, I'm going to show you this request from 12/14/2021. If you could just look at it, don't tell us what it is.
Yeah, it's like less than 10 old line red, but quite a few rounds were found.
You don't have to read the whole thing.
And we don't know how many she threw away ultimately.
Okay, is your memory now refreshed on that?
So that is not my report. That is an electronic communication from the field office, the case agent being Jose Cortez.
Okay, and you did not receive that personally?
Eventually I received that.
Okay, so you have seen it.
Yes.
Okay, so you know that certain standards were submitted in this case. Are you aware of that regarding fingerprints and DNA?
I'm sure I've seen that, but that's not related to my discipline, so that doesn't affect my examination. So I don't know that that's not noteworthy to me.
Okay, so you reviewed it, but you did not participate in that.
Correct.
And right as we're sitting right now, you don't know what was submitted in terms of the people and their standards. Is that right?
I do not.
Okay. With regard to the live rounds we were seeing on those exhibits earlier, did you measure the projectile tops on each of those rounds?
No, I did not.
And so you're not able to tell us whether there are differences at all or not in the size of those projectile tops?
When you say the top, you're talking about the flat portion?
The flat portion,
And you're referencing the diameter of that flat portion?
correct?
No, I can't tell you if those are consistent. Just the shape is consistent.
Okay. When you took the powder out of the rounds, did you weigh that powder?
I don't believe I did.
Okay, so you're not certain whether the rounds were full of powder or partially full of powder or not?
I'm not.
Okay. Let me ask you, going back to the gun, I missed one question. Before you conducted that test fire, did you look in the barrel with a bore scope?
No.
With regard to the rounds that came from Seth Kinney, you were told you have them in your report, and the Monroe Street address, you have no idea what time those were seized or what date those were seized?
I don't off the top of my head. That may be in the paperwork that was submitted, but I don't know that.
Okay. And you have no idea where Seth Kinney brought the rounds that he submitted?
I do not.
And he didn't submit them to you, correct?
No, we received evidence from the case agents.
Okay. And you didn't personally conduct any fingerprint or DNA testing because that's out of your specialty?
That's correct. I did not.
Earlier, you were talking about the different types of ammo from 126 Monroe Street. You recall that you were showing live, dummy, and blank, all three types?
Can you ask that question again?
Sure. As part of your examination of the rounds from 126 Monroe Street, you're aware that there were live rounds, blank rounds, and dummy rounds.
Objection. That misstates the facts that are already in evidence.
Let him answer the question.
Do you have specific item numbers that I can reference?
Well,
I can ask for clarification if that's helpful.
Sure, absolutely. We saw some exhibits from 126 Monroe Street, and if you want to look at your report to check out those items and determine if there were both live rounds, dummy rounds, and then if there were blanks.
This is actually going pretty good right now, I think, on defense so far. Defense is doing a pretty decent job.
Okay, may I answer your question?
Yes, sir.
So the ammunition that I have as being reported from that address includes items 28, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, and 37. And these were the cartridges that were submitted as being known live ammunition. Some of them I disassembled, but not all of them because there were too many. So all of these were either physically consistent with live ammunition based on their exterior appearance, or the ones that I actually did disassemble, I could determine it had the 4 main components.
Okay. All right, and thank you for looking for that. Now, with regard to the live rounds you found on set, did you do any further testing on those with regard to the powder or anything like that, or is that out of your discipline?
That goes beyond my discipline. There was another unit that did some testing on the powder, but I can't test it.
Is it getting choppy for you guys? Let me know, because we'll try to switch over to another
Madam Mayor, just a
stream.
moment.
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I have no further
All
questions.
right, thank you. Redirect.
Briefly, thank you. Mr. Ziegler, why not disassemble every round that was provided to you that was what I'm going to call presumed live?
Right, there were hundreds of rounds submitted in total. So for instance, you may have one item number, but that was an entire box of 50 cartridges. So in totality, just from practical purposes, as well as, what is the result? What impact will this have on the result? It didn't make sense to disassemble every single cartridge that was submitted.
Did you x-ray any of the ammunition that was provided to you that was presumed live?
Yes, I x-rayed every cartridge that was submitted.
You x-rayed every single cartridge.
I did.
So you didn't disassemble every single cartridge, but you x-rayed every single cartridge.
That's true.
What did the x-ray images tell you about those presumed live cartridges?
May I refer to?
Certainly.
I just wanted to verify I did x-ray every cartridge. And what that told me is there were indicators in the dummy cartridges that I could see in the x-ray. So whether they would be the holes in the size of the cartridge case, I could see that on an x-ray, as well as some of them had metal BBs. So the metal BBs showed up in the x-ray. So the live cartridges, the gunpowder does not show up. That's not visible. But I didn't see any of those other indicators to suggest that they may be something else that, other than what they were reported as being.
And just to be clear, the dummy cartridges that you examined and disassembled, there were no dummy cartridges that came from 126 Monroe Street.
That's correct. Every cartridge that I have as being listed from that address was either consistent with being live or I actually disassembled it and it had the components of being live.
And when you say consistent with being live, not only are you talking about the physical characteristics, but also the x-rays.
That's true. There was no indication from the x-ray that they were anything else.
You testified on cross-examination that of those live rounds that were provided to you, you took a representative sample, and those were the ones that you disassembled.
Correct.
Can you tell us how you decided which rounds to include in your representative sample for disassembly?
Right. So as I mentioned before, working with the contributor, there were certain ones that they needed to have disassembled, but then when it came to these exemplars, we agreed to do a random sampling. And the way that I chose that, it was random as far as the item numbers go, but I also looked for cartridges that had similar head stamps. So I was trying to see if similar exemplars might have similar features on the inside.
In any of the presumed live rounds that you disassembled after putting them into your representative sample, did any of them turn out to be dummies?
Yes, there was actually one that from the exterior appearance and the x-ray, I didn't see any indication that it was a dummy round. And then after disassembling that, I found there was no powder, and you can see down into the primer pocket, it was hollow. So it was an inactive primer. So there was one cartridge that was submitted that on the outside appeared live, but upon further inspection did not have the 4 components required to fire a cartridge.
I'll try to lower resolution a bit for you.
Can you tell us what item number that was?
It was item 22.
And can you tell us what your understanding was in terms of the description, where item 22 came from? And specifically, I'd like to know, did it come from 126 Monroe or Mr. Kenny?
Item 22 is a cartridge from the item 20 box, which is a box with tape from the prop truck.
Thank you, sir. Do you have to measure those projectiles or bullets to be able to see that they are different than the projectiles in the live rounds from the movie set?
No, they have distinct shapes in morphology, and some of them have distinct coatings, such as one of the projectile was a nickel-coated hollow point bullet.
You can just see that with your naked eye.
You can, and the photographs with glare and the print quality may not show it as well, but if you had the bullets, the cartridge in your hand, you would be able to see distinct shapes.
All of the items that you had, that you tested, that you examined, when your testing is complete, what do you do with them?
They get packaged in their appropriate outer packaging, and then they get returned to the field through, we have a unit at the laboratory that helps us out with this called the evidence management unit. So they basically inventory everything, make sure everything that's supposed to be there is still there, and they're the ones that ultimately return it to the field.
And when you say they return it to the field, does it go right back to the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office?
Typically, if it's associated with an FBI case, it's going to go to the FBI field office.
Do you know what happened in this case?
I do not.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you.
Guys, all right, I'm going to switch over to long crime because I don't know why it's not working. Sorry. I don't know what the deal is. I don't know what the deal is here. Sorry, it's chopping up on everybody.
And I've taken one test every 5 years.
Well, this is ahead of
My name is.
all right, so we're here. Oh, for God's sake, come on.
Fingerprint examination.
Thank you. All right, why don't you give us an idea?
Any witnesses in this case that haven't been called, except expert witnesses, to stay off the live stream?
Face the judge and raise your right hand.
Do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
All right, have a seat talking to the microphone.
Guys, let me know
Good
if this is
morning.
any better.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Shannon Prince. My last name is spelled Prince.
And where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
And what's your title at the FBI?
I am a physical scientist, forensic examiner.
How long have you been employed in the latent print discipline?
Over 19 years.
And are you a member of any professional organizations related to your employment?
Yes, I am. I'm a member of the International Association for Identification.
And do you instruct any courses in the latent print discipline?
Yes, I do. I instruct courses on latent print processing, which is using chemicals to develop latent prints, as well as postmortem processing, which is using fingerprints to identify the unknown deceased.
And do you take proficiency tests as part of your ongoing work at the FBI?
Yes.
How often and how many?
I take one proficiency test each year in comparing prints, and I've taken one test every 5 years in processing latent prints.
Have you ever failed a proficiency test?
No, I have not.
All right. And are you a certified latent print examiner?
Yes, I am. I'm a board certified latent print examiner with the International Association for Identification.
Great. Your Honor, at this time, I move the court to recognize Ms. Prince as an expert witness in the area of latent fingerprint examination.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, you're recognized as an expert in latent print. Fingerprint examination.
Thank you. All right. Why don't you give us an idea about what your duties are as a latent print examiner?
I receive a variety of evidence from either FBI field offices or state, local, and tribal officers. I receive this evidence in the laboratory, and then I examine that evidence with a variety of chemicals, powders, or light sources. When I develop latent prints, I then compare those latent prints to known prints of individuals and come to conclusions. I may search those latent prints in a fingerprint database, such as a computer, to make identifications. And then I provide a report based on my results. I can also testify in the court of law on those results.
You mentioned you work with a known fingerprint. Can you explain to us what a known fingerprint is?
On the palm side of your hand, you have these raised portions of skin called friction ridges. They form patterns on your hand. You also have them on the soles of your feet. In order to record a known print, the finger is usually rolled in black printer's ink and then rolled on a contrasting white background, such as a fingerprint card. And that creates a known print. These days, it's often recorded by placing your finger on a flatbed scanner, and it creates a digital copy of your fingerprint.
And you also mentioned latent fingerprints. What is a latent fingerprint?
A latent print is the unintentional or chance reproduction of your friction-ridged skin when you touch an object. When you touch an object, you may leave a latent print. It's often left in the oils and sweat on your hand, but it can be left in other substances such as blood, dirt, grease, ketchup. It's often not readily visible and requires a forensic light source, such as a laser, a chemical, or a powder to be made visible.
And how are fingerprints compared and identifications affected?
It's a three-step process, which is called analysis, comparison, evaluation, or ACE, ACE, where I analyze latent prints, looking at their suitable. Then I can compare those latent prints and known prints side by side, and then making an evaluation decision, where I can make one of three decisions. An identification decision, the latent print and known print were made by the same person. An exclusion decision, where the latent print and known print were not made by the same person. Or an inconclusive decision, where I don't have enough information to make a conclusive decision. Often this is times when a fingerprint card, like a known card, is smeared or smudged, or it has too much ink. I can't make a conclusive comparison because that print is too poor to make a conclusive decision.
Great. And when you receive evidence for latent print exams, what factors do you consider prior to starting your examination?
I look at what type of evidence it is. It could be a porous item, which means it's like paper, or money, or cardboard. I also look if it's semi-porous, which is kind of a shiny cardboard. Or if it's non-porous, which is smooth or shiny, like aluminum, plastic, glass. So I look at what type of evidence it is to determine what chemicals or light sources I'm going to need. And then I look at the condition of the evidence. Is the evidence broken? Is it shattered? Is it dirty? Is it covered with something? Or was it previously processed in the field by a crime scene investigator? I look at all that in order to determine what exams I will do and how I will proceed with those exams.
Okay. I'm going to show you what was previously marked as State's Exhibit 63. And let's see. Do you recognize that photograph?
Yes, I do.
Have you actually seen the original version of what that photograph demonstrates before?
Yes, I have.
All right. And where did you see that?
I saw that back at the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you examine Exhibit 63 for latent prints?
Yes, I did.
All right. What specific examinations did you conduct on this item?
So this item of evidence is an ammunition box, and it's semi-porous, meaning it's shiny paper, but it also has non-porous qualities. So the first examination I do is simple visual examination, looking to see if there's any visible prints. You do this every day when you see fingerprints on your cell phone or on a garage door or a mirror. That's a visual examination. So I first do that exam. And then I take this box into a dark room where I have a green light or a laser, a blue light or an ultraviolet light, and I shine that light on the object while I'm wearing orange or yellow goggles to see if any prints may fluoresce. At this point, I've used no chemicals on this item. The next process I use is called superglue fuming, where I place this item in a chamber, I hang it in a chamber, and then in the chamber I heat superglue at a high temperature. The superglue starts to fume. It starts to appear like white fumes. Those fumes adhere to any kind of moisture that might be on that object, and it creates a white print. And I can either see that print visually, or I need a reflective ultraviolet light to be able to see those prints. Then I also do a magnetic powder right after that process. The magnetic powder is black since it's the white box, so it's contrasting, and I can see if there's any visible prints that way. The black magnetic powder adheres to the white superglue prints. And then I take this box and use a chemical called indane-dione, INDANEDIONE. This is a chemical that is sprayed on the item, and then it is placed in a humidity chamber where a chemical reaction is sped up. This chemical develops any kind of amino acid that may be in your sweat, and it creates a pink or orange print. And I can see that print either visually or in a dark room with a light source. And finally, I take a fluorescent dye stain and I spray this orange chemical on this box, and it adheres to those superglue prints as well. And I can see those prints in a dark room with an ultraviolet light or a laser.
And just to be clear, you did all of that. You did all of those tests with regard to the box that's in this photograph, correct?
Yes.
All right. And what was the result of your testing?
On this box, I developed 10 latent fingerprints.
All right. Did you compare the latent prints that you detected on Exhibit 63 to the known prints of any individuals?
Yes, I did.
Which individuals did you compare those known prints to?
I compared these prints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find a match?
Yes.
Who did you find a match for?
2 of these latent prints were identified to Hannah Gutierrez.
All right. And were you able to find matches to any of the other known samples?
No.
All right. And were you able to exclude any of the other individuals based on your test?
The remaining prints were excluded as being prints from Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
Thank you. Did you also examine a second ammunition box as part of this case?
Yes.
Does this appear to be a photograph of that box?
It is.
All right.
Can you give us the exhibit number?
Oh, I apologize. This is State's Exhibit 48. Where did you see this box prior to today?
At the FBI laboratory in Quantico, Virginia.
All right. And did you examine this box for latent prints?
Yes, I did.
And did you conduct the same type of analysis that you did on the previous box?
Yes. The examinations I conducted on this box were the exact chemicals, light sources, and powders that I used on the previous box.
Great. And what was the result of your examination of this box?
There were 3 latent fingerprints detected on this box.
All right, and were you able to compare those latent prints to the known samples of any individuals?
Yes.
And who were those folks?
I compared the 3 latent fingerprints to Hannah Gutierrez, Sarah Zachary, David Halls, and Alec Baldwin.
And did you find any positive matches for any of those individuals?
There were no identifications.
Were you able to find any exclusions?
Yes, Sarah Zachary and Alec Baldwin were excluded from the 3 latent prints detected on this item, and Hannah Gutierrez and David Hall were inconclusively compared to these prints.
All
Yeah,
right.
Jeff.
So just to be clear, Sarah Zachary, you didn't find her fingerprints on this box whatsoever.
The 3 latent prints were excluded from being Sarah Zachary.
Great. Is it possible to touch an item and not leave a latent print?
Yes,
And what kind of circumstances might that occur?
there are several circumstances where you can touch an item and not leave a latent print. First of all, you could be wearing gloves or a mitten, and when you touch an object, you may not leave a latent print because your skin is not having contact with that object. You may have too much sweat or too little sweat on your hand, and that may not leave a latent print. The surface itself may be dirty or textured, and it's difficult to leave a latent print on a dirty or textured surface. The print may be on a surface where if it's overhandled, such as if I put my hand here, the next person comes and put their hand here, someone at the end of the day puts another hand here, it's overhandled, and that could wipe away any prints that may be on an item. There's also environmental conditions, wind, rain, snow, heat and humidity. Those can all play a factor of whether a latent print is detected on an item.
And did you attempt to do any examination of cartridge casings in this case?
Yes,
And what was the result of that examination?
I examined 4 cartridge cases, and there were no suitable latent prints detected on those cartridge cases.
And is it unusual for you to be unable to identify a latent print on a cartridge casing?
It is not unusual.
And why not?
Cartridge cases, when they go through a firearm, there's a lot of heat and friction, and that can destroy a latent print. Also, it's a very small surface that's on a cartridge case, so leaving a suitable print can be difficult. And it's also a smooth surface, so any kind of movement that comes into contact with a cartridge case may destroy a print on a cartridge case.
Great. Have you worked on any other cases where there were a large number of cartridge casing rounds that you attempted to examine for latent prints?
Yes, I have.
Can you give us an example of a case where you worked and explain to us, based on the number of casings that you found, how many actually were found to contain latent prints?
A case that I have been a part of was the Las Vegas shooting several years ago, where there was a significant amount of firearms, ammunition, and magazines in that case. Specifically to the ammunition, which consisted of shot shells as well as cartridges. We processed and examined over 6,900 pieces of ammunition, where we only detected 26 prints on those 6,909 ammunition. That's 0.38%. So it's a very low chance of developing prints on ammunition. We also processed firearms in that case. We processed about 40 firearms in that case, and we detected prints on 12% of those firearms. And then we processed over 180 magazines in that case, and we only detected prints on 9.7% of firearms. So it's a very low chance of getting prints on firearms or ammunition based on the size of the item, the texture of the item, as well as overhandling of those items. Those are all reasons why there's a low recovery rate on firearms and ammunition.
Thank you. And the 4 cartridge casings that you attempted to do fingerprint examination in this case, on your notes, does it indicate what the source of those cartridge casings was?
I'd have to refer to my notes for the specific source of those cartridge cases.
Do you mind?
May I?
Yes.
I don't have a specific source. I just have the Santa Fe Sheriff's Office item number.
Do you mind providing that?
It's item 144.
Okay, thank you. I have nothing further.
Questions, Dan?
Ma'am, good morning.
Good morning.
With regard to your work, when you compare a Latin print against a standard, you were given those standards from the agency. For example, here, the sheriffs, correct?
Yes.
So here you had 4 people as standards. Is that correct?
Yes.
And that was Mr. Halls, Sarah Zachary, Alec Baldwin, and Hannah Gutierrez Reed. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, so one of those people you did not receive standards from is a guy named Seth Kinney, correct?
Correct.
And so of all the other people on the set, the only 4 you received standards from were those 4.
That is correct.
Okay. And those standards included fingerprint cards and DNA.
The standards I received were fingerprints and palm prints from Gutierrez, Zachary, and Halls, and I only had a fingerprint card for Alec Baldwin.
Okay, you didn't have a palm print for him?
I did not.
Now, I know that you had stated that Halls and Hannah Gutierrez Reed, Mr. Halls and her prints were not completely rolled, or they were over-rolled?
Correct. Their known standards were not complete. There was some over inking in one area. And when a fingerprint card is fully rolled, it's usually from nail to nail where you can get the whole finger. This case, on some of these standards, the finger wasn't fully rolled completely. Therefore, I did not have enough information to do a conclusive comparison.
So when you don't have that completely rolled from the agency submitting to you, it's difficult for you to do a conclusive comparison.
It does make it difficult.
Okay. And that was the case here with Ms. Gutierrez Reed and with Mr. Halls.
Yes, it was.
With regard to the prints that you were able to conclude, and you indicated Ms. Gutierrez Reed's prints were found on one of the boxes.
That is correct.
Now, you were able to conclusively do that because?
I was able to conclusively do that because some fingers had that comparable area. So if there was an area that I can compare completely, I can make that conclusive decision. And in those 2 identifications, I was able to conclusively compare and make an identification.
And with regard to the other box that we saw, you found 3 Latin prints.
That's correct.
And you indicated that Ms. Zachary and Mr. Baldwin were excluded, correct?
Correct.
And then Mr. Halls and Ms. Gutierrez Reed were inconclusively compared. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And that was because, again, you told the jury that you didn't have a complete, well-rolled set of fingerprints.
That is correct.
All right. And that would have been something the agency, the sheriffs would have provided?
Those standards came directly from the sheriff's office.
Did anybody ever communicate with you? And was there communication regarding we need new fingerprint standards?
There was no communication. In my report, I indicated that if further comparisons needed to be conducted, that standards would have to be submitted.
In your report, and if you need to refer to it to refresh your memory, you did not conduct fingerprint analysis on items 4 through 7 and item 13.1, correct?
I'd have to refer to those specific numbers.
Absolutely.
You said 4 through 7?
4 through 7 and 13.1, 13-1.
I did not conduct examinations on those items.
Okay. So the ones that you conducted it on, we've seen today.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to the case you worked on, the Las Vegas shooting, you talked about the low percentage and the ability to recover prints from fired cartridges, correct?
From all types of ammunition.
Okay. Now, with regard to unfired ammunition, they don't go through that heat of the barrel, correct?
That is correct.
And so does that make it more likely prints can be found on those cartridges?
The same percentage refers to that as well, less than 1%. It's due to overhandling of cartridges or shot shells, the surface, the smooth surface, and a variety of other reasons that it could be a low chance of recovering prints on unspent cartridges.
On unspent cartridges, okay, but it is possible, even very low possibility, it is possible to recover them.
It is.
Okay. And you have listed, there's certain elements that might come into that, like overhandling, that kind of thing. For example, the box you said earlier, that was handled by another unit?
The box, what specific box are you
Oh, I'm
talking
sorry,
about?
not the box. I was talking about, you mentioned in your report that there was some overhandling and one of your employees came up as contributing 8 fingerprints to one of the items.
Correct. One of the boxes was sent to the firearms unit first, which is usually on the latter end of examinations when it flows to the laboratory. But this box came in and was specifically for that unit. And then after the firearm examinations were conducted, the request was to do latent prints. So it was kind of backwards in order. Therefore, this item of evidence was handled by the firearms unit, and a firearms employee was identified on that box.
And that was 8 of the prints out of a total of 10 or 11 were the employee, right?
8 out of 10 were identified to an FBI laboratory employee.
And ideally, that should have gone to you first.
In a regular case, the evidence is usually where it goes to a unit that can have less destructive examinations on it to more destructive. That's how it kind of moves to the laboratory. And this box initially went to the firearms unit first.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. No further questions.
I just have one quick question for you. Mr. Bowles mentioned items 4 through 7 and 13-1. Can you tell the jury why you weren't able to perform a print comparison on those cartridges?
I do not, are they cartridge cases? I don't have them in my report, so I never received those items.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
All right, you're excused.
Well, that's not her
Thank you, Your
problem.
Honor.
That's
We're gonna take our lunch break now.
okay.
All right, so, be back downstairs at 12:30. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Thank you. Take your tablets with you.
All right, for the jury.
All right, so we did learn some things. Now they're going back to the gun examiner guy, Ziegler. We learned some stuff that like he was kind of making this up as he went. There wasn't a whole lot of there's no specific testing protocols, and he followed what he had. But that he did, kind of just random things. Now, why is that an issue? Well, because it's not necessarily repeatable. It's not controlled. He was doing it the first time on his own. What that does, though, for him,
We're in recess.
Oh, we're not. Okay, I thought we were coming back for something. So, hold on, guys. 1 second. I think we're getting a little... So what does this do for the state at this point? Well, they're just trying to show that nothing else could have happened to that gun. The gun acted out perfectly. So there was no issue of, oh, well, it could have been something else. Who knows what it was? It could have been a million different things. Nope. The gun worked fine. It did as it was designed. The ammunition was live. It was in the gun. And whose fingerprints are on it? Hannah Reed's. Now, we did learn, and it's true because a firearm, when it gets, when it detonates, and that's what it is, it's a detonation, the casing gets hot, and when it gets hot, it can burn up fingerprints. Okay, so Hannah's the only one's on there. Her friends, the coworkers, not on there. Nobody else's fingerprints are on those. Now, is the prosecutor bringing that up to show, well, nobody else touched it but her? But there was also the idea, well, somebody else could have touched them, but not Hannah. But the fact Hannah survived, I think, shows the idea that there would have been something there. This is just one more bit of showing it couldn't have been anybody else but Hannah. There was no intervening cause. There was no sabotage. They are really trying to get out ahead of this. And these are also questions the jury is going to want to know anyway. So I think they're doing a good job of putting that down. Remember, hey, Mystery Sniper, I sent you a DM. Can you check that real quick? By the way, they're going out and getting ahead of this, but they're trying to also answer the questions people would want to know. Because if they really just said Hannah touched the bullets, they got in the gun, she's dead. That would be something they don't, would be a problem for them. So that is, and we also have some questions here, actually. real quick. Debbie O for $20. Yes, there is a major Supreme Court case that's having oral arguments that was heard today. That was a very it is Moody v. Net Choice and Net Choice v. Paxton. They just went and they just got the oral arguments done, and it looks very interesting. It was a very active oral argument, so we'll take a look at that. So, it's actually very good. Yeah, the justices were doing a lot, and that might be something. I don't know if we'll have time tonight. We might talk about it during my local stream, at the very least. But we can actually, we can take a look at that right now if you guys want to. Let me know if you guys show of hands what you want to do here. Because I'll answer questions as well in the meantime. President-elect Phil Swift from 199 says, notable Las Vegas link mentioned. Drink. Yes. Yes. Mr. Sniper says, why did they send this to the FBI instead of the ATF? Well, the ATF doesn't really have a forensics laboratory. The FBI's forensics laboratory was supposedly very good, but now we're finding out things like their hair analysis units. A lot of it has been built on junk science, but their overall laboratory infrastructure is the best in the country. So that's why the FBI got it, not the ATF. Because the ATF would end up saying, oh, it's a machine gun. And we're like, that's not what we asked. Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa. You got the little, you're in the gulag right now for a week, sadly. I'm saying, has Baldwin testified or is he going to? He's not. No, he has not testified, and he will not testify. If they call him, he's going to come in and plead the fifth. He has a co-defendant at this point, so yeah, he's not coming in. Bradius Tiberius is saying, one reason I like this trial is that compared to the other ones I've watched, I feel like each side, the prosecutor is presenting evidence instead of playing games. Well, this is a very simple case. Gun went bang. Lady dies. Why did the gun go bang? That's it. That why is the issue. Why did it go bang? We know how it went bang. The trigger was pulled and the gun operated. Okay. But how did she die? Like, why did she die? Oh, there was a bullet in the gun. Okay. Well, why did the bullet get in the gun? How did the bullet get in the gun? Okay. Well, how did that happen? How did that happen? How did that happen? And we're just going back down the line to, well, it stops and starts in Hannah. So it's a very straightforward issue. It's not a whodunit. Excuse me. Thank you. But yes, Debbie, thank you for the $20 super chat. I really do appreciate that. And we'll take a look at that in a minute if people are interested. I did find a reporter who live tweeted the whole oral argument, so it might be worth us reading along with him. It'll be quicker. And Jason is saying, that's a good question. Can a state use testimony that comes out in this case against Baldwin in his trial? Yes. So can the defense. Anything that's said here, you can use against a witness because it's a prior statement made under oath. Now, there might be some issues if the prosecution uses it because Alec's team did not get to cross-examine that witness because Alec wasn't part of this trial. Now, witnesses that the state brings in, if it's the same witnesses, which it's probably going to be a lot of the same people, although they're going to have to skip things. Like, nobody cares if Hannah's fingerprints are on the gun. But the guy who did the damage testing, he's probably coming back. Because he's going to show there's no way what Alec's saying is true. Everything he said is going to be able to be cross-examined by the defense team. And they're going to use his transcript. They're going to get it down word for word. And they're going to try to hang him by it in case he does anything different. So yes, they could in some situations, yes, some no. That was a good question. Helena took the fall for Baldwin. Yes, thanks, Chester. And Rybread is right. They're going to turn it. It's a machine gun with a 2 bagillion round clip. That's what the ATF would say. Lesko says, you quit? When did I quit? No, I have not quit. No, sorry. No, I have not quit. It's like Doc Holliday says, I've not begun to defile myself. If you want to know how long Sean will ignore you, please send a super chat so we can wait. And guys, just because we're going in the middle of these witnesses, I'm trying to hold off answering the questions till we get breaks. So even if you send a super chat, I apologize. I'm trying to wait because otherwise I got to start and stop, and that's not fair to anybody. So I hope that answers your questions. So let's take care. It looks like you guys are all caught up. If you have more Hannah Reed questions, let me know. In the meantime, because we are waiting on this, and I've got this. Don't worry, I've got the sound for this on. So when I hear them talk, I will be ready. We are going to go ahead and look at. We are going to go look at this guy's Twitter feed, his Twitter posts. This guy's Corbin Barthold. He is a Internet Policy Council person, and he does a lot of writing on internet stuff. I forgot I have followed him. Tell me unfollow for some reason. So he gave a big preview, but now he live tweeted the arguments. Okay, so the Florida Solicitor General got up and started talking about platforms could be neutral. Oh, did somebody just come in? Oh, Parallax, you're here. Okay. Freaked me out for a second. So let me see if I can open this back up for you guys to read it. So it's talking about how things are going to go here, and let's get to what the actual justices are asking questions about. Clarence Thomas comes in with applied versus facial challenges. But that's a secondary issue. Thomas always talks about constitutional issues in his own way. He says that this law out of Florida could have a legitimate sweep, making it inappropriate. Sotomayor talks about this law would sweep way beyond major social media platforms. And she demands that Florida tell her the sweep of the law. How far is this going to go? And Sotomayor says, hey, you wrote a law that covers Etsy. And point out that neutral programs would serve up a fire hose of unsorted content people couldn't navigate. And the guy just says, fine, it's going to apply to Etsy. They then try to cite cases such as Pruneyard v. Robbins, which is a First Amendment related case, but the court is not buying it. It looks like overall, it looks like Robert's saying they're concerned with the vast exercise of power by the state. And do you think the social media is protected by the First Amendment? And the state of Florida is saying it's only a platform-driven message. I don't agree with that. That's not a good. Actually, this is not easy to read along with. Yeah, we're going to have to try to listen to this if we get a chance. This is not this is not readable, so we'll pass on that. But if you guys want to see it, it's Corbin K. Barthold. If you want to read along with him, that's a little too tough to read the way he phrased it. So we'll just go back to talking here and waiting for them to come back. Like Sean is the only person I know any more hopeless and helpless than me. Well, I guess that's saying something. You joined to fix my layout, but I got it. Okay, thanks. Let's see here. What else we got? Lots of facials being given. Yeah. But ultimately, overall, it looks like it's not going to. It looks like it's going to be a very divided opinion, so it'll be very interesting to see how they do it. Where are we at now? So let's see here. What else? Metro King says, guys too busy being a smartass instead of just giving information. Yeah, it's really hard to read there. I'm trying to find somebody who has a better thing, but I can't find it right now. So the Gator Grip. No, not Gator Grip, Gorilla Grip. Oh, it's a Vices raid? Okay, thanks. You guys going to get your lunch on? Although for Jeff, it's like, what, 3 o'clock in the morning, 4 o'clock in the morning there? So, and Flux, hi guys. Thank you for coming in here. Kaiser, how you doing? Jeff forced himself on you to be here. Well, Jeff can do that at times. The Gorilla Grips in the mist. That's why Jane Goodall was all hanging out with the gorillas. They had that, she had that gorilla grip. That's why they didn't kick her out. So if you guys are over from Vice's side of this, if you guys have questions for me, let me know. I'll be happy to answer them in the meantime. This is a lot of this is, I still think this is a lot of the state trying to preclude. I'm not sure what Jeff has thought on this. These first two people are the state really just trying to show there's no issues. The gun worked. There's no sink of fingerprints. There's no saboteurs. This is because Hannah was a fucking idiot and didn't do her job. And that's how it goes. It was entirely Hannah's thing to take care of, and she did not. Bush McFadden says it's sponsored by Raid Shadow Legends. I wish I got Raid Shadow Legends money. Holy cow. That would be nice. Saved by Pope Rackets for $1.99 says, hi. Or is it hey? Not sure, but thank you for the super chat. Daily Quick Bite says, useless bit of knowledge. Gorilla cocks are surprisingly small. Well, maybe Jane Goodall was really disappointed in the end. Fun. It said, Jeff said to check out your Gorilla Grip out. Well, besides, I think it's Hannah's that needs to get tested. Like I said, prosecutor needs to call her up to the stand and give her like, here you go, Hannah. Show us how strong your grip is. Hold this cinder block. Don't forget the glowies worshiping in the altar of forensic science. Yeah, but overall, this forensic science, especially destroying the gun, that takes it out of their hands because they're going to try to say, like, well, how do you know it didn't misfire? He's like, because I couldn't get it to misfire when I was intentionally trying to get it to misfire. So that's done. And the ammunition is going to show Hannah's the only one that touched it. At least they can show that so far. So I don't know what, like, these two aren't really the big deal. I think it's going to come down to Sarah Zachary and those people who are on set and Hannah can use to try to hang them with their words against her, because these guys, these experts aren't really going to be able to do that. Let's see. Jumble Duncy volunteered to be part of that test with Hannah. Say the FBI hold it sideways, though? No. And it was interesting that they tried to do the drop testing and things like that, but they brought up a great point. Like, that wasn't part of the fact pattern, so we're not going to drop the gun. And yes, guys, drop testing a firearm is exactly what it sounds like. You take a gun, you load it, and you have it ready to fire, and you just take it and you drop it and see if it goes off on its own. And sometimes they do. In fact, many World War II era submachine guns, that was an actual concern, is they would drop and the bolt would slide back far enough that it would start shooting on its own and become what's called a runaway. So they invented drop safeties for certain guns. Unhung Hero for $2 is saying, I'll test your claim for science. Yes. In the name of justice, I volunteer myself. Oh. Now, Vicky's saying, do I think she'll testify for herself, and do you think she should? I don't know yet. It's Right now, I'd say no, but that doesn't mean she won't need to or she shouldn't later. I mean, this is still the beginning of the prosecutor's case. This is going to be a couple of weeks long, so we don't really know what's going to happen yet. We don't know the full extent of their case. I mean, we have some rough idea. And I'm sure the prosecutors or the defense has a rough idea, but they don't know how far it goes. And I think that's something to consider here. We don't know how far their case goes. All the witnesses you may have, the court, there may be twists and turns. There might be some like big shockers. There might be big reveal moments here. We don't know what's going to happen yet. So as of right now, I don't think she has to, but if this really starts looking bad, she might have to testify and say, look, I don't think I did anything wrong. But remember, we've got the issues of she was also doing all this. She was getting high the night before. It sounds like she didn't really know what the fuck she was doing. So yeah, her testifying could become a liability. It also might be what she needs to do at the very end. I don't know yet. So not yet. But I kind of get the feeling she's going to have to, because ultimately she screwed up and the jury's going to want to hear from the person of why you screwed up. But, like I said, we will see. Say you can do the Baldwin test, but wear Kevlar. Yes, you would want to. You would want to. Daily Quick Bite saying they proved that when they failed to prove Hannah's prints were on the ammo and more prints were on the ammo. And they also, a drop gun would have shot the ceiling. Well, maybe, because remember, yes, if it got dropped right on the hammer, it probably would have gone at the ceiling, but a drop gun can also drop on its side. It could drop on top. It could drop, upside down. It could drop right side up. A million different directions. But yes, that's the issue there. Ultimately, it's, the drop testing wasn't an issue here because it didn't get dropped. Alec Baldwin was playing with it and it went off. Bush is saying, I can't see any reason to put her on the stand with the police interview. You're right. I don't see a reason right now, but that doesn't mean there isn't one. There could be a number of reasons. We just don't have them right now. Things may change. I mean, this is going to be a couple week long trial. And from today till then, I mean, you guys have seen these. What's going to happen in these trials? You don't know. Finite saying, can the Gorilla Grip be ping pong ball tested? I'm not sure I want to find out, because that could be very scary. Alphafox saying the Michelle Traconis charging conference is interesting in terms of the legal nerding out. I'm sure it was really good, but compared to this, I think this is a far more interesting situation. Daily Quick Bite saying the dropped gun problem was primarily related to the Sten. It was the Sten, but that's because the Sten didn't have the drop safety. It's the reason why the German MP38 and MP40 had a drop safety. It's why a lot of guns had drop safeties, because there was that issue of, going into battery. Anything else? Says this trial sucks. Where's Fannie and Wade? Fannie and Wade will be Friday. I don't know the time exactly. And Pike Case, I think it was you or who was it, said the Bradley trial. That's what threw me off, the Bradley case. I'm like, I don't know any Bradleys. You mean the Nathan Wade and Fannie Willis thing? Yeah. And I think Fannie's in a whole lot of trouble, especially with the phone records getting leaked like that. She's toast. So that'll take care of it for her. Excuse me. Hubbleson says that they proved she knowingly brought live ammo to the set. That's the only way they can get her now. No, because they're going to say you didn't check. You were, you weren't paying attention. You weren't doing the right thing. There's no, like, this is, this is the standard here, guys. This is the standard. Involuntary manslaughter consists of manslaughter committed in the commission of an unlawful act not amounting to a felony, or in the commission of a lawful act which might produce death in an unlawful manner, or without due caution and circumspection. So her not checking is due cause and circumspection. Like, oh my gosh, people might die if I don't do this right. Go ahead. That could be enough. And part of that is her probably pursuing that theory. She wasn't doing enough. She wasn't doing her job. She thought her job was like getting sun and hanging out, but it's like, your job is to be the armor. So, I gotta open that up for you guys. Sorry. So there you go. It's got to be due caution or without due caution or circumspection. It's got a lot you got to take care of. Have you seen the gun tube testing out Alec Baldwin's bullcrap? Yes, I've seen Brendan Herrera, but I've also played around. I also played around with the single action myself, just see what you could do. It's like it's impossible. It's definitely impossible. It's pretty much impossible that to happen. Cheese had lost on Bourbon Street saying, considering the prosecutor's normally defense attorney, is this going to go differently than you would think? Yeah. Yeah, it could be. I think it will be. Well, she's already been attacking and been kind of a bitch so far. So let's see here. Daily Quick Bite saying a Pieta will not go off even if dropped on the hammer because it has a floating firing pin. An original Colt would because there's modern safety features just might. Yes, but remember, a floating firing pin doesn't mean anything if the gun is dirty. So she might. It might like you keep hearing about stuff is so dirty. You gotta shove rounds into guns. I mean, it's not a good sounding thing there, but yes, it's very true. Pieta. No, that's fine. I get what you're saying there. Did Quick Bite saying, how can one be legally responsible as an armor if one had been relieved of duty as armor by a superior? Well, she might still have responsibility of go load the guns, walk around with the guns, load them up, put them where they need to be. I mean, she's the one on set handling those parts, so that's on her. She can't just say, oh, it's my boss's problem now. No, she's the one who loaded the guns and brought the guns in. Well, that's Hannah's problem. That's 100% her problem. That's what I would argue every day of the week. So, let me see here. Yes, July 9th is jury selection for Alec Baldwin. Yes. And then, guys, I am going to go get a drink real quick. I need to go fill this up. I'll be right back in like a couple of seconds here. Shoot, I have a good sound. I have a good thing for you to watch when the minutes it's gone. So, unrelated news, Turtle Boy took up 2 charges. Jeez. What a moron. So, Flux, this is a question here. You're asking, can it be legally excused, though, by being told not to do something? It's like she didn't do it, so is it her fault? I mean, you're going to have a tough time saying that that's a... Yeah, I mean... There's an issue here, but ultimately, she's the, as one of the armors, whether it's the lead armor or she's a subordinate one, she's in charge of safety, and there probably are rules and guidelines that say the safety people are always in charge, not the governor. So that's how I'd look at it, I think, ultimately. That's the argument I'd make probably in response to that. I don't know if that answers your question there. This repo talk makes me want to get an Uber Eats Smith & Wesson Model 3. Yeah, those are very nice. Very nice. All right, guys, the camera just moved. I got to go grab a drink. I'll just be right around the corner. I'll be right back in 1 second. Oh, we moved to a new clock. Tick tock, tick tock. The hands of justice always moving. Been there, done that says, why is it their job to load weapons? That's a good question, Ben. I'll be right back and we'll answer that, okay? Give me 1 second. See, like I said, I'd be right back. So, why is it the armor's job to load weapons? You're dealing with actors. Run, dog. So, why do you not have actors touch the guns? It's a safety reason. You know, how well versed are they with every kind of gun they're going to handle? They're actors, not firearms aficionados. And having a baseline level of safety is very good. That's very important. It's a standard level of safety across the board for all actors all the time. Because they might not be familiar with guns. It might be their first time handling a gun. You don't want that person having to learn how to load it. You're also dealing with actors who could be pompous and prima donnas and, kind of dickheads. You want a baseline level of safety that applies for everybody, everywhere, all the time. And that is the armor loads the guns. Now, you have the right to stand there in front of the armor while they load the firearm for you, sure. But the armor is going to load the gun to make sure it's done right. Because the actor could load it, it could cause it to be damaged, misfire, or injure themselves. They want to make sure. Been there, done that says, well, should they be handling a weapon if they don't know how to handle it or they're not trained how to use it? Yes, but it's to ensure safety. It's a industry thing. That way, everybody's on the same page. Once again, I understand what you're saying but it's for movies, so it's a little different. Otherwise, yes, if they did that, then everybody in the movie industry would become very based and right wing after a while playing with guns. So that's kind of the thing there. Been there, done that says my rule would be, and I understand what you're telling me, but the industry didn't just make these up. This is the result of decades. I guarantee you there have been decades and decades of firearm injuries, firearm-related injuries on movie sets because of things involving the actors not knowing what they're doing, how they're doing it. There's probably been all kinds of problems. So this is their way of preventing more injuries and problems from being on the set. So let me see here. Saved by Pope Brackett saying, according to Runkle, she should have taken the guns with her. And then say, you relieved me of duty. Okay, so you don't need me or my guns then. Cool, see ya. Yeah, if she was relieved, why did she just take off? Because if she's relieved, that's a thing we don't hear. If she has been relieved, who took over? Because there was no one on set but her, as far as we know. So that's the issue about this, being relieved. I've kind of heard about it tangentially, but there's never been any concrete, this is the new bad person, because Hannah's running around dicking with the guns still. So I don't think her being relieved is ultimately going to change things for her, because it doesn't sound like she was relieved, because who is on set? Nobody but Hannah. And that's a problem, I think. That's a problem for Hannah. Yeah, and she said she responded she was the armor. Yep. Yes, Keanu resets the firearms bar. Yes, and for movies like John Wick or really gun-heavy movies, those guys are going to learn how to handle guns and do all that fun stuff. But that's the exception. It's not the rule. Can the doggos come on camera? One of them will, one of them won't. And we'll bring the other one on in a second. Let's see here. Yeah, the Film Actors Guild, these are their rules. Alec Baldwin talked about many of the ways Alec failed. Yeah, yep. It's Adam. I'm sorry, Adam Baldwin, not Alec, talked about the ways he failed. Kia Patrick says, until this one, Brandon Lee was the biggest one. Well, yeah, because it was the death. Yes, Sweet Tooth is saying Trump is appealing his $400 million fraud case. Of course he was going to. Do you think he was gonna like? I was not surprised. Like, that was gonna happen. That was definitely happening. Like, I'm not surprised at all that had happened. He's definitely gonna do it. I mean, if he didn't, I would be shocked. And I think he's got a lot to appeal on there. Yes, he is not related to yes. Adam Bauran is not related to Alec Bauran. Is Baldwin on the witness list? No, he won't be. He's a co-defendant. He is not going to be. Yeah, it isn't. It's not going to be Alec. He would be a co-defendant, and if he shows up, I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. I plead the fifth. So to call him, I mean, the defense could try to call him, but there's going to be issues. They would have probably already been served a subpoena. His attorneys would have been there fighting it. There would have probably already been discussion of that, but yeah, he's not going to talk. And Pope Brackets is right. It's tracking the ammunition. There's accountability problems. Yeah, it's all about safety. Booch is saying the chain of custody from SAG-AFTRA says he needs to check the weapon. He knows better than a 6-year-old. Yeah, and I think Alec Baldwin's fucked in a lot of ways. And it's actually one of the first videos I did on this channel. Okay, so real talk. I started doing this in 2019, but I did like 2 videos and like nobody watched them, so I was like, fuck it. I did one about R. Kelly and then everybody trying to go to Area 51. And nobody watched them, so I said, screw it. And then I restarted back up in 2021. One of the first ones I did was Alec Baldwin and George Stephanopoulos. And Alec's thing, I said in there, he talks about handling the gun, playing with the gun, putting his finger on the trigger, all that fun stuff. He's in trouble. He's in a lot of trouble. In fact, that B-roll footage of him like pulling the gun out, there's footage of him. He's like, huh. And he's like cross-drawing. And you can see him as he's pulling it out, he's like bumbling with the gun and his finger's on the trigger when it stops. So he's in a lot of trouble. I think he's got a lot of problems coming his way. Also, yes, it's the Film Actors Guild. No, it's actually called the Screen Actors Guild. Patty's saying, do we know what guns had accidental discharges earlier on set? Well, as we learned from the unit manager, some of the accidental discharges were special effects related. And that's a big thing I think helps Hannah. Because the prosecutor is going to come in and say, look, there were all these discharges and things were dangerous. A lot of them weren't her fault. A lot of them are special effects related. And this is where a big question the defense did not bring up, and it's something I had to clear up through people I know, according to a very special person. The armor is not in charge of special effects. Special effects are a separate department. So the special effects, like the poppers, the things that blow up or things like that, or the explosions were going off, that's not Hannah's fault. Now, the camera guy who quit is probably going to testify. And he's going to say there were gun discharges too. And it sounds like there were a couple of those. It wasn't Alec Baldwin's guns. It was other actors' guns. But they're all the same types of guns. Lever action guns, cowboy era guns, late 1800s firearms. So they're all going to be similar in a similar type. They're all going to be reproductions. I mean, there's no 150-year-old Colt being used on a movie set. That gun's far too valuable to be used on a movie set. Dozens of actors have said Baldwin doesn't follow safety guidelines. Yeah, and that doesn't surprise me. So, Hubbleson says they already proved nobody could confirm the dummies from live rounds. Not true. Some of the dummies were not shakeable, but some of the dummies had holes and some of the dummies had the BBs rattling around. So some of them shake, some of them don't. Patty says I thought Dave Hall's the safety guy. He was he's like the assistant director or second director or whatever they call it. I don't know. Michelle says, "We need me to do this." Yeah, I'll work on that. Yes, I was aware this Alec Baldwin's dad was a shooting coach for a school and likely died from cancer exposure to all the lead in the air. Yes. Why am I gay? Because your mom wasn't that good at sex. You see. I'm going to her for $2 saying, how much time is Hannah facing? She's facing 18 months on the manslaughter charge. Anything goes is a vintage Colt like that. Yeah, it could be thousands and thousands of dollars. A Pieta is $350. I don't think they're that cheap. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm seeing them for like $549, $550. I'm not finding them for $350. They're selling them for $350. Holy cow. That would be very nice. But yeah, I'm seeing them everywhere else for like I'm seeing everywhere else for like at least $500 a minimum. So if they're only going for $350, I would do it. Well, Bush is 18 months and never working on her career again. No, I mean, she's never working in her career ever again anyway. Even if she gets acquitted, nobody's going to work with her because she sounds like an idiot. So there's no way. She's toast. She is toast. Hold on here. And Squizgar is saying if there's a dummy around and you can't tell from alive, you'd have to assume it's alive. 100%, especially at that point. Yeah, I mean, like I said, Hannah's got a lot of problems. That doesn't mean she's screwed. But a lot of it doesn't look good ultimately. Let's see. Here are you going? Yeah, Pietas are $500 or so, yeah. 18 months, but also 18 months on the coke hiding. Yes, you're correct. But here's the issue. She has no record. This wasn't something ever likely to happen again. The purpose and the principles of sentencing, rehabilitate an offender, punish the conduct, deter future conduct, and to, establish, law and order in public, I would probably get that run all concurrent. I don't see why it wouldn't be. Run it all concurrent and get her out of there. Because the evidence tampering is another 18 months, but there's no putting her in the can for 3 years does not do anybody any good. And even the 18 months is the maximums. Those aren't guaranteed. Those aren't mandatory 18 months. It's up to 18 months. So if she can get a couple of months of it, get sent home. Hubbleson says she'll probably end up suing Alec. I'm not sure what for, because here's the deal. What's she gonna sue? And this is where I'm not trying to make fun of you, Hubbleson. I'm just saying, what would she sue him for? How dare you blow that lady's head off and blow a hole through her, and now I got sued? I mean, I'm not sure what the cause of action would be there. Ultimately. Booch is saying there's no evidence of coke being flushed. No, there's not. But when you watch the interrogation video of her and she's pulling shit out of her pocket, she pulls out a little bag and goes, "Oh, fuck." Like, she has the "oh, fuck" look and puts it back in her jacket immediately. And that's some of the stuff she supposedly gave to somebody to get rid of after she got out of the interview. So there are some things that make it look like she's being really, 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 really sketchy. And when it comes to a jury, remember what I've said before, it's a sales call. You are selling something, and Hannah's attorneys are going to have to come to this jury and say, look, we didn't do this. This isn't what it looks like. But it is what it looks like. And that's the problem. And it's what I explain to clients. I can explain like one thing, like one or two things, I can explain those away. But if I spend the entire defense's case, like when I'm up there cross-examining witnesses, explaining things away the entire time, and I'm spinning the arrows every which way but towards us, well, they're going to notice that all I'm doing is spinning arrows away every time. Spinning arrows. Not for me. Don't look here. Don't look here. Don't look here. Look over there. Look over there. Look up there. The jury notices that after a while. So you can't be doing tons of that. Okay? That is a potential problem. Quick Bite saying, I can't get a decent safe pistol for under $400, I'd say. I think you could. You can get a used Glock or, a 40 cal police trade-in for under $300. You can get I'll say this is probably going to upset people. You can get a High Point. A High Point is a safe and decent pistol. It'll go bang and do what most of you need it to do. So, Nico's saying focus. I'm not sure on what. The Karen Reed thing is going. Sorry, guys. We'll try to jump over to that in a sec. We only got 10 minutes anyway. Wouter Van Putten is saying, if she's acquitted of manslaughter, can she be still found guilty of evidence tampering? 100% so. Those charges aren't dependent on each other. She tampered with evidence in the aftermath, and this is a very real thing. You can get accused of a bunch of crimes and still get accused of evidence tampering. So like Cal Rittenhouse could have shot his guys and then done evidence tampering, and he could have gotten acquitted of the murders but convicted of the evidence tampering. That happens every once in a while, because it's a separate crime that's not tied to the manslaughter. I mean, tangentially and in time, all of that, it's directly related, but there is the elements of the manslaughter and the tampering, they aren't like interconnected where if you kill one of the charges, they both collapse. You can be acquitted of one or the other, or be convicted of one or the other. Fabric says, do practicing lawyers talk about things they were told in private? They shouldn't. They shouldn't. That's a way to get disbarred. Also, if you air dirty laundry, who's going to trust you ever again? Yes, shot through the heart, and Hannah's to blame. She's sketchy as fuck. The whole production's sketchy as fuck. Who's at fault for that? Ultimately, Baldwin and the producers. So that's ultimately where it goes. Daily Quick Bites is saying there might be evidence of not wanting to be caught, but where is it direct connection to the shooting? It's so here, we'll look up here. We'll do this real quick. Okay. So here is the evidence tampering statute for is it Mexico Nuevo or Nuevo Mexico? My Espanol is not very good. So here's evidence tampering. Tampering with evidence. Tampering with evidence consists of destroying, changing, hiding, placing, or fabricating any physical evidence with the intent to prevent the apprehension, prosecution, or conviction of any person, or to throw suspicion of the commission of a crime upon another. Now, that's interesting because the way it's worded in Ohio is a little different. And this is here. Now, this is why if this was in Ohio, it'd be an easier case to prove. No person knowing that an official proceeding or investigation is in progress or is about to be or likely instituted shall do any of the following: alter, destroy, conceal, remove, or record. So, I'm looking at a little bit also from my experience in Ohio where Hannah has to know there's an official proceeding or is in progress or is about to be instituted. Well, you're sitting in a police station, honey. You know something's going down. Now, New Mexico, it's throwing suspicion of the commission of a crime upon another. Well, I think they would argue the crime is possession of cocaine, and she tampered with evidence to hide that. Now, I hate this, though, when, I've had clients before running for the cops, and they throw something away. They throw a baggie away. They throw a gun away. Oh, that's evidence tampering. It's I don't give evidence tampering is an actual destruction or hiding it before him. You're getting chased. I don't think that's fair to call it tampering. Are you supposed to keep it on you? Because that's almost like a Fifth Amendment violation. Nope. If you have contraband on you, you have to wait till the cops catch you. But I do think that, she, there's a presumption that she destroyed something that was inculpating. As inculpating, meaning proved her guilt. Because you don't throw away things that are exculpatory. But the bigger thing is for these guys, it's the manslaughter charge. I don't think they ultimately give too big of a rat's ass about the tampering if they can get around the manslaughter. So that is what I was thinking there. Squizcar is saying Quick Bites, the PSA dagger is regularly under $400. Yeah. The dagger's a Generation 3 Glock 19, so. Reformed Convict saying, I need to apologize. I've been a little bit too uncouth in the chat. I haven't had a problem. It's all good, brother. You haven't. No problems on my end. What do you think of the fireman outside the embassy? I mean, lighting yourself on fire to own Israel, it doesn't seem like a great strategy. Was she under arrest then? Did the police tell her not to get rid of the baggie? No, it wasn't. But notice, there's none of that in the New Mexico statute. It just says she attempted to conceal, alter, or destroy evidence. And she gave it to Sarah Zachary, and Sarah got rid of it, and Sarah said, Hannah gave me coke. So, yeah, they can prove it beyond a reasonable doubt because Sarah's going to come in and say, and Sarah was granted immunity. If I remember correctly, Sarah Zachary was granted immunity. She's going to come in and say, yeah, Hannah gave me a bag of coke and tell me to get rid of it. So, yeah. Let me see. I'm trying to catch up here, guys. Hold on. Spanish is written backwards, but spoken normally, I think. Okay. So Bush is saying the adjective after the noun in Spanish. So caro rojo, red car. Okay. So, adjective after the noun. Okay, so Mexico Nuevo. Simpin Ain't Easy said, who already took a plea? David Hall, the assistant director, already took a plea to a misdemeanor charge. And part of his agreement is to testify on behalf of either case. So he's likely going to show up as well. Pope Brackett saying some lawyers are talking like they believe reasonable doubt exists. Perhaps Halls could have let someone else have access to the gun after she handed it to Halls. Did he go and get a Brazilian whack? Like, maybe. That could be an issue there. I don't know. But we're going to have to hear what Halls has to say because we haven't heard Halls talk. So, yes, depending on what Halls do, he may tip the scales for Hannah if someone else touched it. But I don't think that was the case. From what it sounds like Hannah provided the cart. The cart was taken inside. Halls said, here, Alec, it's a gun you can handle. Then Alec started, playing with it and kapow! Killed the Ukrainian lady. The lady Alex shot was a daughter of Captain Ramius from the Red October. Sula says, I get the feeling this film was a tax write-off / money laundering scheme. If you were to ask Mark Robert, he'd probably tell you a lot of things in Hollywood are tax write-offs and money laundering schemes. But what do I know? Yes, Hannah was not allowed on set. The tampering with evidence is 18 months as well. And then Duncan, Idaho, for $20, thank you, is saying, I might be suffering from simp brain because I don't want her to be found guilty. I think she is / was a dummy kid, and the whole production was basically Chernobyl in the USSR, and she's the GOAT. Plus, she has Bob's and Vergine. Yes. Well, yes, this was a cut corners filming operation of violated union rules. I'm sure SAG and all the workers unions, nobody was happy with it. This was not done properly. Yeah, Alec and all them tried to cut corners, and yes, they cut corners, used a brand new armor, took advantage of her. Yeah, all that stuff happened, and they cut corners, and there's a reason why safety rules are written in blood, because these things happen, and now there's going to be more safety rules that are written in blood. Halanya Hutchins' blood. So no, I entirely think that she got screwed here. She's the low man on the pole. The problem is she occupies a very preeminent spot on the pole, and that's becoming like one of the chief safety officers for a very dangerous situation. So that's the risk to her. But yes, you're 100% correct. Daly says, how does Sarah know it's Coke? From what I understand, Sarah gets told by Hannah, hey, this is Coke. Can you throw it away? Anything goes. Says you Twittered me a link for a 350 Pieta. Fuck, I might buy that, and we might have the potentially criminal channel gun. We can use this for demonstration aids. Oh, and Karen Reed. So Karen Reed got kicked to April. Cool. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's a black powder Pieta. That's not a. I've got a couple of those. I appreciate that anything goes. No, we need the actual cartridge firing Pietas because that's what Alec Baldwin had. Those ones, to be fair, up until like the 1900s, you would have seen people using cap and ball pistols up through the turn of the century because they were reliable, they were cheap, and they worked. And most people, they only needed that pistol for like personal protection, defense against animals. They didn't need like an 1873 Colt or a Schofield revolver or a Colt Walker, or, if you get far enough along, like a Borchardt or anything like that, because there weren't problems. Like, you weren't going looking for a fight. Yes, if you were a gunman, you would carry the top of the line guns, but cap and ball pistols were very common to use throughout the history of the West. So, there's reasonable doubt, not all doubt. Yes. Yeah, she was not in the church, just roped off. Yes. She had to leave him on the tray. The tray was taken inside. Yeah, and Halls took a plea, so the government's going to do whatever he'll do whatever he's told. Yep. Reformed is saying, and I've heard this one before, that Alex like, you know who I am. I'm Alec Baldwin, and I'm going to show bang. Oh shit, like just look at me. I could pull this trigger and kill you right now if I wanted to. Kaboom! I'm sure he thought it'd go click. It's like, this is real. I'd kill you by now. Maybe. I don't necessarily know if I buy that because it just reads too much of like a movie script or a Law and Order episode. Like, I didn't mean to kill her. I was just trying to scare her. Like, I don't know. Yeah. Did Alec already get sued by Hutchins' family? Yes, and they settled. Halanya Hutchins' husband settled for some money and to become an executive producer on the movie, which really reinforces the notion there's some money laundering going on here. Bush is saying they cut so many corners of this where a house would have collapsed, exploded, and fungal radiated diarrhea all over the neighborhood. How did the diarrhea get irradiated, though? That's my question. Cat Scally says, "Can I be the armorer for your gun channel?" Well, I'm kind of my own armorer, so sorry. That's a conversion cylinder anyway. Yes, we're talking about a Colt single action Army 1873 model derivative, and I think Alec had a 5-inch barrel on his. It's called the Californian or the Cattleman. I forget what they call it. And there are conversion kits, yes. And you could take a black powder pistol and convert it to cartridge firing. 100%, you could definitely do that. They do exist. They're out there. But that's not what we had, and I want it to be correct and accurate. Too bad it wasn't like a modern movie where we could already have a couple of Glocks, and I could just be like, yeah, here's a Glock. Bush says, Flux, you remember you're 25 and slept 5 hours, smoked weed all day, and got drunk and had a critical job? Yeah. Quick Bite saying, with cap and balls, you would carry two. Yeah, you wouldn't deal wheel with them like in the movies. You'd shoot one dry, then stick the spare in your dominant hand, keep going if you had to. Yeah, and that's the thing. Guys, like in old West movies when the cowboys carried two guns, they didn't go like this, bang, 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 bang. They would go bang, 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 and they drop that one, reload with the new gun. That was you might hear it called, it's a New York style, a New York reload. And that's typically how they did things. But cap and ball pistols are horrendously slow to reload. So you carry two. And then they figured out, well, we can replace the cylinders in the gun. So they preload the cylinders with black powder and preloaded the chambers. So during the Civil War, you carry multiple guns if you could. If you couldn't carry multiple guns, you carry multiple cylinders. It was still faster than trying to reload each chamber on its own. But yes, until you had, metallic cartridge firing firearms, you would carry multiple guns. Pirates, for example, carried multiple guns. Blackbeard was known for carrying, he'd take pistols and tie them together with rope and put the rope over his neck so he'd have pistols for both hands and he could keep shooting, because that was how you kept firing in that situation instead of reloading, was with multiple guns. Nowadays with modern firearms, because you have magazine loaded weapons, the rate of fire is easier to sustain, so it's a little different now. Quick Bite says, kind of ruthless deal the husband took. Well, I'm sure he got a lot of money and they made it up to him. The Alex statements were scripted. Yeah, because he's got criminal liability he has to worry about. Been there, done that says, what's the best way to look at my state's laws on ghost guns? Well, what state do you live in? Because I can probably tell you where to start looking or what you can do. Yes, I love to reload during a battle, says Revolver Ocelot. Flux is saying that was all my 20s. Yes. Let me see here. Yes, Blackbeard carried 4 pistols at minimum, and yes, he would also take cannon fuse and light it and put in his beard so he looked like an insane person. Looked like a monster. Yeah, he didn't last very long, but that's kind of the point of being a pirate. You don't last forever. What else we got here? Hold on, guys. Sorry, you got an email I gotta check. Drew Jones. Sorry, guys. Court sent me an email. I gotta get this checked out and ready to go here. Yes. 130 can do. Oh, wait, wrong color. Wrong color for that kind of hearing. All right, sorry, guys. Yep, I am available. Sorry, guys. Sorry about that. Live TV. Where'd you guys stay here so far? Sorry, trying to keep up. Ammo's currency says, remember for 2 months, thank you, by the way, is saying, Hannah Dummy Thick can't convict. Is that what you're going to do? Is that the argument needs to be? Look, ladies and gentlemen, look, I got Hannah here. Look at her. She's not really that thick, though. I mean, when you, like, the pictures of her, I mean, she's a little thicker than she was now, but it's like, ladies and gentlemen, look at her. That dumpy is dummy thick. Therefore, you cannot convict. Like, I would love to do that. That's great. We can. That is just great. Where am I looking for here? Yes. So you'd still smash. Yeah, it's thick enough. I get it. She has the gorilla grip. Yeah, I know. That's the old thing there. Yes. Coggles says, or Cogglesies, or Kugels is, not sure. I apologize. I butchered that. Big ups, potentially criminal first stream here. Well, thank you. Thanks for being here. I appreciate it. The British English thick. Yes, if she's got a gorilla grip, you must not convict. Make that argument on Friday with Eric Hunley. I might. Well, I'm not sure if I'll be on with Eric on Friday. I might be. We'll see. So, guys, if you are new here, anyway, my name is Sean, also known as Potentially Criminal. I'm an attorney in the Cleveland, Ohio area. I focus on a lot of criminal defense law. A lot of the topics here I try to focus on this channel are criminal related. We do a live show every Thursday. So like this coming Thursday, we do a live show every Thursday night at 9:30 Eastern time. Eastern time. Yeah, it's the only time zone that matters. We do a live show there. We do other shows throughout the week that'll pop up on here as things are coming along. So, for example, there's trials. We're doing trials. We just got done doing the 27-day Michelle Traconis trial. Yes, 27 days. Whew. That was awful, but we got through it, chat. And also, I do have, you can find me on Twitch, Rumble, Kick, Facebook, Twitter. And you can also find me on Locals. And if you guys aren't aware what Locals is basically like Patreon, but the rules are different. Wow, we are kind of running late. It should be 12:30. We should be back. It's already past 12:30. Anyways, Locals like Patreon, but they don't restrict what you can say, and they operate on a far more open platform and open rules. And you guys could join me there, potentially criminal.locals.com. You could become a member for free. It costs you nothing. If you wish to support it, it's $3 a month. You pay for 10 months, you get 2 months free. Along with that support, you get access to the biggest thing is the videos, the live shows we do there. We do 2 live shows a week on Locals minimum. Sometimes we do more. One of the things live show we do every Monday night, so including tonight, starting at about 8:30, like 8:30-ish, like maybe 8:45-ish, usually. We hang out, we talk about what's going on, and it's a stream where we talk about all kinds of things that aren't necessarily related to what we talk about during the day or might not be appropriate for here on YouTube. And just like to have a lot of fun. We usually go for a couple hours. Then every Thursday night after the live show here on YouTube, we do an after show, get to hang out and relax for a little bit and kind of get ready for the weekend. So those are at potentially criminal.locals.com. If you subscribe and support, you become a member, you get access to those. If you're not sure and you want to give it a shot, you can try the promo code down there, Criminal 2024. That will give you 1 month free access. And if you think it's for you, great. If you don't think it's for you, there's no obligation. Simply, you don't have to renew, and then you guys could just find me here. As far as other things are concerned, there on Friday, the issue is I'm a little torn because given the national importance of the issue, I think I'm probably going to have to shift gears to Friday to cover the hearing regarding President Trump and Fani Willis. I think that's going to be super critical to get covered. If you guys aren't aware, Fani Willis may have committed perjury, so did Nathan Wade. And we're going to see a lot of sparks fly, it looks like. And so given the national importance of that case, I'm not saying this isn't important in the grand scheme of things, though. Comparatively speaking, it's not. We're going to watch that, and then as soon as that's over, we'll probably come over here and start watching whatever's going on. No mandate saying Sean! Exclamation point. Thank you. Charlie says, I started watching you for the legal takes. I stayed for the fertilizer tips and tricks. Yes. Yes. Remember, use some kerosene. Sensitize that fertilizer. Andrew Valentine says, if she gets acquitted, do you think she'll get blackballed from the industry? Oh, she already is. Apparently, and from what we've heard, there's a story about she was on set with Nicolas Cage on a movie, and she screwed up so bad there. Nicolas Cage made it sound like he was going to run her out of the industry anyway. So, yeah, she's done in the film industry at this point. Fabric says, can we find you on the farms? Well, you can find me, but you got to find me. That's the issue. Bush says, my Locals chat's free. To just become a member, it's free. Yes, it's free to be there. It's free to sign up, and you get access to whatever is posted on the walls. I might put up, I think even if I do some local videos, I haven't done them in a little bit, but there's a bunch of videos of like short kind of funny topics that I'm going to start putting back up on Locals. I think you guys get access to those too. You just don't get access to the live streams. So yes, you can become a member for free. The support is where it costs. So if you guys want to join, you guys can join for free. Yes, it's pronounced Fanny. I know. Sounds like she was from Sweden. It's Fanny. Everybody calls her Fanny. Let's see here. Yeah, she's done in Hollywood. She's 100% done in Hollywood. Quick Bite saying, Kerosene, are you trying to make a bomb? It's like, first of all, lower your voice. Shh. Maybe. We're back, chat. Here we go. Ding, ring the bell. Here we go.
You may be seated. Counsel?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Robert Gillette.
Do you have your,
Come on up here. So you'll step up here, face the judge, you're going to raise your hand.
do you swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you. Have a seat, talk into the microphone.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
How are you doing today?
I'm doing well, thank you.
Great. Would you please state your name for the record?
My name is Robert Gillette, last name spelled Gillettete.
And where are you currently employed?
I am employed by the Federal Bureau of Investigation within the Explosives Unit, which is part of the Laboratory Division.
And how long have you worked for the FBI?
I started with the FBI in 2009 as a contractor. I was hired on as an employee in 2012.
And what's your official title?
My official title is Chemist Forensic Examiner.
And how long have you been working as a chemist forensic examiner?
For about 11 years now.
All right. Can you give us a brief wrap up of your educational background?
I have a Bachelor of Science and a Master of Science in Chemistry from George Mason University. It's in Fairfax, Virginia.
And do you have any training and experience in chemist forensic examination?
Specifically, to become a qualified chemist forensic examiner, I had to complete a training program. That training program started with supervised casework, so casework where supervised either chemists or chemistry examiners oversaw my actions. It included knowledge checks on the different types of instruments that I used, and then competency tests for all of the different procedures that we had. So,
Go ahead.
after that, I had to successfully complete multiple oral boards of examinations in topics that covered explosives, the chemistry of explosives, as well as the different analytical techniques that we use in the laboratory. And then after that came 2 different moot court exercises that I had to successfully complete, as well as supervised case reporting. And then I was a qualified chemist forensic examiner.
Have you ever been recognized by a court as an expert in this field in the past?
Yes, I have.
Great. At this time, Your Honor, I'd move the court to recognize Mr. Gillette as an expert witness in the field of chemical forensic examination.
No objection. All right, an expert in chemical forensic examination.
That's it. All right. Mr. Gillette, how did you become involved in this case?
For this case, I was asked to perform explosives chemistry examinations on what were suspected to be ammunition propellant samples.
And what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
Well, that was it, the explosives chemistry examinations.
Can you describe exactly what that testing is?
Yes, it starts with a visual examination, literally looking at what we have to determine where it's going to fit within the different procedures that we have for examining explosives or materials used to make explosives. After that visual examination, it'll point me towards a specific procedure And in this case, they ended up being what's known as, or they appeared to be what's called smokeless powders. It's a type of ammunition propellant. So we have a technical procedure specifically for that. And the first step is visual examination. So I continued my visual examination and used a microscope to look at the specific particles under a microscope, but also to take photographs and make measurements, because that's part of our examination. After the visual examination came what's called a solvent extraction, literally using a liquid to ideally extract out the components of those individual particles so that they could be analyzed. And then I analyzed that solvent, that liquid, using an instrument called a gas chromatograph coupled to a mass spectrometer. A chromatograph is an instrument that simply or ideally separates out a mixture into its individual components so that each individual component can be identified, detected and identified, and that's what the mass spectrometer does. And after that, those samples, after they had been extracted by the solvent, they were analyzed using a technique called Fourier transform infrared spectroscopy. And spectroscopy techniques or spectroscopic techniques are just techniques where you have a known amount of energy that interacts with the sample, and those interactions can give information as to the specific, either the elements contained within the sample, or how those elements are bound to one another to give molecular, so structural information. And then the last step is a technique called a thermal susceptibility test. That's literally taking a small amount of material, introducing heat in the form of flame, and then seeing how it reacts.
Thank you. Mr. Gillette, did you take any photographs as part of your examination in this case?
Yes, I took multiple photographs using one of our microscopes.
Great. Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes.
Mr. Gillette, would you please look at these two photographs and tell me if these are photographs that you took as part of your laboratory testing?
Yes, I took both of the photographs.
Great. Your Honor, Mr. Bowles and I have stipulated to the admission of States Exhibits 111A and 111B. May I move for entry of those and request to publish?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'll admit them. Go ahead and publish.
All right. Mr. Gillette, let's start with this image. I'll zoom out a little bit. Are you able to see that on your monitor?
Not at the moment, no.
Okay. Let's fix that.
No. Oh, there it is.
All right. Mr. Gillette, did you take this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And what is this a photograph of?
This is a photograph of a handful of the particles from item 4.
All right.
As I'm putting it down, it's a little loud. to
Say
me.
item 4, can you explain what item 4 is?
Item 4 is one of the samples that I received with respect to this case.
What was the form of item 4?
What do you mean by 4?
Yeah, I understand, Michael, yes.
Cartridge of blank
Are we doing this?
ammunition?
It was a disassembled cartridge. I don't recall specifically every single component within the container that contained item 4, but I was
Thank you,
focused
Isla.
on the suspected ammunition propellant.
Great. And did you examine some other items that had a smokeless powder that looked just like this?
Yes, I did.
And what were those items?
Those would have been items 4 through 7, and there was a 5th one. I don't recall the item number.
Would it help you refresh your recollection if you look at your report?
Yes, it would.
Please take a look at your report.
Okay.
Do you now know what the 5th item was?
Yes, it was item 13-1.
All right. And do you know where these items were sourced from?
Specifically, I don't recall the sources for every single item, but it was either from a cart, a bandolier, a holster, and I believe a tray.
Okay. And all 5 of these items, they have this identical smokeless powder composition in them. Is that correct?
Well, they have this physical appearance.
Right.
And the shape and size and color.
Okay, great. Now I'd like to show you what has been marked as States Exhibit 111B. What can you tell me about this photograph?
This is another photograph I took using a microscope. This is item 24-1.
All right, and what does this picture show?
The appearance and the physical characteristics, what we call the morphology, the shape, size, color of this specific powder.
And did you examine more than one item that had this type of powder?
Yes, I did. There were 6 that had this morphology.
And do you know what the source of those 6 items was?
The source
Where they were found?
is, I recall in one of the laboratory examination requests that received, the source wasn't specifically a location for 2 of them. It was a name, and then the others had a street address in Albuquerque.
Do you recall what the name was?
I believe the name was Seth Kenny.
And do you recall the address?
The specific address, no, I think it was Monroe Street in Albuquerque.
Okay, great. What I'd like to do now, and before I do this, all 6 of the cartridges that or the disassembled cartridges that were either identified as coming from Seth Kinney or from the Monroe Street address have smokeless powder that looks like this. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
All right. Now I'd like to put these kind of side to side. And if you can, I know that it's kind of obvious, but could you explain to the jurors kind of what some of the visual differences between these 2 different types of smokeless powders are?
They both have generically the same shape. We would call that disc-shaped. However, the ones on the left are slightly smaller and they're darker in color. The ones on the right are slightly larger and have a single perforation.
Great. Aside from their visual appearance, did you conduct any testing to see if they were different chemically?
Yes, I conducted the explosives chemistry examinations that identified them both as
I
smokeless
understand what you're
powders,
saying,
but
Stu.
with
There's a
different
reason, though.
chemical constituents.
And for those on the left, what were your conclusions?
The items on the left were identified as a double base smokeless powder,
And for the right?
a single base smokeless powder. They were both disc shaped, but the ones on the right were obviously they had a single perforation.
All right. And what sort of conclusions are you able to draw from both the visual analysis and your chemical analysis between these 2 different types of smokeless powders?
Between the 2, they are both physically and chemically different from one another.
All right. Is it fair to say that these probably came from 2 different manufacturers?
Oh, I couldn't say that because one manufacturer might make a whole bunch of different types of smokeless powder.
Sure. Understandable. All right. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gillette.
Good afternoon.
So the number of items you tested in this case, that was 11 different items, right?
Correct.
Okay. And these items that you tested were all cartridges that were given to you by Santa Fe, by law enforcement, right?
No, specifically, I didn't test any cartridges. It was the suspected ammunition propellant.
But you received cartridges.
I received, yes, I did.
And your role in this was not to make sure that, I guess what I'm trying to say is you had no role in selecting which cartridges or which powders you were going to test, right? You tested what they gave you.
Correct.
And you received, is it true? It's the form you received them in was 11 Ziploc bags, right?
Yes, I believe they were zipper lock style bags.
And each of the bags had a bullet, a casing, and a screw top container with some powder in it. Is that right?
I believe that's what it was.
So then when you received these items, these cartridges, they weren't intact.
That is correct. They were not intact.
The powder was already removed out.
That is correct.
And do you know who removed the powder out?
No, I do not.
Okay. Now, FBI laboratory, that's where you said you worked on direct. Are you aware of a Mr. Ziegler that works in the FBI laboratory as well?
Yes, Bryce Ziegler was the assigned examiner in the firearms and tool marks unit.
Okay, and was he the one who had these items prior to you testing them?
I believe so, yes.
And you don't know if Mr. Ziegler is the one that removed the powder or if somebody else removed the powder?
I'm not certain that it was Mr. Ziegler. I would assume that it was him.
Okay. So you can't say if the powder from these cartridges was all of it there, or if it was just part of the powder from the cartridges, if it was just a sampling. You don't have no way of knowing that, right?
No, I do not.
So you don't know if the powder actually came, in addition, you don't know if the powder actually came from the particular cartridge that it was in parts in the Ziploc either. It could have come from a different one.
Well, since I didn't disassemble them specifically, no, I can't say where they specifically came from.
Right. And your testing, you talked about the source of the 11 items you got being part of them from an individual named Seth Kinney, right?
Correct, yes.
Hey.
I should say that's what was on one of the communications that we got.
It's also on your report, right? Or is it not on your report?
I don't recall it being on the report.
So do you have any idea where Seth Kinney got these rounds from?
No.
Do you know how it is that Seth Kinney selected these specific rounds to provide to law enforcement to provide to you?
I don't know that he even provided them to law enforcement.
You just know they came from him, right?
I just know that in one of the incoming communications we had, his name was stated as the either the source or where it was collected.
Okay. What about the timing? Do you know when these rounds that indicate they come from Seth Kinney, do you know when those rounds came from Seth Kinney? If it was a month after the shooting, a day, 2 months, do you have any idea?
There would have been a date associated with that laboratory examination request, that incoming communication, so I could maybe assume around a specific time, but specifically no.
Okay, well, your report was dated May 3rd, 2012, right? 2022.
Yeah,
May 3rd, 2022.
that sounds correct.
Okay, and Mr. Ziegler or somebody else had already disassembled these items before you got them, right? So you know.
Yes, they were disassembled before I got them.
So did you review Mr. Ziegler's report to determine when they were submitted to him?
No, I did not.
Okay. But you would have received these items after Mr. Ziegler then, right?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. Isn't it true that you're not actually able to tell us whether two powders that you receive are from different, if the two powders from different locations actually originated from the same source?
What do you mean by source?
Like if they're from the same source of a cartridge?
No, I couldn't specifically. I can just say what I received and what my examination results were.
Well, but you can't say that they originated from the same source. You can only say that they're consistent, right?
If I was if I was trying to associate two things together, like comparing two things together, but in this case, the two powders within this submission, they were physically and chemically distinct from one another. So they wouldn't be able to be from the same source.
Well, but you have a way to, you can only say that they're consistent. You can't say that they are from the same source.
Oh, if say that these two powders were not different, both physically and chemically, the best I could say then was that they are physically and chemically consistent with one another, if that were even the case, which is not the way it is.
Now, I've seen, so it appears that there were several cartridges that were sent to the FBI laboratory for testing beyond the 11. And I just want to make sure you don't have an additional report, or you didn't test any of the other cartridges that went to the FBI lab other than these 11?
That's correct. I was only given 11 samples to examine.
And so it seems like the purpose of your work is to determine whether there's smokeless powder present, right?
Well, I would say the purpose is to determine whether or not the suspected ammunition propellant is ammunition propellant.
And that would be one type of ammunition propellant is smokeless powder that you're looking for, right?
Correct.
Okay. And in order to do that, you used this whole scientific process you just talked about on direct to determine whether these were live rounds, right? You actually had to look at the chemical composition of the powder in order to tell the difference, right?
No, I never made a determination as to whether or not something was a live round. From my explosives chemistry examinations, I determined whether or not they were explosives, specifically ammunition propellant, specifically smokeless powder.
Right, but in order to do that, you actually had to do a chemical composition of the powder to tell the difference, right?
Correct.
And the technique that you had to do to do that is, and you were trying to tell if this, it was, I think you said what, visual microscopic inspection first, right?
Correct.
And then you also did a thermal susceptibility test.
Correct.
And then infrared, like
Spectroscopy.
Yeah, but the spectroscopic techniques.
Correct.
Is that what? Okay. And then there was one more. It was the gas chromatography. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So that sounds very scientific here. These tests are all done in a laboratory, right?
Correct.
And that is the way that you determine if this powder is in fact an ammunition propellant. Is this all scientific in a lab kind of stuff?
Correct. By following the specific technical procedure that we have.
And your procedure also produced over 100 pages of notes, didn't it?
Not specifically notes, I would say case notes. They were probably shorter than that, maybe a dozen or so, but all of the instrument data, definitely over 100 pages.
All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit to, you were asked some questions about the manufacturer. Isn't it true that it's actually possible to determine the brand of a powder?
If there's enough identifying physical and chemical characteristics, it potentially could be possible, yes.
Okay. And that's something that you are able to perform, but you weren't asked to do that in this case?
No, we weren't asked to do that.
In fact, does the FBI have a standard operating procedure for smokeless powder analysis that discusses brand determination?
Not specifically brand determination, but trying to find a specific type of smokeless powder, yes.
Are you saying there's no FBI SOP that talks brand determination?
I don't recall specifically brand determination being in it, but maybe it is. But there are ways, and we do even have a database of several hundred different smokeless powders, but we could compare results to, but we weren't asked to do that. And sort of as you alluded to, it's very, very hard to say that two things are the same technically. It would be very, very hard for us to say these two powders are these specific type of brand. But if there were enough physical and chemical distinct characteristics within them that we could hopefully at best narrow it down to a brand and maybe like a line of products.
Right. And in fact, what you just said with the FBI's laboratory having a database with smokeless powders that can assist in brand name determination, that's in the SOP, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay. But you weren't asked to go through that database in this case or to do that?
No, there was no request to try to determine the specific manufacturer.
Okay. So let's talk about, I think you also took some measurements, right, of the diameter of the particles?
Correct.
And the purpose of that, and correct me if I'm wrong, it's you can, in taking the diameter, you can compare the similarities and differences of the diameters, right?
Yes.
That's a purpose. But in this case, you weren't asked to perform an associations analysis?
Oh, we don't have an associations analysis.
Okay.
But we could, I did differentiate between the two different types of powders that were identified.
Right, but in terms of
listening
actually
along, guys.
comparing
I'm
them,
saving
let's
comments for later.
talk about the weighing. You didn't weigh the powder, right?
No, I did not.
Okay, and that would be another way, would you agree, to differentiate the different particles by weighing it?
But by how one specific particle weighs?
Right.
Yes.
And so you don't know because you didn't weigh them, I guess, if these were partially full or completely full, the cartridges when the powder was in them.
Oh, no, I didn't. I didn't do any sort of weight examination, no.
But wouldn't weight tell you, weighing the powder would tell you how much was in the cartridge, right?
Yes, in terms of weight, yes.
Now, I think we were talking a little bit about timeline earlier. I think you said that your work in this case, your report was dated in May of 2022, but your work is actually done in like April of 2022. Is that right?
Correct. I believe I started in April of 2022.
And how soon would you start? And I mean, you can tell me, can you extrapolate from that? If you started your work in April, did you report in May when these items were received by you?
By me, I would have to look at the chain of custody.
Okay. Would it be close to April of 2022?
I would expect it to be April of 2022.
Okay. So you weren't provided with these until April of 2022?
I would have to look at the chain of custody to be certain, but I believe I received them in April of 2022.
All right. And I mean, you said you're the chemist, you did all the tests here, but you have no personal knowledge about where these were on October 21st of 2021, right?
Correct.
Just a second. Pass the witness.
Redirect.
Mr. Gillette, does the FBI in your lab in particular have procedures and policies in place that discuss cross-contamination of evidence?
Objection, you're outside of scope.
She asked him,
That's 100% relevant.
Overruled.
go ahead and answer.
Yes, we do.
Can you describe those policies and procedures to the jury, please?
Specifically within the explosives unit, we minimize, reduce, and eliminate cross-contamination a number of different ways. When we start our examinations, wherever we're working, we don clean PPE, so lab coat, gloves, safety glasses, but we have to clean our work surface typically with isopropanol, so rubbing alcohol, and then put down clean butcher paper so that the surface we're working on is clean and not contaminated, and that we, anytime we handle a different sample, we either do that, change our gloves, just, those sort of procedures to make sure we're not introducing anything into the sample that isn't part of the sample.
Do you ever work on two samples at the same time?
Yes,
In what circumstances would you work on two samples at the same time?
or I can contain them and keep them separated from one another.
Okay, nothing further.
All right, you're excused. Thank you, sir. Next witness.
Your Honor, the state calls Jerry Lynn Conway.
All right, guys, that wasn't. I mean, the ammunition had to have powder behind it, so I don't. And yes, the contamination procedures where the stuff comes from, I don't see how that helped the defense at all. I mean, this is very. I feel like the state's just making sure they cover every base. I think some of this is a test run for Alec Baldwin. But I don't know what that did for anybody there. Like, there had to be powder in the cartridge for it to fire a bullet.
Law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you.
There's no
Have a
proof
seat
the round in
talking
the
to
gun fired
microphone.
is the same as other rounds on the set. Yeah, we might be able to make that argument, but I'm not 100% sure you can.
Good afternoon.
How are you today?
I don't think that's a.
Well, thank you.
Great.
based
Would you
upon the
please state
evidence
your
you can
name
make.
for the
I
record?
get what you're saying.
Yes, my name is Geraldine Conway. It's spelled Jerrlyn
Michael, I agree. This is more-
Conway.
And what's your current occupation?
I'm a DNA examiner in the DNA casework unit at the FBI laboratory.
So I agree. This is more about trying to cut off all of her
As a DNA
excuses.
examiner.
As an examiner, I basically manage a case. When a case comes to our unit for DNA testing, I determine what testing we're going to do on those items of evidence, and then a team of biologists will do the testing for that case. I'll
Which I don't
review the
disagree with
results
you,
of
but
that
I
test.
don't think that's going to help them.
I'll determine if more tests need to be conducted, and then I'll do comparisons and write a report, and then testify as needed.
Great. Tell us about your educational background.
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Genetics from Texas A&M University and a Master's of Science in Molecular Biology from New Mexico State University.
And prior to working at the FBI, what kind of experience did you have?
I worked in a genetics lab at New Mexico State University working on cotton genetics testing.
Great. And you may have already said, I missed it, how long have you been working at the FBI?
I've been
Oh,
there
Ag,
since
she's your
2000,
girlfriend.
so almost 24 years.
Great. And have you attended any specialized training for the position you currently hold at the FBI?
I did. I went through about a 2-year training program. I took moot court examinations so that I could be sure to be able to explain my results to a group of jurors. And then I also took oral board examinations in the fields of serology, genetics, and statistics.
Great. And have you ever been recognized by a court previously as an expert witness in this field?
I have, yes.
Great. Your Honor, I move that the court recognize Ms. Conway as an expert witness in the field of forensic serology and DNA analysis. Bless you, Your Honor. No objection.
All right.
All right.
I
What,
so admitted, I don't want to have to repeat that when I sneezed and couldn't hear some of it. All right.
forensic serology and DNA analysis.
Thank you, admitted.
All right. Thank you. What is forensic serology?
Forensic serology is the identification of body fluids such as blood on items of evidence.
And how do you perform serological examination on items of evidence?
When a biologist looks at an item of evidence, they'll look for areas of staining. So those areas of staining then will be tested with chemicals. A small portion of that stain will be swabbed using a swab is like a Q-tip with just the cotton on one end. That moistened Q-tip will be used to sample a small portion of that stain. And then chemicals will be added to that swab and a color change will be expected. If it's positive, that means that blood might be present on that item. It's considered a presumptive test. And if it's negative, then blood was not detected on that item.
Great. And can you give us just a general description of what exactly is DNA?
DNA stands for deoxyribonucleic acid, and it acts as our genetic blueprint. We inherit our DNA from our parents. We get half from our mother and half from our father, and we basically have 2 copies of our DNA.
And where is DNA found?
DNA is found in our cells, and our cells are the building blocks of our bodies. And if you think of a cell like an egg, then the yolk of the egg, we call that the nucleus. And the nuclear DNA is what we test in our forensic testing.
And how can DNA be used to differentiate between different individuals?
Most of our DNA is the same. However, there is a small portion that is different among us. Some of those portions are tested in our forensic testing, and those portions are called STRs, which stands for short tandem repeats. These repeats are pieces of DNA that are repeated over and over. When we do DNA testing, we determine how many repeats an individual has in their DNA, and then we're able to look at those areas that differ among individuals.
Can you describe for the jury what's the procedure that you use to develop a DNA type?
The procedure goes through a step-by-step process in the laboratory. And when the biologist sees that there's a stain to be tested, then they can either cut that stain or they might use another swab to swab a portion of that stain. That stain or that swab will be cut and put into a tube that's barcoded and then moves through the rest of the process. After it's collected, then it's extracted, and extraction just means that the DNA is purified away from the rest of the material. So the material it was collected on, and then any other cellular material that might be present. The next step is quantitation, where a portion of that sample is put into an instrument to determine how much DNA is present in that sample. And then a portion of the sample is taken based on that quantitation to the next step, which is amplification. The amplification means that there are pieces, those pieces that we're interested in, those STRs, are amplified so that they can be detected in an instrument. So after the amplification is complete, then a small portion of that sample is moved onto an instrument to separate it out by size. After it's sized, then I can look at that resulting data and determine the DNA profile from that sample.
And what's a reference sample?
A reference sample is a sample from an individual, and we know whose DNA that is. So it goes through all of the same processes to get a DNA profile at the end. But in this case, I know whose DNA is present in that sample, and I can use it for a comparison.
Great. And what does a DNA profile look like?
A DNA profile basically looks like peaks on a graph. So that instrument that separates it out by size, when those pieces move through that instrument, then they are recorded by the instrument. And then I can look at that data. Basically, we look at 21 different locations to determine a person's DNA profile. Those 21 different locations have results at those locations, which end up just being numbers. And remember, we get half of our DNA from mom and half from dad, which means that at any given location, a person might have one result, which means they got the same number of repeats from mom and dad, or they have two results, so they get two different numbers of repeats from mom and dad.
And what is a mixed profile?
So a mixed DNA profile means that more than one person's DNA is detected on the sample that has been analyzed. And I can tell that it's a mixture when I see more than two results at any of those locations that I test.
So after you develop a profile, what's your next step in terms of how do you do your comparison?
So my next step is to look at the DNA types from the reference sample from someone whose DNA I know it came from, and compare that to the sample that I got from the evidence. When I do that comparison, I might have enough information that I can exclude that person outright. If I can, then I will do that. If not, then I'll use a statistical program to assess how common or rare the DNA types are in the sample, and also could this person be a contributor to that DNA profile.
So aside from that, what other conclusions can you draw from a comparison?
So once I've used my statistical analysis, I have a result that's called a likelihood ratio. This likelihood ratio is basically a comparison of two different explanations for the DNA evidence. One explanation is that the person who I'm comparing to is a contributor to that profile. And the other explanation is that person is not a contributor, and rather an unknown, unrelated person is a contributor to that evidence.
How do you calculate the significance of a match?
That likelihood ratio gives me a number, and that number, the higher it is, the more support I have for one of those explanations over the other. So remember, if the likelihood ratio is high, then the explanation that that person is a contributor is more supported than the explanation that that person is not a contributor.
And do you do any sort of ongoing testing to make sure that your results are reliable?
I know that my results are reliable because our laboratory goes through there's a number of quality assurance procedures that are in place at the laboratory. We use controls to ensure that the results, we use a positive control to show that our tests are working and we get an expected result from a positive control. And then we also use negative controls to ensure that we have no contamination in our reagents or chemicals that we use. We also, our biologists are highly trained. They're qualified to do the work, and they also wear personal protective equipment. They wear lab coats, they wear gloves, they wear masks and goggles to ensure that they don't contaminate the evidence they're working on either.
Thank you. Ms. Conway, how did you become involved in this case?
So this case was submitted to the DNA casework unit, and then I determined that the samples in this case needed to go through testing, and that testing was then conducted by the biologist. Following that testing, I then reviewed those results and wrote the report.
And exactly what sort of testing were you asked to perform?
We did both serology and DNA testing in this case.
All right. And what was the item that you tested?
We tested a revolver.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 9. Is your monitor on over there?
It is.
All right. Does this appear to be a photograph of the revolver that you performed your testing on?
It does.
Okay, great. Was your lab able to detect and obtain a usable DNA reference sample from this revolver?
We obtained a profile from a sample that was taken from the revolver, yes.
Okay. And did you have comparators to check the reference sample against?
We compared this to 4 reference samples that were submitted in this case.
And do you know who those 4 are?
Yes, I do. We got a reference sample from Alec Baldwin, a reference sample from Hannah Gutierrez, a reference sample from David Halls, and a reference sample from Sarah Zachary.
And what were the results of your comparisons? Were you able to include or exclude any of these reference individuals?
Yes, for each of those individuals, I developed a likelihood ratio, and the likelihood ratio is different for each person. So the likelihood ratio for Mr. Baldwin, the DNA results from the sample from the revolver are 110,000 times more likely if Mr. Baldwin and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample.
And with regard to Ms. Gutierrez, what were your findings?
With regard to Ms. Gutierrez, the DNA results from that sample from the revolver are equally likely if Ms. Gutierrez and 2 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample, rather than if 3 unknown unrelated individuals are contributors to that sample. This means that the DNA analysis the likelihood ratio was 1, and that DNA analysis was uninformative.
Okay. So is it fair to say you can't say for sure whether Ms. Gutierrez handled this gun?
I can't say for sure whether her DNA was detected in the sample that I analyzed.
Okay,
That's
thank
right.
you. That's fair. I want to change gears a little bit, and I want to talk to you now about the DNA testing of cartridge casings. What can you tell the jury about the FBI policy of testing cartridge casings?
The policy at the FBI is to not conduct DNA testing on cartridge casings.
And why is that?
There's a limited chance that DNA would be obtained from those cartridge casings, especially if they have been fired. The heat from firing a weapon is significant enough that DNA can be very degraded and broken down from that heat.
And is the policy the same even if the cartridge hasn't been fired?
That's right. It's not our policy to test cartridge casings.
Okay, so if the Santa Fe County Sheriff's Office had sent you some casings to test, what would you have done with those?
We would not have tested them.
Okay, great. Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Questions, Sam?
Thank you, Ma'am. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
So are you saying that the FBI policy is never to test cartridges for DNA?
Our general policy is to not test them. That's right.
Our general policy. So does that mean it ever happens?
I believe it has happened in some cases, but our policy is to not accept those cases.
Okay, well, for example, a terrorism case comes through. Very important terrorism case is presented to you. They say, we need you to test cartridges for DNA. Has something like that ever happened at the FBI?
I'm not aware specifically of a case where they have been tested.
Okay, but you are aware that the FBI can do that. They have the capability to test cartridges for DNA.
It's possible to test them, yes, but there's a number of reasons that we do not, and our case acceptance is to not test them.
Okay, and allocation of resources, whatever that may be, but you could do that as a unit, as the FBI. You're not telling the jury the FBI can't test rounds for DNA, are you?
Testing for DNA requires that a sample in our lab would be swabbed, and that would also destroy any latent fingerprints that might be present. And so our policy is to leave those samples for latent fingerprints.
Okay, so you would prefer latent fingerprints be collected from those?
Perhaps.
Okay. Now, in this case, you received 4 names, 4 DNA buccal swabs.
I did.
And a buccal swab for the jury, is that inside your?
It's a cheek swab from the inside of your cheek.
Okay, and that gets the DNA that you can use later for the comparison.
That's right.
Okay, now you did not receive Seth Kenny buccal swab, did you?
I did not.
Okay. And you did not receive anybody else other than those 4 individuals?
That's correct.
And so your primary conclusion in this case was that Baldwin likely touched the revolver, correct?
My primary conclusion is that the DNA that I tested supports the inclusion of Mr. Baldwin as a contributor to that DNA. Yes.
Okay. And the other part I didn't quite understand, the 3 unknown contributors, but the bottom line is the likelihood he touched it. Obviously, he said he did.
His DNA is consistent with the DNA that I found on the gun.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you, you're excused. Sure.
No, guys, see that. Remember, even if there is no DNA, that doesn't mean she didn't touch it. So, yeah, that's not really helpful or hurting to anybody because just because you touch it doesn't mean you don't leave DNA. And she kind of mentioned that there's like touch DNA. There's ways you can touch things. You don't leave prints. Don't leave DNA. That's not an issue there. Yes, and that's a
I'm going
point.
to take a 5-minute break on conferring. I think it's easier if you just stay here instead of transported back and forth, but certainly stand, stretch, drink some water. We're not going to stand for you, though, for now.
They're going to talk about something. I don't know what they are. Yes, the issue is they chose not to do a lot of things. So this doesn't really change a whole lot as far as proving the DNA who touched what. Now, I agree with Bush. There is a big point here that the chain of custody wasn't intentionally broken, but it happened to be broken at 3 separate points. There are breaks, but the state is trying to go ahead and show we can't find other people who touched this. There are no fingerprints of like third parties. There are no secret people getting involved. That said, though, it's not very strong because it's almost the state's arguing the lack of evidence is evidence when it's clear there isn't always DNA. There aren't always fingerprints. Bush is saying that it means the powder and chemical analysis can't be differentiated from a bullet from Boston, New Mexico, or LA. That's true, but they're pointing out all these bullets. You know, that doesn't help in the situation because it's only the bullets on scene, the rounds of ammunition on scene. I understand what argument you're trying to make, but in this situation, there was a round with a fully loaded cartridge, so it had powder in it. Bush is saying, so there's no proof the round in the gun Alec fired is the same as the other rounds on the set. Well, we've already seen that because you could see it from the brass. Some of them are stamped Starline, some are stamped Fiocchi. Well, Fiocchi's come from the factory fully loaded. The Starline brass might not have been fully loaded and was hand-loaded by Seth Kenny or someone else. So yes, there are going to be differences in the powders that things used. But once again, that's something you could try to use to throw a little smoke up, but that doesn't get Hannah off scot-free. I understand what you're trying to say there. Yeah, they think Seth Kennedy pulled some fuckery in the ammo, but I don't think he did. There's no evidence of that because they checked the other rounds and they don't seem to be like overloaded or messed with. So, and then Renee's saying, how likely is this chat to simp? Very, very likely. At least to me. Bush is saying, Alec Baldwin made Hannah let the sectioned offset. What are you saying? The sectioned offset? I'm not tracking right there. So. Oh, he made her leave the second offset. That's proven. Yes. She was made to leave. Yeah. I get what you, okay. Yes. Well, she was also then put in the back of the police car. Yes, that's been proven. Yes, she was not there. And she didn't come back. You're speaking of the chemical analysis. Okay. Well. Let's see what else you guys are saying here. Yes, chat would sit for a spider monkey with a slightly feminine figure. Yes. And Secret Squaff is saying we have to infer from this faulty evidence provided from the state. It's not necessarily faulty, though. I really don't think it's faulty. Like I understand what you're saying there, but I don't think it is. It's pretty straightforward. I don't look at this and say, oh my God, it's faulty. It's like it is what it is. Like I mean, I guess I'm just trying to say there. This is not. None of these are home runs. None of this is what she needs. I think it's still going to come down to there's a bit of a we don't know who touched them in the middle of these things, but it's merely just the breaks in custody. That's going to be the biggest thing for her. The idea that it was but it runs into the problem of, well, who would have sabotaged it? Who handled it? Well, Dave's going to come in and say, I didn't fuck with it. I grabbed it off the cart. I didn't fuck with it. And Alec Baldwin's not there. You can't confront him. And obviously, he's going to say, I didn't fuck with it. So you're left with a bit of an issue there. Yeah, and it's this is ultimately, I think you're right. I didn't get anything from the chemist. It is show more doubt from powder burns on the bullet can't be consistent with another bullet. Yeah, it's yeah, there's nothing super much here. And yes, Doc Ock Rock, yes. I think ultimately this does go to the idea that this is a trial run to go after Alec. And if they can convict her, they're definitely going to go for it. If they can't convict her, they might not. But yes, a lot of this is more important for Alec's part of the trial when he goes to trial. But I understand why they're bringing it up now. You're going to want the jury's going to want to know the full story, even though the full story doesn't matter to Hannah. If you just go with the basics, there's too many pieces left out. So you have to bring up what's going on here to go after her. Quick Bite is saying the state has to prove nobody fucked with it between the time it left Hannah's hand to the time Alec shot the woman. Yes. Well, but that's very easy. That's very easy to do. Because remember, it's beyond reasonable doubt, not beyond all doubt. So you don't have to prove it's. I mean, this is where the jury is gonna rely on their comments. They're gonna be told to rely on their common sense. What do you think happened? What's most likely what occurred? Yes, could there have been some fuckery with the guns? Maybe. But highly doubted. Baldwin's case was just set for July 10th. That's set for August, late in August. Okay. So I like I said, though, I think that causes an issue for you because you're going to have to show not only beyond for a reasonable doubt. You say, oh, well, somebody could have fucked with it. Somebody could have sabotaged it. Okay. Who? Or how? Or when? You're going to have to offer that because you can't just say, oh, sabotage possibly. When you start making those kind of claims, you're going to need to show who or what possibly could have done it. You're going to have to ID a person, make them that third-party guilt. You're going to have to pick a specific person, especially on a set like that. You're going to have to say, well, it could have been someone else. Well, how? When did they do it? What could they have done? And I think that's going to be a bit of an issue. Unless they can nail down, there was such a massive amount of time in between things that between when Dave Hall picked the gun up, that there was such a massive amount of time difference. Nobody saw it. Longer than a couple of seconds. I think they run into a problem. But they might have it. Let's see. We got some things to get through here first, real quick. Vodka Blood gave 5 memberships. Thank you. What's going on those? I know is going to be very thrilled. President-elect Phil Swift for $4.99 says, "Tell your clients in the courts you have pay pigs to please and a sector to stay on top of, so that I need indefinite continuances." Pay up, piggies. Well, thank you. That would be very fun to do in court. I don't think the court will allow me to do that ultimately. So that'd be great, though. Your Honor, yes, I need to continue this trial for drug trafficking. Why? Because of YouTube, Your Honor, the internet. Well, this guy, here we go. What the heck is he? He looks like that guy, that Simon Whistler guy on YouTube. What the bio stories guy.
Affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you'll give in this case will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, Your Honor.
All right, have a seat, talking to the microphone.
Go ahead and state your name for the record, please.
Ross Adiego.
Spell your last name if you would.
Addiego.
Mr. Adiego, how are you currently employed?
As a dolly grip.
Can you explain to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what a dolly grip does?
I help the camera department in any way possible with camera support. So any camera movement, whether on a dolly, camera cranes, rigging a camera to vehicles, I assist them in any way that I can as a representative from the grip department.
You do this on movie sets?
Movie sets, television sets, music videos, commercials, yes.
Give us a little bit of an idea of your background and experience in the film industry. How long have you been working as a dolly grip or generally kind of as camera supportive crew?
I've been in the industry almost 30 years at this point.
And when we talk about film credits, tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what we mean when we say film credits.
On a TV show, we wouldn't often be listed at the end of the show. On a movie, you would see credits roll at the end of a movie. But online, there's a database, internet movie database that kind of tracks not only the productions, the shows, the actors, and also the crew, which I would fall under. So that essentially acts as a resume for me.
And on that online database, approximately how many film credits do you have?
Over 100.
And would you say that over 100 is approximately the number of film credits that you really have?
I would say that represents half of my time on set. Certain things don't get, a lot of commercials don't get listed, music videos don't get listed. Most of my TV and film work, I think, is on there.
Okay. So your total amount of credits might be closer to 200?
That's probably a safe assessment, yes.
Okay. And back in October of 2021, how were you employed?
I was employed as the A-camera dolly grip on a little movie called Rust.
So when you say a camera, is there more than one camera?
Yes, that movie had 2 cameras, an A camera and a B camera.
And is that common?
It is very much common, yes.
Have you ever worked on films that have more than 2 cameras?
Yes.
And have you worked on films that had only 1 camera?
Yes.
So as the A camera dolly grip, can you just kind of walk us through what you're doing on set?
In the simplest terms, helping the director of photography capture the director and writer's vision for the project.
And specifically, how are you doing that? Physically, what are you doing?
Again, assisting with the camera movement. On this movie, we had a good number of crane shots, so high and wide, to see the western town or the beautiful environment we were in. A lot of dolly moves, so there was constantly movement throughout the story, whether moving into a set or coming out of a set to reveal other characters.
So what's the dolly and what is the dolly used for?
The dolly is a piece of camera support equipment used in lieu of a tripod or another stable or static camera support apparatus. So the dolly typically has 8 wheels, different size dollies depending on the project, and it also has a hydraulic boom system, so I can, with my controls, boom the camera up and down, whether during the shot or to set up a shot and get the camera where both the director of photography and the camera operator and the director think it best tells the story we're trying to tell in that moment.
And who was the director of photography for this film?
Halanya Hutchins.
And who was the director for this film?
Joel Souza.
And do you recall, was the camera operator for camera A always the same person?
Until the fateful day, it was the same person.
And who was that person?
His name was Andy. His last name escapes me at this moment.
Okay. In this film, was camera A always on a dolly?
No.
So other than the camera filming from the dolly, how else can cameras film?
We did a good bit of handheld. So my cameraman would have the camera on his shoulder by his hip, and I would assist him with that weight and keeping him safe as he's moving around.
And let me stop you right there.
Yes.
Approximately how much does that camera weigh?
On that project, it was, depending on the lens, 40-ish pounds.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
And then we also had Andy on a man-rideable crane, which means that I could put him on a camera crane that was 20 some odd feet long or longer and kind of put him up in the air to get wide vistas of our sets and locations.
So how long had filming been going on the set of Rust prior to October 21st?
We were a couple of weeks into it.
And when you say a couple of weeks, are we talking, how many days are in the work week?
My recollection is we were doing 5-day weeks, but at some point our weeks shifted. I think we were doing a Tuesday through Saturday schedule, so we were 10 to 12 days in, I believe, at that point.
Okay, 10 to 12 days of actual filming.
Correct.
Okay, because you had weekends.
We did. We typically had whatever our union protocol was, 2 days off, 48 hours or some such.
Now, with regard to all of your film credits, can you tell the jury approximately how many projects you've worked on where there was an armorer on the crew?
Can't give you an exact number, but a dozen or more at this point in my career.
And why would a production company hire an armorer?
Because they plan to use potentially deadly weapons and ammunition.
And what is your understanding of what the responsibilities of set armor are?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. May we approach on this?
Sure.
He knows, he works on the set. How does he not know what an armorer does? That's a very valid question. I mean, like, unless he's going to say it's like my third day on the job, I've never done this before. But no, he's got established like career. He knows what an armorer does. Why can't he answer that? I don't know how they're going to get to him saying he can't tell you what an armorer does. The heavies are mob guys, yes. The security, the teamsters, all the guys doing stuff.
Mr. Audiego, based on your experience working on films with armorers, do you know what the armorer is responsible for?
Yes.
Can you tell us?
My understanding of the armorer's responsibilities is any
Chill out
working firearms and any ammunition is under their control.
And when you say that working firearms and ammunition are under your control, are under their control, let me ask you, in your experience, are there certain industry protocols that are followed on movie sets by armorers?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to object again to lack of foundation.
I'm going to sustain that objection.
You've testified that you have worked on 12 movie sets with armorers. Is that correct?
It is correct.
12 or more.
At least 12.
Has that experience made you familiar with what you believe are the industry protocols for armorers on movie sets?
Your Honor, again, I want to object.
Counsel approach.
He's got experience being involved in this. I don't see how this doesn't... I don't see how this argument is going to help them ultimately. He's on a movie set to argue he doesn't know what he's doing, or he doesn't know what an armorer is. What does the armorer do? Oh, I know Runkle. Runkle's a great guy. He's not an expert, Hubbleson, correct, but he works on a movie set, so he's intimate with the people involved on it. That's like saying a quarterback, well, what does the tight end do? Or what does the lineman do? What does the guard do? What does the center do? Objection, he's not a center, he's a quarterback. Like, he can give a basic understanding of things there. I mean, what would the expert have to be somebody who's qualified? Would he have to be? And Runkle, I'm going to send you a link if you want, because I know you're probably out and about doing work. But I'll send it to you.
Mr. Audiego, in the films that you worked on where there was an armorer, and for the purposes of this question, we're excluding the movie Rust. Did you notice certain safety protocols that you yourself saw armorers engage in all of those movies up until you got to the movie Rust?
Yes.
I would object to that.
So I'd like to talk to you about those. In the other movies where there were armorers that you worked on, can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury how, under what circumstances in your experience can you describe the safety protocols that the armorers on those other movies engaged in when they would bring a firearm onto set for use in filming a scene?
Your Honor, I'm also going to object to relevance. What happened in other movies has no relevance.
And
to
that's
what
a fair
happened in
objection.
Rust.
I would make that objection here.
Response.
Can we approach?
Sure.
That is a fair argument. That is a fair objection to raise. The other ones, though, guys, like, you were on set. What did you see? Do you know basic rules? Yes. To your knowledge, is that an unsafe practice? Yes. He could testify to some of that. He doesn't have to be an expert to know those things. Like, Alec Baldwin was smacking people with the gun. Is that dangerous? Yes. Well, objection. How does he not know? Like, there are some things you could testify to based upon your observations. Now, this, based on your other experience in movies. Well, what were those contracts? What were the rules? Yeah, it's about this film set. And she's getting stymied there because Bowles is he's objecting properly. Those are very good objections. I think those are warranted right now. I would have stopped her a little sooner, but I get he waited for the actual question to be asked. So, yeah, DC Killer, I agree. It's like being in a kitchen and not aware of a safety protocol. Yeah, generally you have an idea of some basic rules. And I know you guys are saying here, in an industry kitchen, everyone is made aware of the dangers and everyone signs a contract saying you understand. If the boss allows bad behavior, is it the employee's fault? Yeah, except one of these employees is like one of the more like top tier safety personnel for one of the most dangerous parts of the kitchen. I think it's probably a little different there. And yeah, there's a ton of separation between the jobs per union rules, but you still learn, you still understand what they do. Like if Hannah showed up like, oh, here you go, whatever, do whatever you got to do, and like walked away. He's like, yeah, that doesn't look safe. I mean, there are some things he can testify to. It just, you have to ask it properly, and she's not asking it properly.
All right, Mr. Adiego, let's proceed. Do you recall the question?
If you give it to me again, please.
Yeah. That's literally her only
Walk
job.
us through your experience with safety protocols by film set armorers when the armorer brings a weapon onto set to be used in the filming of a scene prior to your experience on the set of Rust.
My experience has been that typically the armorers would have some sort of safety meeting or lecture before any of firearms are going to be used in the filming of a scene.
And I'm going to stop you right there. In terms of the safety meeting, who is the person on set in your experience who usually calls for the safety meeting?
The first assistant director.
There wouldn't
that
be
would not
objection,
be
they
Ms.
agreed to that
Gutierrez.
question.
No, it would not.
Who was the first assistant director in this case?
The first assistant director on Rust is Dave Halls.
Okay. So you mentioned one of the first things that happens is there's a safety meeting.
Typically, we would discuss, I guess I should back up. Typically, when we receive our call sheets, an email call sheet the night prior to filming.
Okay, hang on just a second, because I don't know that we have very many people here that are in the film industry. What's a call sheet?
So I would typically receive an email every night before filming, and that email would include a call sheet that would list who will be on set, both cast and crew. It'll tell us what scenes we're doing. It'll tell us locations, kind of general information for the day, weather, what time the sun goes up and down, whatever production feels is pertinent information. And then a lot of times what they'll attach to that email are besides the actual parts of the script we're shooting for the day, and then safety bulletins, whatever union safety bulletins would be appropriate for that day, whether firearms or animals, inclement weather. And then on the day of filming, typically the first assistant director would call for a safety meeting and call all of the cast and crew that would be involved to listen to that meeting. And potentially the armorer may have something to say as far as what we're doing. If we're firing blanks, here's the...
But hang on, I'm going to stop you right there. So hypothetically, if the scene calls for the firing of blanks, because we haven't had a lot of this testimony in trial yet, can you explain to the jurors what your understanding is about the difference in the different loads of blanks?
In my experience, the armor would tell us if we're using dummies or blanks, and if we're using blanks, which would make a noise and a flash, they would typically describe the power. Quarter load, half load, full load would give us some indication as to the potential danger with that particular firearm being used by the actor in that scene.
And let me stop you right there. You talked about the particular danger. Can blanks be dangerous on a movie set?
My understanding is they can, yes.
And are there is there certain safety gear that some crew members may use if there is going to be the firing of blanks in their immediate proximity?
Yes.
And can you explain to the jurors what that would be in your experience?
Certainly. The very basic personal protective equipment we would use would at the very least be safety glasses and some form of hearing protection, pardon me. But sometimes it may be covering the camera operators that may be in jeopardy with special coats to deflect anything coming out of those firearms. We may protect the camera and the lens with special acrylics like Lexan, bulletproof glass, essentially. So, yes, we would take certain precautions.
Is that the reason that it's important for you to know what size blank is going to be used?
Yes.
And with regard to dummies, go ahead and continue to kind of walk us through how this would work.
So typically, depending on the firearms being used, in this case, it was a Western. So a lot of the firearms were older Western style 6 guns where you would see if the gun was potentially loaded or not. And sometimes that may simply mean loaded with a dummy round. So if the camera saw the front of the firearm, the audience would think that it was absolutely a loaded firearm. But the dummy rounds typically for us as the crew are different than the blanks in that they may appear as though they're a real bullet, but they would typically have a hole drilled in them, or the primer at the end that would ignite that bullet would be removed or already be pushed in. And then sometimes the dummies, depending on how they're being used in the film, you can't make holes in them. So what I guess the props people that make them put a little BB in there. So the armor can shake that dummy and you would hear a little BB rattle in there. And that's supposed to let us know that that particular bullet or round is safe.
So is this the information that you would receive at a safety meeting?
Both at a safety meeting, and I believe some of this is stated in the safety bulletins put out by IATSE.
And what is IATSE?
IATSE is the union most filmmakers belong to. It's International Alliance of Theatrical Stage Employees.
And do actors also belong to IATSE?
No.
Typically, no.
Do they have their own union?
I believe they refer to it as a guild, but they would be the Screen Actors Guild is what the actors typically belong to, yes.
Is IATSE the union for crew members as opposed to cast?
It is, yes.
Okay. Now, the call sheet and the email and the safety bulletin that you've referred to, in your experience, who provides that to the cast and crew? Is it the armor?
No, that's generated by production. Someone in production would generate that and get it out to us whether it's an email or given to us on set.
So Ms. Gutierrez wouldn't have been responsible for that?
Not in my, no,
Okay.
not with what I know.
And you indicated that in terms of safety meetings, the safety meetings are called by the assistant director and not the armorer. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With regard to safety bulletins, was there a difference between the way that safety bulletins were handled on the set of Rust and the way that safety bulletins were handled on the other films you participated in that had firearms and armorers?
Yes.
Tell us the difference.
So in those emails that I referred to earlier, it typically would say, please, it would ask us to please refer to the appropriate safety bulletins, and then they would list the number of that bulletin. And then in that email, I'd be able to click on a link if I so chose to review that bulletin. I don't recall any of those bulletins actually being attached to our emails during Rust.
You don't recall ever getting a single one?
I don't recall ever receiving a safety bulletin from Rust Productions, no.
Let's jump to safety meetings. On the other sets that you worked on that had guns and armorers, how frequently would a safety meeting occur?
At least once a day, if not more frequently.
And on the set of Rust, how frequently did safety meetings occur?
I don't know that I was invited to more than one during our couple of weeks on Rust.
So for the entire 2 weeks, you are only aware of one safety meeting?
That's my recollection, yes.
Okay, so we've talked about safety bulletins and safety meetings. Go ahead and continue to walk us through, in your experience, the protocol of an armor with firearms.
In my experience, the armors are usually the, well, for lack of a better description, the most uptight and anal retentive people on set, because they literally have people's lives in their hands. They don't joke around. They don't really have friendly conversations. They stick to themselves and focus on the task at hand. Most of them, in my experience, seem to be either former military or law enforcement and have some sort of background with firearms.
Did you notice a difference then generally in terms of just the behavior, the general behavior on the movie set of the other armors you worked with as compared to Ms. Gutierrez?
Yes.
What was that?
She wasn't necessarily as serious or professional as I'm accustomed to with the other armors that I've worked with.
What do you mean? Give us an example.
I recall walking by her cart a number of times, and firearms and or bandoliers or ammo belts being left out on the cart unsecured. I don't know that I've ever seen an armor pull loose ammo out of a fanny pack. Typically, my experience with armors is any ammo they use, blanks or dummies, comes out of some sort of container, whether it's a labeled box or some other plastic type ammo container. So.
Now, in terms of, you indicated that you would see firearms and gun belts unattended on the cart. Why was that? Why did that stand out to you?
It was out of the ordinary. Again, my experience is most of the firearms I've seen on set come out of some sort of locked bag, locked container. The armor, some armors, depending on the show, have a whole wheel around cart with drawers that they can lock, a drawer that potentially has the individual's actor's or character's name on that drawer. So that character's props would live in that drawer under lock and key.
Were the guns and gun belts laying out unattended on the prop cart, was that a safety concern for you?
Yes.
Why?
It seemed inappropriate and out of the ordinary that those firearms weren't secured.
And why is it concerning that the firearms aren't secured?
Well, I don't know that they're completely under the armorer's control if they're not under lock and key.
And what's your understanding of whether those firearms that you saw unattended, were they fake guns or were they real guns?
My understanding, most of the prop firearms we had on Rust were actual working firearms. So.
Okay. Now, based on your experience, just generally, what is the armorer responsible for?
Your Honor, again, this is expert testimony. He's a camera operator, and he's asking to give expert testimony on what armor.
He's not, sorry.
This is based upon his personal experience only, and as long as it stays there, it's fine.
Go ahead, sir.
If you don't mind the question again, please.
What is your understanding, based on your experience, of the armorer's responsibilities on a movie set?
To control and keep safe all firearms and ammunition on a given set.
Okay. Go ahead and walk us through, if you will, what in your experience are the safety checks that take place when an armorer is bringing a firearm onto the set for filming?
Typically, the first AD, the first assistant director, would notify us that we're going to use firearms for a scene. Whether they're loaded or not, they would say something about the fact that we're bringing something that's maybe not a rubber dummy, but an actual firearm onto set. And then typically the armorer would invite the first AD, the cast members involved, and any crew that would like to see both the firearm and the ammunition to see those safety checks, whether that's looking through the barrel, shaking those rounds we discussed, the dummy rounds, to hear that BB, or explaining to us that the actor is going to fire X number of blanks and they're going to be of a certain power.
Yes, that's kind of
and then
important here.
making sure that anybody that's going to be in close proximity has the appropriate safety equipment they need, and they're prepared for that moment on camera.
So what you just described regarding the armorer showing the gun and allowing people to look down the barrel, why would that be important to crew members?
Because unfortunately, there have been accidents in the past where the barrels weren't cleaned in firearms and a blank was fired and whatever debris was in that barrel injured or killed somebody on set.
So with regard to your experiences with Ms. Gutierrez, were the cast and crew ever invited to look down the barrel?
Not to my recollection.
And was that concerning to you?
It was.
Why?
Well, they call them safety checks for a reason, and we were moving through those instead of pausing to have those checks.
With regard to the sequence that you described where the armorer shows the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, and I want to be clear, in your experience, does the armorer hand you the dummy round or the blank so that you can shake it?
No, I'm not actually allowed to touch the firearms or ammo. So if a particular round was in question, we could ask for them to, show us that it is one type of round or another.
And with regard to dummies, how would the armorer do that?
Again, in my experience, the way the dummy rounds are manufactured, you would have one of potentially three indicators that it is not a live round. One being a hole drilled in potentially one side or two sides of the brass, so you'd actually see a hole in the bullet. Sometimes the primer is either already struck by something or it's removed altogether, the primer being the end of the bullet, or they would shake them you'd hear like a rattle because there's a BB inside that brass or steel case.
Who is the person responsible for shaking them for you or showing them to you?
The armorer.
And on the set of Rust, did Ms. Gutierrez do any of that?
Not that I recall.
In your experience on other movies, when is the gun loaded with the ammunition by the armorer? And let me kind of make that more pointed. Is that something that's done away in secret, or is that something that's done in front of cast and crew?
Bless you. No, in my experience, it would be within moments of that safety check where the cast and or crew are invited to see that firearm. They would then load that firearm knowing that we're about to roll the camera. Some armors, for reasons unknown to me, would in fact not even hand that firearm to the actor. They would actually place that firearm in the actor's holster and then indicate to the first assistant director that they're good to go, and then the assistant director typically would call rolling at that point.
So the gun is generally, in your previous experience, loaded with either the dummies or the blanks right there in front of cast and crew?
Correct.
Is that a practice that Ms. Gutierrez followed?
Not to my recollection.
Do you recall ever watching her or taking note of her loading the gun in the presence of cast or crew?
I think there were a couple of times on set where we were doing these quick resets instead of cutting the camera, where she was put in a position to reload that as quickly as she could and hand it back to our actors.
And when you say she was put in a position, who would have put her in that position?
In that particular instance, both the first assistant director that's in charge of safety and the actor producer, Alec Baldwin.
And with regard to your experience on other movies, have you ever seen an armorer slow down that pace so that they are not being rushed?
Yes.
Did Ms. Gutierrez ever take any steps to slow those things down if she was being rushed?
Not that I ever saw.
Give me just one moment. Were you present for the filming of every scene that was filmed on the set of Rust during those 2 weeks?
I believe I was present for every scene, maybe not every take.
And when you say take, explain to the jurors what you're talking about.
So the scene may require a couple of, each time we roll the camera and cut, that would be considered one take. So depending on what the director was wanting, or if the actors maybe weren't happy with their performance, we would potentially do multiple takes as we worked our way through the different angles of a scene. So it may be from one actor to the next, we shoot one direction and do a couple of takes with one actor and then change directions and perhaps a couple of takes with the next actor that's in that same scene with them.
So with regard to the individual takes that were recorded, were you present for every single take that was filmed?
I was not.
Approximately, if you can give us a percentage, what percentage of those individual takes were you present for?
I think it would be safe to say I was there for 95% or more of them.
Okay. In terms of the way that you've experienced this on other movie sets, how does the armorer behave with regard to if the armorer provides a gun to an actor? In your experience on other movie sets, does the armorer just walk away?
In my experience, the armorer's never out of eyesight of whatever weapons or ammo they're in charge of.
Was that the case on the set of Rust?
It was not.
Describe to us what you saw on the set of Rust with regard to that particular issue, that being the armorer always staying within eyesight of the gun.
Here we go, Chad.
I don't know that the armor was always within eyesight of the firearms being used on set.
Okay. And do you recall being present on the set of Rust on a day where there were what I'm going to refer to as accidental discharges of guns?
Yes.
Can you describe the first accidental discharge that you recall happening?
I think the first one was I don't know if the prop master was loading or unloading.
And let me stop you. What's the prop master's name?
Sarah, I think her name was Sarah Zachary.
Okay.
Was her name. We were outside of the character Rust's cabin, and I don't know if she was loading or unloading a handgun, but unannounced to any of the crew, that firearm discharged. So we consider that a negligent discharge.
And how did you know it discharged?
I was within feet of it, and she seemed pretty spooked when I turned around, and it appeared as though she had shot that firearm at her foot.
Can you tell us, in your experience, in your opinion, what you think that gun was loaded with?
It made a bang, but it didn't, I don't know if there was a bullet or not, because I don't know if it hit her foot, but it certainly made a loud noise that spooked us and the animals we had on set. I think we had a couple of horses on set, and again, it was unannounced, so it was a surprise to everybody that was around.
Were you preparing to film a scene or a take at that time?
Yes.
Was it announced by anyone whether the guns were going to be loaded with dummies or blanks?
I don't think at that moment it had been, no.
Okay. So when that accidental discharge happened, I mean, what did it sound like?
A gun going off?
Okay. And you indicated that this accidental discharge occurred because that gun was being loaded or unloaded by the prop master, Sarah Zachary. Is that right?
That's correct.
In your previous experiences on other movie sets with armorers, did you ever see the prop master loading and unloading the guns?
I've never seen that, no.
And can you describe what the other accidental discharge was that happened?
So like I had stated, we were kind of outside the cabin we were using as Harlan Rust's cabin.
And I'm going to stop you real quick. Who's Harlan Rust?
Harlan Rust is the lead character in the movie, and that was played by Mr. Alec Baldwin.
Okay, please continue.
I believe it was Alec's stunt double, so somebody dressed up to look like Alec, was going to be firing either some sort of long gun. I don't remember if it was a lever action gun or a shotgun, something out of the window of the cabin towards, I think it was the law enforcement that were chasing him, that were starting to catch up with him. There was supposed to be a gun, some gunfire, and I believe that Hannah was prepping the stunt double in the cabin with that firearm, and again, unannounced to any of us outside the cabin, that firearm was discharged.
Oh, that's
And what did it sound like?
A loud gun going off.
And if you can estimate, how much time passed between the first of these accidental discharges and the second?
My recollection is they were within an hour of one another.
And in your experience on other movies with armorers, are accidental discharges common?
No.
Have you ever experienced an accidental discharge on another movie?
I don't know that I have.
Council, is it okay if we take our afternoon break?
Certainly.
Okay. All right, we're going to take our afternoon break. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. We'll start again at 2:45. Thank you.
All right.
Well, this guy's actually, I'm surprised they let it in, come through this guy, all of this, but now he's talking about the discharges. Like, this is not looking good. There's some issues here. There are some issues here. Now this guy, yeah, he's got the experience of being in the film industry. I've never seen anything like this before. This is not used to what I know. And that's how you get in the other films. That's how you sneak it in the back door. Yeah, wow. Wow.
Start at 2:45 on time.
And Daily Quick Bites, you're saying this is not her problem. I've never heard anything that she was relieved before the shooting happened. So she's responsible up to that point. I've never heard anything that she was fired yet or relieved. I mean, once she put everything in motion, you're still responsible for what you did. Now, at that point, somebody should have probably gone and double checked her work, but I don't recall exactly that she got relieved like that. If she was relieved, who was taking over? Because I've never heard anybody else's name. Now, like, they could claim Sarah Zachary did it, but she's not an armor. So I think that's a problem there. NDAs are broken. Well, I don't think he's under an NDA because he didn't come in there with an attorney, and there's no attorney from the company come in there screaming there's privilege. So I don't think that's necessarily a problem yet. Mr. Alec Baldwin, yes. So that was a lot of interesting testimony coming out from this guy talking about the actual discharges. That is very, very interesting there. No, Mayday saying, I think Sarah Zachary did some fuckery. Maybe. I don't know yet. I don't know yet enough to know that. I mean, I don't think this looks... This is very... Depending what her attorneys do, this could turn out to be very good for Hannah. So if they do this the right way, I think they could turn this around. I'm still on the fence of this whole thing. Did somebody do something? Is this really something we need to incarcerate someone over? And I think hopefully we have an answer to that at the end. Because if we're still left in the issue of like, well, I mean, those are the worst, I think, ultimately. Oh, yes, Alec Baldwin's fucked now. Alec Baldwin is completely fucked, I would argue. This guy's going to testify at Alec Baldwin's trial. Alec Baldwin's toast. He is toast on a grill. He's done. He's burned. He's burned. But there's, you got to get through the rest of this. I mean, like, is Jensen Ackles going to testify here? We don't know. We've got an hour break. No, we only got 15 minutes. It's only going to be a 15-minute break. Portia said they told her she was out of armor hours. Oh, that's what you're saying, relieved. Like, who took... Okay, when you guys say relieved, I was saying you were saying relieved, like fired. Yeah, she was out of time. They told her to go home. I thought you guys were trying to argue she got relieved of her position and someone took her place. And I'm like, no. She got sent home because she was out of hours. Okay, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Yeah, the Sarah person relieved her, no one took over, yeah. Patty F said, did he work on other movies during COVID? I don't know, but you're going to have a tough time saying COVID because the safety rules won't get out of the way there. But yes, this hurts. Dave Halls, if he was on trial, he'd be getting screwed with this too. But he pled out, so he's safe. Here. Bella's saying, I know Alec is charged as a shooter, but he should have been charged as a producer responsible for the safety of the set. Yeah, but that becomes an issue of, charging people as criminal defendants as a result of what corporate entities have done. That gets a little dicey and a little tough. That's not something we typically do. We hold the person directly responsible for what happened, responsible. For example, like the Enron guys, they went on trial, but it wasn't Enron itself as the defendant. It was Ken Lay as the defendant, for example. But he's got his own problems here. Like all of this, things were not done the right way. You've been doing this forever. Alec Baldwin's been doing longer than this guy's probably had a career. And you thought this is okay, Alec? Well, I'm Alec Baldwin. Like, Alec's fucked. And Sarah has immunity. Yeah. So, yeah, nothing's going to happen to Sarah. I think I mentioned that already. And KT, that's what I thought too. She was just told, go be an armorer. Or go be the prop person. Okay, in quick bites, that makes sense too. And that's okay. It all makes sense. We're all trying to talk at once here. Yeah, she was just replaced for the day. Ellie says New Mexico doesn't change time. Well, it is. It's mountain time. So it's 2 hours ahead of me. Or 2 hours behind me. And it's 4:30 in Ohio. That means it's 2:30 in New Mexico. They're starting at 2:45. That's 10 minutes from now. Because that'll be 4:45 here. Yeah, that was a really rough. That's going to have reverberating effects going forward. Say by Pope Rack saying if she was relieved, the gun should have gone with her. They were hers. And according to Runkle, yeah. And I've done some research. Yes, she is the one who's responsible for it. It's just like when you're at the firing range, everybody's a safety officer. You have the right to say ceasefire if you think something unsafe is going on. If she thought something unsafe was about to happen and the rules weren't being followed, she should have packed the shit up and said, sorry, per rules, I can't let anybody have this. Who's taking over for me explicitly? She didn't do any of that. So once again, this really hurts Hannah because it looks like she just fucking punted and said, yeah, whatever. Yeah, other people may have intervened, other things may have happened, but that's because Hannah didn't stay with the gun saying, no, I can't leave till you give me who is taking over. Like, sign it off on a hand receipt. Who the fuck's assuming liability here? She didn't do any of that. She's like, yeah, fuck it. I'm going to go smoke weed. Guess what? And this happened. So she kind of fucked herself here. Ultimately. Oh, she didn't know any better. I guess Daddy Thel should have made sure, like, listen, honey, here's the rules. And he didn't do a good job educating his kid. That's how I would argue. I think that's going to be a big problem for the jury. You just said, oh, go home. Fuck it. Well, she was only the armor for 8 days according to her contract. Okay. You take the job, you're presumed to know how to do it. That's why you don't do them if you aren't part of it. So those 8 days were well past when this happened. Oh, okay. Well, notice they haven't tried to bring any of that up yet. I'm sure that might come up at some point, but if she's running around playing with the guns and everybody says she's the armorer, guess what? She's the armorer. I mean, she's going to have a rough time now. She's guilty of love in the first degree. Hubbleson saying, well, Daily Quick by Twitch saying you're relieved of duty. Well, I would argue when I hear the idea of like you're being relieved of your duty, like relieved of your position, like you're fired functionally. Like in the military, you're relieved of your duty. You're relieved of command. That's the way it looked like you were saying that, and that's how I interpret it, and that's my fault. So all I'm trying to say is she was out of hours for that day, so she couldn't work anymore. That's a different, I think that's a different thing there. But that was me kind of making a presumption there. So like I said, that's my bad. The chain of custody is fucked or destroyed. Well, part of that's because it sounds like it might be Hannah's fault. She's like, all right, fuck it, I'm done, and left the shit sit. It's like, that's a self-induced error. You don't get to claim like, well, somebody fucked with afterwards. Like, because you weren't there anymore. And you didn't make sure they were protected. That's that due care and the reasonableness of it. Like, you're just leaving guns around on the set. So she might get in trouble for her laziness. I don't think this is a home run for her yet. Runkle's back at the rules weren't being followed. She leaves. Yeah. But she didn't. She didn't take the stuff. I think that hurts her. Yeah, if no one's taken over, she takes the guns and leaves, and she didn't do that. Remember, guys, it's that duty of care. And she didn't do it. I mean, that's gonna hang Hannah. Basically, she just left guns sitting out on a street corner. Not like the equivalent of like, yeah, here, whatever, and left. Oh, that's not a good look. So, anime sucks. I hope she makes $1 million. Yeah. So, yeah, it doesn't matter. The armor's got custody of the guns, and I agree. Runkle, I hope you assume you and I are on the same page. She basically abandoned the guns, and now, and I'd argue at that point she's going to have a liability issue. She abandoned them. And they're going to bring in an armor who says, I never leave the guns. If I have to leave, the guns come with me. And he said, I'll close the set down if I have to. And he's going to say Hannah didn't do that. Now, Hannah may have been, because she was young and knew she got bull rushed and bullied, fine. But she had a duty, a professional obligation, and she didn't meet it. So, I'm trying to catch up here. You guys are like machine gunning questions and comments here. Kelly R., he showed her unprofessional, derelict in safety protocols, and security of her weapons and ammo. Yeah. Yeah, it sounds like this is not good for her. It's not good for Alec either. But thank you for the super chat, Kelly. Motu88Z is saying, after seeing this unfavorable testimony, could Alec take a plea, assuming one is offered? No idea how plea deals work. Well, right now, the only deal for him is plea to the indictment. So that's not, that's not really enticing. They might offer him a deal. I doubt they will, because they want Alec Baldwin. This lady wants a scalp, and I'm sure she wants to collect that scalp. So she wants to be able to say, I put Alec Baldwin in prison. So I don't see that happening. I don't see any deal happening. But he can call and ask for one. They have every right you have every right to ask for a deal. The prosecutor can say, nope, no deal. You're not entitled to a deal. The only thing you're allowed to do is plead to the indictment at the end of the day. And I don't think he'll do that. Alec Baldwin strikes me the type of guy who would never admit fault. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and Runkle, I guess, yeah, you're agreeing with me. She's the armor. That's a job. And if she leaves and they don't take the guns, they don't let her take the gun, she's in the clear after that if they go ahead without an armor. But I don't know. I mean, once again, I think you're left with industry standards issues there. Or some people said they're going to take it from her. We're going to have to figure out exactly how that all broke down. Now, I know we understand how it went down, but how testimony is going to shake that out, I think, is going to be the critical issue. So right now, this could go really bad or really good for Hannah, but it's going to require the following up testimony of the other people on the set. Dave Hall was probably involved in this, sending her home and the managing of all these situations. How did you get the guns? Where did you find them? They were on the cart. They're going to have to get Sarah. Sarah's immunized. How did this all break down? This is going to be very interesting. Squizguy says, who are the guns registered to? The production company? Well, typically there's like a prop house that owns the guns and they lend them out. The thing is with these armorers, they basically are treated like FFLs for the most part. They have to follow ATF rules and protocols. I don't think they have a bound book of their own where they enter everything in. But yeah, they've got to document and keep track of all their weapons. It's locked up, stored well. That's why you're seeing the more and more use of like non-guns, the guns with they fire little smoke puffs and replicas and like airsoft guns, which now do all the cycling and all those things you can see now. There's more and more and more of that in CGI. So using real guns is becoming more and more of an expensive movie production game. But no, the production company doesn't own the guns. Those guns are rented and they go back to the prop house. So PDQ, Arm and Prop owned all those guns ultimately. Chad is arguing with an elf. Yes. And he's saying Baldwin overruled her. And I think we're going to have to see proof of that. And without that, she's going to have some problems here. So they're going to have to show that happened. Yeah, Baldwin, yeah, like I said, I don't think he'll plea. He would not plead to like littering at this point because that would be an admission of guilt. Baldwin pleads and ends his career. He doesn't have much of a career left, but yeah, I get it. More importantly for him, it's an ego thing. He wouldn't do that because that's all he'll be remembered for. His career will be wiped out by this shooting. Kia Patrick says, I'd offer Alec Baldwin the chance to walk, but only if he's in his 30 Rock character every day of court. Well, he would do that, but the funny thing is that guy's like the antithesis. The guy Alec Baldwin plays is the antithesis of Alec Baldwin in real life, which I think is hilarious. Saved by Pope Brackett said he saved my life, but never wished me $1 million. Rude. Well, I don't hope you make $1 million, but I hope you are immensely happy going forward. And hopefully something fortuitous comes your way. Saying her boss shut her down, they're gonna have to show that. Because if not, I mean, and remember, what's shutting her down? Did she document that? It doesn't sound like she did because that would have really diffused this and somebody else would be getting charged. That's the big thing for Hannah. She's going to have to show that. Because right now we have Hannah just basically fucking off. So like I said, that's the problem for her. Her boss shut her down. We're going to have to prove that. You're going to have to show that. That introduces some issues there about how much more due care is involved. And at that point, do I think a jury would probably buy it? Yeah. But we'll have to see. Doc Ock, it's not that she couldn't take the guns. She would take them and lock them back up. She's the armor. She's got the little armory she's got. she should take all the guns if nobody's going to take over for her, and she has to lock them up. Now, if somebody tries to assume the responsibility and all that, fine. But I assume part of the armoring process, and Runkle, I know you're there. You've talked to a lot of armors in the meantime. Let's say something like that happened. I'm assuming there's documentation, like I'm signing off. Yeah, I signed off on this. Here you go. Not just, oh, okay, I'll go home, and it's like all done by word of mouth. There should be documentation for it, which I doubt was done here. This seems like this is a very back of the napkin operation, back of the envelope operation. So I'm sure there wasn't proper documentation procedures followed. And that might hurt Hannah a little bit here, unless she can get some witnesses that back her up. Baldwin would be a legend in jail, though his time would be easy. No one. He'd be basically in protective segregation because he's a security risk. He wouldn't be a legend. Those guys would fucking try to roll him for money and charge him rent and stab him or maybe even rape him. No, he'd have a rough time in prison. He'd be locked down almost all the time. We don't know what the contracts in a specific case are. Not interested in not SOP. The guns are rented. Does that automatically mean she could take them? She would take them back to the trailer and lock them up. Because right now they're rented, and she's the one in charge of overseeing them, so she locks them up. She's the one in charge of them. So that doesn't mean she's not stealing them. She's just saying, I'm the guy in charge of them. They're getting put up for the day. Helena was fired. Yes, she was 100% fired. Yeah. Yeah. Jennifer Thomas says, I want to watch Baldwin testify. I would too, but I don't think it's going to happen. Kelly R., why do you keep saying Sarah's immunized? Because the state of New Mexico offered her immunity to testify, from what I understand. I don't know how full the immunity goes, whether it's use or derivative immunity or full immunity, but it sounds like she will be given immunity to explain what happened and how the guns got into the church. Because she's kind of the link in there, or at least part of the link, because these guns may have been amorphously floating in space without being under somebody's custody, and Sarah was kind of like an island in that amorphous space of who actually controlled what. That she got the guns into the church. It sounds like it's not 100% clear, but she might fill in a gap we don't know about. So we need to know what the armor contract says and what the rental contract says. Not really. The armor is in charge of the guns. If the armor is done for the day, the armor locks them up. The guns don't go back to Seth Kenny every day. Seth Kenny loans out the guns for like a 3-month period or however long the shooting's going to take. He says, here you go. Here's a box of guns. Sign here. You're renting them from me for like 2 months. At the 2 months, I get them back. You promise to store them and follow all federal laws and do all things proper with them. Yes. That's like they don't go back to New Mexico every day or to Albuquerque every day. They're staying on site in that big white trailer. Like, I don't understand. I think we're talking past each other here. So I think we're talking past each other. Baldwin admitted overruling her in the 2 interviews, one with Chris Cuomo, and he says that. But what exactly did overruling mean? That's the important thing. Like, what actually was said? He said I overruled her, but like, what did that mean? Did he come out and say, listen, you dumb hoe, I'm taking over here. Do you know who the fuck I am? I don't know what he said. Like, what did he say? Like, that's the problem. We need to know exactly what was said. And that testimony is going to make or break it for Hannah. So, Snake Plissken said, I wish I got 1 million subscribers. I'll settle for 100,000. How about that? I'll settle for 50,000 right now. Like I said, I think there's a bit of an issue there. I hope you guys understand. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's some things here that I think, can Hannah come back from this? Sure. But right now it looks like she's just a bumbling idiot, and that's not good. Why are you assuming what you just said you are doing, she could do XYZ with the guns without knowing what the contract says? Okay. There's been no indication that she can drive She takes the guns home every night to Albuquerque. That is not at all part of this. The guns stay on site in a secured facility. That's how movies work. Like, that's literally normal course of conduct. Seth Kenney would not want to do a transfer every day of firearms because that's how you lose shit. So he would never agree to something like that. That would be insane. How much OSHA information is coming in? I think some of it's coming in, but we'll see. I don't know how the whole report's not coming in. Yeah. Runkle, and saying, I mean, if I was the armor, I'd be calling the insurance company saying, I'm no longer the armor, and the insurance company shuts down the production. Yeah. Also, Runkle, I sent you a link if you want to jump over here for a couple of minutes. You're more than welcome whenever. That would shut it down very, very quickly. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, I see. Oh, I just came across that. Yep, I see you can't. That's all right. That's okay. Half Irish says you rent guns. Yeah, because the movie can't just go out and buy a bunch of guns. Because then what are they going to do after the movie production's over? Well, now they got a bunch of guns they got to sell. The prop houses. So there are prop houses all over that they have collections of guns you can rent. And like the movie production companies will call up, like here, hold on. We'll bring up, here we go. Like, here's a great example. This is an example of a company, the Preferred Arms. They do theatrical weapons. Okay, so you need weapons. Okay, well, what kind of firearm? You need firearms, blank firing. Okay, do you need blank firing guns or non-firing guns? Well, blank firing guns. This is. These guys only sell non-firing and blank firing guns. They rent. Now, Seth Kenney, it's cheaper to have regular guns fire blanks, but it's also easier for Old West style guns to do that. Modern guns firing blanks is a bit of an issue unless they're modified to do that. So, like, you can rent different guns. You're renting these, okay? So, and you rent these guns, and it's the weekly price at $12 to rent these guns here. If you want to rent them, that's what it costs. And they only have so many. But there's other companies that do this. And there's ISS Props. This is one of the big ones. These guys are huge in America. And then if you want to look online, there's called movie armaments groups up in Canada, up in Runkville. But these guys, they're about us. This is a place that would never hire Hannah. I mean, she would have to start over at the bottom. But here you go. Weapons. Yeah, like you could rent blank firing guns. You can rent captures and taser guns, optics, muzzle loaders. They have 15,000 live firearms for you to use. You're not buying them. You are working with an organization here, guys. So that's how it works. They consult. They provide armors. They provide training for your people. They provide ammunition. They do it all. So when you're doing a movie, insert whatever movie you want. You don't buy guns as a production company. You rent them. Because buying guns would be insane. That'd be too many of them. And they're hideously expensive. Well, then you have to sell them and get rid of them. Well, why not just rent them? It's even easier. So I hope that makes sense. Yeah, it's just like when you rent a car from Enterprise. They own the car, but you're responsible for it. Yes, a witness list is not a suicide pact. Just because I could put on 50 witnesses and only call 2. There's nothing wrong with that. So, yes, Bush, I understand. Alec Baldwin says he's classically trained, so he knows how to do it all. Yes, Alec Baldwin's got his own problems. Hannah's got her own problems. Listening via headphones. Oh, well, that sounds good. 1 is you're off the clock. 2 is you're fired. Yeah. It could be. Example of an actual armor contract. A lot of that's going to be. I don't know if we'll find those contracts. A lot of those are going to be probably more industry standard things. And yeah, armors lend guns to each other between armory houses, and companies will lend out guns to each other and broker them. And Brad is saying, but if you shut down your movie on your first job, will you ever work again? Well, it's better than going to prison, right? So, yeah, exactly. Sorry. I'm like 2 minutes behind. Camp Patrick saying, I don't think most people know about blank firing attachments and how they ruin the look of a gun. I'd like to show pictures of that, but YouTube's already slapped my PP once for even showing video of a gun. So I'm trying to avoid that. Ultimately, the issue is the rental agreement contingent upon the continued employment of Hannah. No, I don't think that would be the continued employment of a specific armor. It'd be that you will only, as long as you have a trained and certified armor on set, are you going to have these guns? Failure to do that could result in breach, and he could come back and take the guns. But that still doesn't. I don't know why you think that changes anything as far as where Hannah's liability goes. Runkles, yes, movie armaments groups. They are a major prop house up in Canada. Guys, Forgotten Weapons has done a lot of things with them because they have actual firing weapons. Some pretty unique guns. Does leaving Hannah void the rental? I don't think so. Half Irish says, "Where's Runkle? Is where he's in Alberta." But I'll let him decide if he wants to talk about where he's at. Oh, yeah. Movie Armors Group is in Toronto. Yes. Let's see where you guys at here. Yes, they slapped my PP. Yes, they gave me a warning. Yes, so many actual firing weapons. Yes. Movie Arms Group has a ton of machine guns and guns that you can't own in Canada, except for their very special dispensations. Where's Mama JF? Yeah, see, Runkle, that's a question you need to answer. Where's Mama JF? Where did that potato get mashed? Daily Quick Boy saying, but if she is in the arm at the time, she's responsible as armor. To an extent, she is, because at some point, she had control of it, and how do we know she followed the rules? Because right now, we know that when Hannah was in charge, things weren't going right and things weren't being done properly. So it wouldn't be unreasonable for a jury to assume she didn't exercise due care anyway. But yes, if you aren't the helms on the Titanic when it hits the iceberg, you're not responsible. But was she properly relieved is an issue, and I don't think she was. There becomes some issues about what she's supposed to do and how she's supposed to do it. And I think that's going to get sussed out here in trial, but for right now, we don't know that. Right now, it sounds like Hannah just fucked off and left the helm on its own. And yeah, you are responsible for that. So we're going to have to figure this out. Where do I find Utah's law? Okay, Ben, you said you're in Utah. I think you just go in Utah, like unmarked firearms or things like that. I'm assuming in Utah, you're probably good to go. I mean, it's Utah. So I think you'll be fine. It's Utah. If you were like in other states, I'd be a little leery out there, but Utah, I don't think has an issue with homemade firearms, because technically it's not a ghost gun. It's a homemade firearm, because it's not a ghost gun, because otherwise, like, I could sit there and mill out a beautiful gun with all proper engineering. And are we going to call that a ghost gun because it's not licensed or not serialized? No, it's just a gun that's homemade. So that's how I would argue those are. Runkle's I remember you talked about this. You're going to get your basic firearms license and you'll do all the cool stuff. You'll be one of the cool kids. So That'll be a lot of fun for you. And sorry, guys, we have 2.0s doing your real stuff. So let's see here. Job well done says this is legal advice. None of this is legal advice. It's worth what you paid for it, which is nothing. Catnip Dave saying tomorrow's the start of my second week of my new job. Congratulations, making a shitload more than your last one. Well, congratulations on that, Dave. Glad you're doing well. Oh, finally got caught up. I finally got caught up. Oof. That took forever. Squizgar, you said this earlier. This guy's a cross between John Malkovich and Bryan Cranston. Yes. Yes. And you guys are talking about cases Anthony, the lawyer, did things successfully. Yes, they did. But remember, part of the state's theory was you could take a jar. Literally, part of that thing was they took a jar, like a mason jar, and swooped it through the interior of the trunk and put the lid on it real tight, real quick. And they said that's how they were testing the air samples to find the elements of decomposition in the back of her car. So they had a lot of bullshit science behind the state that burned Casey Anthony. I was in law school when that happened. And I sat in a room full of prosecutors that were watching the verdict, and they're like, makes sense to me. Not guilty all day long.
Counsel?
So. So court is late. Yeah, the court is always court's on time. The judge is never late. The judge is always on time. So job well done, I accept for value in return for value. You're a funny guy, Sully. So
I can't do anything about the temperature, whether, I don't know if you're hot or cold, but probably hot, right?
Cold. Okay. Are we back on the record?
Yes.
All right. Mr. Audiego, I think that when we broke, you had just finished describing the accidental discharges to us. In your experience in the film industry and your opinion, who is responsible for accidental discharges on a movie set?
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Again, his opinion is he's not an expert. He has no idea, and we don't even know what set being talked about.
He's not being tendered as an expert.
So we're back to this again, which I'm sure the judge is like, I already let them go down this road, so what are they going to do? So, yeah, let's see what happens from here. Let's see what they agree to, or well, we're really going still. Yeah, because this witness is really going to hurt them. So yeah, of course they're trying to get it done. They're 100% like, this is offering very critical testimony.
Now I'm hearing things. I apologize. Mr. Adiego, do you recall the question that was asked? You've been permitted to answer.
If you don't mind asking again, please.
In your experience and in your opinion, working in the film industry, what member of the crew is responsible for an accidental discharge?
I would say first and foremost, the armor.
All right. Did the accidental discharges that you described cause you concern?
Yes,
Did you articulate that concern to anyone on set?
I did.
Who?
Both the first AD and his second in command on set, the second AD.
And when you say the first AD, who are you referring to?
Dave Halls.
And what did you say to Mr. Halls?
I don't recall my exact words to Mr. Hall, but I expressed my frustration and anger with the fact that safety seemed to be secondary to the production clock.
And without saying what Mr. Halls said, was Mr. Halls responsive to your concerns?
Mr. Halls ignored me and walked away.
And what did you do then?
I went to his second, Ann, I don't recall Ann's last name, and expressed my anger and frustration and asked that this be put on the production report. So,
what's a production report?
the production report is essentially the diary of everything that happens throughout production on the film set.
Do you know whether or not this was ever included in the production report?
I do not.
Thank you. I'm going to take you to the morning of October 21st, 2021. Were you working on set that day?
I was.
And approximately what time do you think you arrived on set?
Pretty early. I believe our call was between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. that day.
And what does that mean, your call?
So on that call sheet we've discussed, those emails would tell me specifically what time my department requires my presence on the set for each day. So that would be my call time for the day.
And when you arrived on set, did anything unusual happen?
Yes.
What was that?
The camera department had decided to leave the show due to safety concerns and some other concerns they had.
And if you can describe for the jurors what effect that had on the production and filming that day.
I would say it threw us into more of a state of chaos than we already were on that film that day.
Okay, so let's back up. You said it threw you into more of a state of chaos. Generally speaking, what was the state of speed in terms of chaoticness or not on this movie set generally?
I mean, at times we would, I guess we'd say we were moving at ludicrous speeds, that we're just trying to race the production clock because we understood that we had finite amount of time to complete a very ambitious schedule. So we seem to always be rushed and under the gun to get stuff done and move on.
Is there a saying in the film industry, something about making your day?
Yes.
What does it mean in the film industry to make your day?
So if we know that on that call sheet we've been given that there are, for example, 4 scenes and production's budgeted 12 hours to complete that work in a day, if we complete that, we've made our day. Otherwise, production has to figure out where else to schedule that work to be completed.
Why is making your day or not making your day problematic on a film set?
My understanding of Rust Productions is they were budgetarily restricted to the number of days. Whatever deals happen that I'm not aware of that are not privy to me. We had, Helena and I discussed having probably a few less days than we needed to actually complete their ambitious schedule in an appropriate manner with 2 cameras.
Okay, so you didn't have enough time.
In a nutshell, we certainly didn't have enough time to do what was being asked.
So you indicated that the camera crew walking off created more of a chaotic environment. Can you give the jurors a little bit more of a description about how not having them there was affecting things? And were they replaced?
Well, yes, they were replaced. So on most projects, but certainly on a small project where you're moving that fast, we all count on each other and become close in that short amount of time. And so the camera department had counted on me, and I had counted on them, and knew that I could trust them. And Helena had handpicked us all to make up her crew. So when suddenly, I think it was roughly 6 people of that crew decided to leave, that was certainly a disruptive thing. And I think we soon learned that their replacements certainly weren't as qualified as they were. And also they only replaced one of the camera teams. So it also meant to me that this schedule is going to get much more intense because we now have half the equipment to do the same amount of work.
I want to just get an idea from you in the days of filming leading up to the 21st. Is it typical for the director of photography to be operating an actual camera?
Not typically, no. They hire an appropriate number of operators based on the cameras they have.
Where does the director of photography usually spend his or her time during filming?
Mostly on set with the crew and the cast. Occasionally they will go to what we would refer to as like the video village, which is where the monitors are set up for the producers, the writer, or maybe cast members that aren't involved in the scene to watch what's actually going on set.
So the 6 people that left, how many people came in to replace them?
My recollection is 2 to 3.
Okay. Did you have any discussions with Mr. Souza or Ms. Hutchins about making that day?
Yes.
And without saying what they said, what was your part of that conversation?
I think they were both concerned that potentially would prevent us from completing that day, maybe even completing the movie. So I just tried to reassure them that the operator that stayed and I would, get them through the day, that we would, continue on and try to continue making the best film we could with the resources we were provided.
So you indicated one operator stayed. Is that a camera operator?
Correct.
And what was that person's name?
Reed Russell.
Thank you. So what was the first scene that you all were filming on October 21st? Just describe it to us generally. It doesn't have to be huge.
I believe it was a couple of the lawmen riding into this Western town where we were filming with some kids, and it's supposed to be an average morning in a Western town, whatever that is. So people going about their day. I think we had some animals on set, and I think it was the lawmen ride into town in pursuit of Harlan Rust.
And when you say you had some animals on set, what kind of animals would you have on this movie set?
Well, certainly the lawmen rode in on horseback, and I think we had some just kind of farm type livestock. Every day kind of changed a little bit. There may have been some chickens, some goats, some cows, mules. There may have been other horses just tied up as prop horses. Again, this was supposed to resemble a lively working Western town.
In terms of those animals, are there specific crew members that are put in charge of managing and caring for those animals?
Yes.
Is there a name for those people?
They're typically called animal wranglers.
Okay. And were there animal wranglers employed on this movie set?
My recollection is there was a number of them, yes.
Okay. So were you all able to complete the filming of that scene with the children and the animals?
As far as I recall, we had completed that scene.
Do you recall, was there gunfire in that scene?
I don't recall. Okay. I know.
And we don't want you to assume.
No, the lawmen that rode into town were certainly armed as lawmen, but I don't recall any gunfire in that scene.
Okay, there wasn't a scene that required shootouts and blanks and stuff like that?
Not to my recollection, no.
Okay, and what then was the next scene that you all were going to be filming on that day?
I believe we moved to the church upon completion of that scene.
And what was your understanding of the scene that was to be filmed and perhaps was indeed filmed inside the church that morning?
That part of the story we were filming that day was, I think at that point in the story, Harlan Rust had been injured in one of the previous shootouts, story-wise, and he finds this church or happens upon this church, so he knows he's being pursued by the law. And I think it was story-wise that he goes to essentially hide in the church and in the hopes that he gets the draw on the lawmen when they enter the church. Kind of a last stand, if you will.
And was that scene actually filmed prior to the lunch hour that day?
Pieces of it.
Pieces of it were. Okay. And have you had an opportunity to see those short clips?
I think I saw one piece of that footage, yes, that was covered with the Steadicam.
Okay, because this isn't the first time you've met me.
It's not.
Okay. So I think that we have a stipulation to, let's start with State's Exhibit 112, if you can help me.
The movie's been completed.
Mr. Bowe, we'll get set up.
How diverse is your cast, sir? Russ has been completed. They finished it. They went back and refilmed everything.
Pretty good.
Yes, Alec Baldwin is a tough cowboy is not something I'm gonna go with here. So
Well, just a minute. Do you have a stipulation? Are you going to move it in? Or is he going to recognize it first?
Yes, we have a stipulation. I would ask for the court to admit State's Exhibit 112 and permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, State's 112.
Okay, we're good. Well, it's short.
he's
Let's
just
see
wearing
if
an
it works.
unfortunate hoodie.
Okay. If
Hopefully,
it
we get to
doesn't,
see this exhibit.
Okay, I forgot about that. I'm back to my Apple computer. These are short clips. Hopefully it won't freeze. Fingers crossed. Do you see what's on your screen there, Mr. Adiego?
I do.
And can you,
Very true.
what is this thing that we see before these movie takes? What's the information on that and what's it called?
Click.
That would be considered the sound slate. So it's a slate provided by the sound department that is used in editing, and the script supervisor also uses it to keep track of scenes and takes.
And does it tell you the scene and the take? What's the handwritten stuff at the top? It looks like it says 26 and 118B1. Do you know what that means?
Mostly. So I can tell you that, of course, it has the title Rust. It tells you on the left corner the director's name, Joel Souza, and on the bottom right, it has the director of photography's name, Halanya Hutchins. And then it signifies that it's the A camera. And I don't.
Is it A or is it B?
It appears to be a red A.
Okay,
Which would be
sorry.
the A camera. And then it looks like on the top right corner, that would be take number 1. And the other numbers typically would be a scene number. So it potentially is scene 26. And then I think 118B would be the note the script supervisor uses for the editors and the writers. And that stuff I don't really get involved with.
And who was the script supervisor for this film?
Our script supervisor was Mimi Mitchell, I believe was her last name.
Okay, and what is that the time? What numbers are we seeing there in red?
So it's time code, and depending on how the sound mixer and production wants to keep track of that, sometimes it's elapsed time. So if we started at 6 a.m. and we're 6 hours into the day, it would show you, that it's 6.00. Sometimes it's date and time, and I don't often deal with the details of the slate. So those numbers are generated by the sound department.
Okay.
And fed to the camera.
And this scene is taking place where?
This is it appears to be the church on Bonanza Creek Ranch.
Okay, leap of faith. We're going to press play and hope we don't have any technical difficulties. Let me start that again. We don't have any sound. Give me just one moment.
Oh my God! Why don't you have this in the all courtrooms are windows. All courtrooms are window based. Why would you be running your shitty little Apple stuff? It's all Windows based. Seriously. They got all this money to go. They got all this funding to prosecute this case. They can splurge for $200 on a crappy little Acer laptop to get their job done. Come on now. This is just nonsense. The court doesn't have VLC. I bet you can't upload stuff like that into the court's software. Because their IT guy's like, I'm going to need to take a look at that. I'll get back to you later. Yes, VLC should work. Yeah. Just like Fanny says, it was all in cash. Yeah. Yes. So, guys, I don't think I've seen this angle yet. We saw the B-roll footage that got shot earlier, and then we've seen that one where it's the camera looking up at Baldwin, kind of, and he's doing his cross draws. But we've not, he's more like doing that.
Let
So,
Mr. Lewis
it'll be
sort out this technical issue, and we're going to continue with your testimony, and we'll come back to it as soon as we're ready. Go ahead. He can put it on that.
This is just garbage.
He's going to
Come
need
on,
it.
guys. Yes, I know you can do that, but I don't.
Okay,
think they're
I apologize for
sophisticated enough
that.
This is live.
The
You guys got spoiled with
scene
your
that
conus.
was being filmed prior to the lunch hour that we're working up to showing. Describe what this scene was supposed to be. What was your understanding of what was going to be filmed?
That Harlan Rust was going to be laying in wait in this church for the lawmen that he knew were pursuing him, and I think at this point in the story, rapidly catching up to him.
I'm sorry, with regard to firearms, what was your understanding about what, if any, firearms were going to be present and used during the filming of that scene?
What I understood was that we were going to finish the piece we started looking at, where it's the Harlan Rust's reaction to the lawmen coming in, and then we were going to film one more piece that we would refer to as an ECU, an extreme close-up, where you see Harlan Rust contemplating pulling his gun or not, kind of rubbing his hands, and then he starts to draw the firearm. My understanding is once we have that piece filmed, we were going to do what we would call a turnaround. So we'd then be filming from behind Harlan Rust, Alec Baldwin, seeing the I think it was 2 lawmen come into the church, and then the shootout would ensue from there.
So during the scene in the morning, was Mr. Baldwin armed with his prop gun?
Yes.
And what was your understanding about whether that was a real gun or a replica, meaning a rubber gun or plastic gun?
My understanding is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to use his, what we refer to as his hero props. So I understood it to be a real cold gun at that point.
And when you say
That's
cold
interesting.
gun, explain to the jurors what you mean.
Cold gun would indicate that the armor and potentially first AD had deemed that weapon safe to be used on set. Cold referring to the fact that the trigger could be pulled and nothing would happen.
Did you know
Hero guns
whether
are like
the gun in the
perfect
morning
props, real
was,
ones.
whether it had dummies in it or whether it was just empty?
I don't know.
Okay. So how did you see for the morning session who brought Mr. Baldwin the gun?
I did not.
And how did that morning session inside the church go? Was it relatively uneventful? How was it?
I mean, other than the previously stated kind of state of rushed chaos we were in, I would say yes, mostly uneventful.
And then
the shooting.
when you had completed those couple of takes that we're going to show here shortly, what happened then?
I think that's when we broke for lunch for the day.
And approximately how long was your lunch?
I think we were doing half-hour lunches. Maybe they might have been a little longer because where lunch was a little bit of a van ride from where we were filming.
And when you say a little bit of a van ride, how far away how was that set up?
I think that, the production clock for us works on 0.6 of an hour. So it may have been 6 minutes away. So if it was a half-hour lunch, it may have ended up being approximately 42 minutes, for that travel both ways to and from catering.
And is the food just provided for you all right there on set?
But there's a caterer and a catering tent, yeah, if not on set, on the facility where we were filming, yes.
So approximately what time, if you know, would you have completed lunch and come back into the church to continue filming?
Again, I think we started between 6 or 7, so lunch would have been called at 12 or 1 and 42 minutes after that. So for argument's sake, 2 o'clock-ish.
Okay. And what was your understanding of anything that was going to take place immediately after lunch and perhaps before filming? Can you explain to the jurors?
I believe the decision was made. So we were, for parts of that scene, we were using a Steadicam, which is camera apparatus affixed to the camera operator. And I don't think they were getting quite what they wanted as far as how the photography was portraying the story. So I brought the dolly in so we could mount the camera on the dolly and give them a more stable platform.
Technical difficulties abound. Go ahead and have a seat. Thank you. Please continue, sir.
I think that was it for the...
Okay. So while these gentlemen were speaking to me, did you explain that this was going to be a blocking?
I did not.
Let's go there. Explain what the blocking is.
So the decision was made to go from Steadicam to the dolly. So once it takes a moment to convert that camera over from one use to another. So I'm getting the dolly close to the rust would be sitting and working with the camera operator, Reed. Helena had kind of mentioned where she wanted us, but I believe her and her gaffer were starting to prepare for the turnaround of when the law men came into the church. So we were just trying to find, blocking the shot, we would call it, trying to find the shot that best told the story in that moment that the director wanted to tell, which was to be, my understanding was to be an extreme close-up of Alec starting to draw his weapon. And then from what I know in the edit, his cut would have been, you as the audience, see that weapon start to leave his holster. And then we were going to then put the camera behind him to see the lawmen enter the church. And that's when this shootout would have begun in the church.
So were cameras rolling?
No, we were still blocking the shot.
And were you present in the church when Ms. Gutierrez brought the firearm into the church?
Yes.
And tell the jury what you saw and or heard.
I never saw the interaction between Hannah and Dave in the church, but I could hear Hannah telling Dave that that the firearm had been checked before lunch and had been locked up during lunch. And then Dave called out cold gun or cold weapon. I heard the word cold, and that's when I went back to focusing on my task at hand, helping Reed and Helena find that insert shot.
Access the server. Let's see what's on the server. I'm still trying to iron out this issue. Thank you, Mr. Adiego.
I 100% have hobby feet.
So,
Thank you, Alyssa.
do you recall who said cold gun? Did you describe that?
I did. I heard Dave Hall's call. I don't recall if it was cold gun or cold weapon, but I heard the word cold, which typically for me is what I need to hear.
And cold gun means it's not going to go bang.
Correct.
Okay. With regard to Ms. Gutierrez's statement that you overheard about her not having checked the gun since lunch, did that cause you any concern?
It didn't.
Why?
Just accustomed to armors checking those guns again on a regular basis. And we had a break. And typically that any firearm that's brought on set is checked, even if it had been checked previously.
Do you know how the gun got from Ms. Gutierrez to Mr. Baldwin?
I do not.
So after you heard Ms. Gutierrez's voice and you heard Mr. Hall's call out cold gun, where was the gun the next time you saw it?
In Mr. Baldwin's holster on his left side.
Did you see Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
No.
I don't recall seeing her in the church after lunch, no.
So go ahead and walk us through. Mr. Baldwin now has the gun. Where is he sitting? What is he doing? Take us through this.
Mr. Baldwin's seated in a church pew, and Reed and I are trying to find an angle, looking kind of over his right elbow or right bicep to see his hands in his lap transition from his lap to that firearm that's kind of hidden in a holster under the coat that he's wearing.
So if you can stand up, if you don't mind, and demonstrate what you believed Mr. Baldwin was supposed to do for the blocking.
My understanding was it was just to reveal that part of, the part of the gun that holds the bullets coming out of the holster. And then that portion of the, that piece of photography was finished. Once we saw that gun coming out of the holster, it would again give the audience the idea in that story that that Harlan Rust is about to defend himself or try to shoot the lawmen before they shoot him as they enter the church.
How close were the cameras to Mr. Baldwin?
The only camera we had in the church was, I think at that point I had the lens within a foot of Mr. Baldwin.
And do you recall where Ms. Hutchins was?
I do.
You do?
I do.
Would you explain?
So directly, if I'm sitting in the pew as Harlan Rust, Halanya Hutchins was essentially directly in front of Rust, having a conversation with her gaffer. So there was maybe a couple of feet of air in between Mr. Baldwin and the pew that Helena and Serge were standing behind directly in front of Mr. Baldwin.
And let me stop you. What's a gaffer? We don't know these terms.
My apologies. Gaffer is the head of the lighting department. So he
Biden
was
does.
discussing with the director of photography. My understanding, of course, is they were discussing what we were going to do when we turned around to see the lawmen, because we were already lit for the direction that we were filming.
Do you remember the gaffer's name?
Serge is his first name. I believe his last name, and I don't want to slaughter it, but I think it was
Last name Power.
Savetne,
Okay.
I believe is his last name.
Could you understand the conversation between Ms. Hutchins and Mr. Svetnoy? That's my
Thank you.
best try.
So often none of us could understand because they often conversed in either Russian or Ukrainian, as they were both born and raised in that part of the world. So
He's like, they spoke their
Do you know where
Slavic
Mr.
languages. I
Souza
don't know.
was at this point in time?
Mr. Souza was shoulder to shoulder just to my right. He was looking at my dolly monitor so he could see what the camera was seeing.
So why would the director be in the room looking at your monitor? Well, let me ask it this way. Would the director normally be looking at that vantage point from Video Village?
Depends on the director and the situation. Sometimes they'll work with us more closely where they will be shoulder to shoulder, and we'll look at my monitor. We were still waiting for the new camera assistants to finish converting from Steadicam to what we call studio mode. So I don't believe the camera actually had a monitor, and potentially that's why he was looking over my shoulder instead of a bit removed in the Video Village.
Okay, we're going to pause for a moment. We think we're going to be able to watch these videos, and that's going to give everybody a much better idea of what was going on in there. Hope springs eternal.
So the prosecutor's relying on hopium. That's great.
Okay, so we've already gone through the slate and et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to go ahead and play the video. This video will be marked as State's Exhibit 112.
No, but it's just pointing out Halanya Hutchins from Ukraine.
What's that noise we hear? That ch-ch-ch-ch?
I'm not actually sure. I was trying to figure that out myself.
Okay.
Alan Russ, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. And the alliteration.
Who is the person speaking? Whose voice are we hearing?
It sounds like Jensen Ackles.
And is he an actor?
He is an actor in Rust playing one of the lawmen, is my recollection.
Okay, thank you.
Stand up slowly and toss any guns. Okay, we're going to do it again. And set and action. On the rush, did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you might have. There ain't no iteration when you're walking out of this church lesson. You stand up slowly and toss them guns. Okay, and set. Put it up. Okay, so
That's the answer to your question earlier, that sound.
Why don't you explain to us what we're seeing?
So what you just saw for a brief moment was one of the effects department people coming in to spray at what we'd call atmosphere. So dust or whatever I don't know what's in their spray can, but that is what that sound was. And that's what they were doing, was adding atmosphere that makes it look a little foggy. And if hard light comes through those windows, you would kind of see those lights, the rays of light in that fog.
And I just backed this video up to 1 minute, 6 seconds so that I can ask you the position that Mr. Baldwin is sitting in this video. Is that
He's
the
not
same
even
or
holding a
similar
fucking gun, though, in this
position that
position.
he was in
It's over his coat.
in the blocking scene after lunch?
Yes, similar.
Okay.
Okay, so if you want to go lower than that, I'll go lower.
So is there any way you can come up and see me open my eyes, or get them off? You know, let's say I'm down here like this, and when he says Harlan Rust, I'm gonna go, whoop.
Okay.
And you gotta come down here for that.
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll see if we can do that. Ready, here we go.
Do you want
On another take, here we go, ready?
All right, another take. Ready? And set. Ready, and action. Harlan Rust, if you get up nice and slow, toss any guns you have. I don't know what direction you're walking out of this church, Russ, and you stand up slowly and toss some weapons. Russ. All right, let's go with the sensor.
Can we try this?
So let me ask you, just so that we get an idea, where we see Mr. Baldwin sitting in the church pew, where is the door to the church?
Behind the camera.
From Mr. Baldwin's perspective, is it in front of him?
In front of Mr. Baldwin, yes.
And where is Mr. Ackles, the gentleman who is speaking in the scene?
It sounds as though he's just to the left of the camera.
So where would that be in relation to the door?
The door's
Jensen
behind
would be in between Mr. Baldwin and the door.
Okay, and if you can estimate how many feet, how big is this room, and how many feet are there from where Mr. Baldwin is sitting to the door?
In
Yeah, she
that
hasn't been
instance,
shot.
because we had moved the pews around a little. So in that
Yeah, she hasn't been shot yet. They didn't shoot her and then keep filming.
instance, Mr. Baldwin's less than 20 feet from the door would be my guesstimation.
Okay, and who's this gentleman here that we can see in the video?
That's Dave Hall.
That is Dave Halls.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and finish it just for completeness, and then we'll move on to our next one. All right. I am now going to play what will be marked as State's Exhibit 112A. I would ask the court to go ahead and admit 112A and give permission to publish.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, 112A is admitted, you may publish.
Okay. Mark. And set, ready, and action. Harlan Russ. Did you stand up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
Again, ready?
He's breaking the fourth wall. Stop, Alec.
And set, ready, and action. Harlan Russ. Did you get up nice and slow? Toss any weapons you have.
One more. You good?
Quit staring at the fucking camera. Pretend like you're in porn. Don't look at the camera. Jesus, bro.
Marlon Russ,
Should be like
you
looking
can
up
get up
this
nice
way.
and slow, toss the weapons you have.
What outfit's gonna get right there?
So the only way to give you that line till he lands,
Okay.
till camera lands.
Yeah.
Yep.
7 minutes, well,
Yeah.
draw your gun and look up and point your gun, okay?
Okay, which way? Camera right or left?
It's this side camera for now.
So camera left for you.
I'll stand right here for you.
So whip it out.
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me get this all greased. Ready? Okay, ready? Okay, ready? Ready.
And set, ready, and action.
Marlon Russ,
Do one more just like that. You got one more of these? Yeah.
Ready?
And set, ready, and action.
Marlon Russ, nice.
Notice his finger's on the trigger the whole time. He can't keep his finger off the trigger.
Okay, so the blocking, you can take these, thank you, Shad. The blocking that you were describing, as a person who was working in the room, were you expecting Mr. Baldwin to pull the gun all the way out? Like what we just saw in those clips?
In the blocking of the ECU,
What's the ECU?
extreme close-up,
Okay,
I was not.
okay,
My
go ahead.
my understanding was it was just to kind of reveal that weapon coming out of the holster to the camera.
So I think that we may have ended your description of what was going on in the after lunch session where Mr. Souza was standing. And were there other people in the church also?
Yes.
Do you know approximately how many people were in there?
Myself, Reed, the camera operator, Zach, the boom guy was.
When you say the boom guy, what is boom?
Sorry, guys. The sound, the person holding the sound boom. So recording sound for the sound mixer was in the church. Joel was shoulder to shoulder, like I described, looking at my monitor. I believe Mamie Mitchell was to his right. Wardrobe, a woman named Doran was in there, I think, looking over Mimi's shoulder at the monitor. Helena, Serge, my direct boss, Reese Price, who's the key grip, he's the head of the grip department, had just come in to work with Helena and Serge. Dave Halls, and maybe one of the effects guys, I recall, was kind of in and out, keeping an eye on things because they had pre-rigged some of their effects stuff in the ceiling, again, in preparation for the big turnaround that we were about to do.
Okay.
So I didn't give you a number, but I think that works out to 12-ish.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. So keep walking us through it. What happens next?
So we, I guess Reed and I are trying to find the camera angle that Joel, the director, is happy with, that he feels will tell that piece of the story. I think, like I mentioned earlier, I believe Helena and Serge were discussing how to change the lighting for the turnaround. Reese, my boss, Reese Price, was in there. I think he had just brought in a bounce card, maybe for that insert, maybe for the next shot.
We don't know what a bounce card is.
A lighting apparatus. So he was going to use some of the light coming through one of the windows and potentially reflect that back towards Mr. Baldwin to help illuminate him. I think Joel, the director, and Alec
Vicky.
had some brief conversation back and forth about what the goal was for that shot, and I think Alec had drawn it once to kind of audition what he thought his action should be for Joel, and then he drew it again, and it went off. And, instantly, a firearm went off in a small wooden church. So the concussion, ears ringing, that moment of panic in everybody. I think the first person I made eye contact with was Halanya, who was clearly injured by whatever that gunshot was, that noise we had just heard. And in fact, she was starting to go flush, and I think holding her right side. And then I think that Joel let out some sort of scream or made some noise that, to indicate he was also injured. And I think I just my attention went to Joel because he was the closest to me. I think I recall Reed and Serge moving Pew out of the way to help Halanya get to basically to lay Halanya down and start tending to her, figure out what her injuries were or injury. And I started attending to Joel. I think I yelled out that if you can't help us, get the fuck out of here. And someone called 911. And I do recall Mimi's voice in the distance talking to 911 and telling where we're at. And I tried to calm Joel down. We had a good rapport, so I just tried to calm him down and let him know that we were going to get through it because I didn't know what else to do in that moment. And then soon after, the medic and the best boy electric came into the church.
And I'm going to stop you real quick.
Mm-hmm.
The medic, do you recall her name?
Her first name was Cher. I don't recall her last name.
Okay, and who was the other person you said best boy?
The best boy electric, Matt Hemmer, I believe was his last name. He was Serge's second in command is what a best boy is. So the gaffer and the key grip each have a best boy and then the rest of their department. And my understanding was Matt had some combat medical training. So he came in to assist the medic, Cher. And I think
This wouldn't have helped with the chest. You need
When
pressure dressings and like occlusions.
right after the gun went off, do you recall seeing Ms. Gutierrez in the church?
I do not.
And did Mr. Baldwin stay in the church?
He sat down in that same pew, I think in that moment when I yelled out that if you can't help us, you need to, get out of here. I think he sat down, and then at some point, I know I looked over and he was gone, so.
Okay. And in terms of your attention to Mr. Souza, what were you doing to him? Were you touching his body? What were you doing?
I was. So Joel was wearing kind of a thick hoodie, and I believe he had a t-shirt or a couple shirts on underneath. So it was start to figure out where Joel had been injured. He was certainly at that point, writhing in pain and concern for himself, asking me how Helena was, and I think coming to the realization that he had been shot. So I was trying to find where he was wounded. So started pulling back his hoodie to reveal what appeared to be a circular wound in his right shoulder. And at that point, I think the sheriff and Matt came in. They had gloved hands. I didn't, so I had some of his blood on my hands, and I think I helped them roll Joel over. One of them had trauma shears to cut his shirt off, and then I helped roll him over, and I was in a position to see that what appeared to be a bullet just under the skin, basically where his right shoulder blade was. And he was in a great deal of pain. And I think that Cher gave me some gauze to just put some pressure on the wound while they attended to Helena's injuries, which I gathered at that time were certainly much more severe because of her proximity to the firearm.
And could you hear Ms. Hutchins? I know you indicated that Mr. Souza was kind of yelling out in pain. Did you hear anything from Ms. Hutchins?
If I did, it was just, the groaning and discomfort from being shot by a firearm. I don't remember anything verbal from Helena.
Okay. And at some point, did paramedics arrive?
Yes.
And if you know, at some point was Ms. Hutchins taken for medical care offset?
Yeah, thank you, sir. I stayed with Joel until they carried him out, and what I observed was they were trying to stabilize her. I heard them call for a lifeline, so they were trying to stabilize her to get her in a helicopter and get her to whatever ER they felt was appropriate.
And at some point in time, were you notified that Ms. Hutchins had passed?
Yes.
Mr. Adiego, when you heard the gunshot and you saw these people fall, did it occur to you in that moment that it was a live round, that there was a real bullet in that gun?
I don't, maybe not in that moment. I think it became clear when, like I mentioned, I rolled Joel over, helped roll Joel over to see what very much looked like a large caliber bullet just being barely held in by his skin.
Okay. And is this the first time in your life that you've ever seen a bullet?
No.
Okay, so you knew a bullet when you saw one?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Ms. Gutierrez after the gunshot went off?
Not until today.
Okay.
Oof.
And I want to back up.
45 cold is subsonic.
The camera crew that walked off that morning, did you know those people?
As well as you can know anyone in 2 weeks. Sure.
Based on your time on set and everything that you knew about what was going on that movie set, do you have any reason to believe that any of those people planted live ammunition on set?
Judge, I'm going to object to speculation, lack of foundation, and whether he knows anyone.
Well, I think he can answer the question whether he has any reason to believe that they did or not.
Council approach.
I don't know. I think that's highly speculative for him to know. Did you have any reason to, like, I guess, did you have reason to believe, but still, it's almost asking him to speculate. Yeah. So anyway, real quick, Greg, you're talking about trauma shears. So trauma shears are, if you ever watch like medical shows where they're cutting people open, they can cut right, like they cut up right your pants up through your shirt. They're also called EMT shears. They cut through everything. Even in combat, they cut through combat, uniforms, combat equipment. They're very powerful. They're really good to use, and you cut through people because you got to get to the wounds and start treating them. So they would have cut her apart. They would have cut her clothes apart to get to, right up her shirt and ripped it open to start treating her. And Brad brings up a great point. After these 2 accidents, he still wanted to be in front of a drawn gun. Yeah. But that's how much he liked Helena. I'm sure he, the way he's talking about this, Helena was his, like, somebody he truly knew. And he felt like he was being asked to stick around. So, yeah. And by France, I agree. They have the video. It's there somewhere. I'm sure it got disappeared. But yeah, real quick, Greg, you want to know what trauma shears look like? Here's what they look like. They look like scissors that are bent, but they cut through everything.
Do you have any reason to believe that live ammunition was planted by disgruntled crew members who left that morning?
I do not.
And based on everything that you heard when you were in the church after lunch,
They let her ask the question.
do you have any understanding of who the person was that loaded that gun?
Yes.
Who is the person that you believe loaded the gun?
The armor.
And who's that person?
Hannah Gutierrez Reed.
And do you see her sitting in court today?
I have seen her. She's behind you. Yes.
Okay. And just for the record, can you point out what Ms. Gutierrez is wearing?
Gray blazer with a black collar, hair in a ponytail.
Will the record reflect that the defendant has been identified?
Yes.
At any point in time when you were in the church after lunch, did you hear anyone tell Ms. Gutierrez to leave the church?
No.
Ooh, that's a problem then for Hannah. So he's saying Hannah wasn't told to leave.
I'll pass the witness.
This is good. I agree, Boosh. It's going to be interesting.
Cross exam.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, when you
Speculation.
started
Who would
your
have loaded the
testimony,
gun?
early
The
on in your
armor.
testimony, you talked about being on 12 prior movies with armor, something like that. Recall that?
Yes.
And you talked about you're
Careful.
used to seeing ex-cops, ex-military. Remember that?
Yes.
As the armor, were those all males?
I can't give you a definitive on that. I think there may have been a female or two, female armor that I worked with in the past.
But you just didn't you weren't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor, were you? A female.
I wasn't used to seeing a young 24-year-old armor.
A female.
That doesn't play into it for me. So whether
Ooh,
male or
that's a
female
bad
doesn't
route to go,
really
guys.
matter in that case.
Okay, and I want to get into another, and we'll work through these topics, but you've talked a lot about things that you think Ms. Gutierrez-Reed did. One of the things you didn't tell the jury is that you've sued Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, haven't you?
I have.
You what?
Yes.
You have a pending lawsuit right now, don't you?
As far as I know, it's pending. Yes, sir.
And your attorney's in the courtroom?
He is indeed.
Been watching your testimony?
Clearly.
See how you do?
You'd have to ask him, sir.
Okay. And you've sued Alec Baldwin and Rust Production, but you have not sued Hannah Gutierrez-Reed, have you?
Again, you'd have to talk to my counsel about who I've actually sued.
Have you read the lawsuit?
I perused it.
You perused it. What does that mean? Did you read it, all the paragraphs, or did you just read page one and just said, knock yourself out, lawyer, go ahead?
I think I got past page one, but since I'm not in your industry, I don't understand what a lot of that is, and I trust my counsel to represent me.
It seems like you're making a lot of opinions earlier on what armors do. You filed a lawsuit.
Oh, don't go on this road.
It seems like you could have read your lawsuit, right?
Objection, relevance to whether or not he read his lawsuit?
Well, I want to ask if he's read these paragraphs, because he has a totally different story in his lawsuit that he did today. So I want to ask him if he's read and adopted this lawsuit.
And I think he's already answered that.
Did you approve your lawsuit being filed?
I must have.
Because it was filed, right?
Sorry.
Okay. And in that lawsuit, you're suing for a variety of things, punitive damages, right?
Again, I'm not a lawyer, sir, so you'd have to discuss that with my counsel.
Well, you know you're suing for loss of enjoyment of life.
Certainly.
Okay. And you know you're suing for medical expenses and non-medical expenses, right?
I understood that to be the case, yes.
So out of this tragedy, you claim that you have a blast injury, right?
I believe that's in the documents you're referring to, yes, sir.
Did you go to the doctor for a blast injury?
I have talked to my physician about what happened that day, yes.
You've talked to your physician. What, did they do any tests? Did they take any x-rays? Did you just tell him I was in this? And
I described the incident, and he did what he felt was appropriate.
What was that?
I'm not going to discuss my medical treatment with you, sir.
Okay. Well, so you're, in any event, you're suing Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, right?
Yes.
His
and
lawyer
you're
told him to shut up.
telling
He's
this
doing a
jury
good
all
job.
about Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, but in your lawsuit, you talk about defendants, Rest Production and Alec Baldwin, cut corners and cut costs and then endangered the cast and crew. So you believe that, right? Rest Production?
I do.
And you believe that their hiring of Gabrielle Pickle and Roe Walters to manage the budget was not a good idea because they have cost-cutting problems on prior sets? You believe that?
Correct.
Okay. And you also believe that David Halls had prior safety issues, correct?
Yes.
On a prior set, he didn't manage that safely, did he?
That was my understanding.
Okay. You also believe, you knew that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed had asked for more training days as an armorer. You knew that.
I don't.
The form of question, there needs to be a question. It sounds like a statement.
You were
Overruled.
okay. You're aware
You knew
that Ms.
that's a question.
Gutierrez-Reed asked Gabrielle Pickle for more time as an armorer, more training days, and more armorer days. You're
It
aware
is
of that.
Gary. Yes.
I became
He's doing a
aware
good
of that
job overall. I
after
agree.
2 people were shot. Yes, sir.
Okay, well, it's in your lawsuit. It's part of your lawsuit.
Okay.
Okay. So let me ask you this. Are you hoping that you can come in and testify here today and something happens to Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, it'll help your lawsuit?
I'm hoping for justice, sir.
For
2
yourself.
people were injured on a film set. That has not only affected me, that has affected the film industry.
And you want money for that?
I want justice.
You
In
want
what-
money. Your lawsuit didn't say justice. It says money. It
Again,
says
you'd
you're
have
suing
to,
for money. Isn't that correct?
Mr. Bowles needs to let the witness answer the question. That he's being argumentative, this needs to be a cross.
You'll be on your mind.
I'll let him answer. I agree. You're suing for money.
I asked my lawyer to help bring justice in this case. And if that doesn't mean criminal, then I would assume that means some sort of monetary justice.
Yes. Okay. Now, you also understood that Mr. Halls did not post the safety bulletins onto any of the call sheets. Correct?
I understood that production did not furnish us with safety bulletins, sir.
Okay, so production. So that may not have been Mr. Halls. It may have been somebody else in production.
Again, production is all encompassing of Mr. Halls and the other ADs that would generate that information.
And you also indicate that Mr. Halls was the overall safety coordinator on set, correct?
That's typically one of the many jobs of the first assistant director. Yes, sir.
And so it's his responsibility to convene the safety meetings you testified to, right?
Typically it is, yes.
And in this particular set, he did not do that on every day of the filming, did he?
Not to my recollection.
And in fact, the day that this, you described it as the camera crew walked off the day of the shooting incident. You described it as more chaotic than it had been. And that day, there was no safety meeting convened by Mr. Halls, was there?
Not that I was invited to.
Okay. You've indicated that Mr. Baldwin didn't follow gun safety rules. You believe that, right?
I do.
And you believe that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was operating in two jobs in props and armor, and you thought that was dangerous, that production did that, didn't you?
I did.
And you felt it was dangerous and part of your lawsuit that they should not have put her in those two positions. Isn't that correct?
That's correct.
And in fact, sir, you've never been on all of your 12 prior movies with armors. You've never been on a set where an armorer was part-time, right?
I don't recall ever working on a set that had a part-time armorer, no, sir.
Okay. So this would be your first one on the Rust set where they had part-time.
Potentially.
Okay. And in fact, because it's in your suit, you thought that was a terrible idea, right?
If it says so in the suit, then I must have said that, yes.
Okay. And this was a gun-heavy set with guns operating on 17 of the 21 scheduled film days, yet you knew that they weren't paying Ms. Gutierrez-Reed for more than 8 armor days, right?
I had no idea what they were paying Miss Gutierrez.
Were you aware that whether her armor days had run out by the time of the shooting incident?
I was not privy to that information, sir.
Okay. And you're probably not also privy to the fact that she was regularly performing props duties as part of her daily duties on the set. Were you aware of that? Did you see her doing those prop duties?
I believe that it was noted on the call sheet that she had more than one responsibility.
Mm-hmm. Did you ever see her, for example, rolling cowboy cigarettes, having her do jobs like that in her props duties?
Can't say that I did.
So you didn't see her all the time then?
No, because my job takes a lot of focus and I have essentially 5 bosses at any given moment. So I have to focus on my tasks at hand.
Well, that's what you said also, that you didn't see who was in the church, or you didn't see what was happening because you have to focus on your job. You have to focus on your camera and what you're doing with that, right? So you're not always seeing everything else around you.
I'm not necessarily seeing, but I'm trying to watch and listen to everything that I can on set.
Let me ask you about that, listening to everything. You talked about what the negligent discharge by Sarah Zachary, nothing being called out in terms of a gun being operated. Do you recall that testimony?
I do.
Now, what radio channel were you using on set, would you regularly use?
I'm a grip, so I'm always on channel 8, sir.
Channel 8. And do you understand, or did you understand that the armor operates on channel 1? And that's when that's called out on channel 1 and it goes to David Halls. Did you know that?
If it only goes to Channel 1 and Dave Halls, then somebody's failed at their job, because their job is to let everybody know what's going on with firearms and ammunition on set.
And were you aware then, sir, before you gave your testimony to the jury, that responsibility is Mr. Halls then to call out, we're going to have a gun scene? Were you aware of that?
I'm aware of what Mr. Halls's responsibilities are, certainly.
Okay, well then, why didn't you say that earlier? But when this was called out, you may have been on the wrong channel. Maybe Mr. Halls didn't call it out. Did you not know that?
I don't understand your question. I wasn't on the wrong channel. I'm on channel 8 where I'm supposed to be, sir.
Okay, well then, the failure was not Ms. Gutierrez-Reed's, which you wanted to imply to the jury. It was Mr. Halls, wasn't it?
Ms. Gutierrez-Reed loaded a firearm that killed my friend and injured a director.
I'm not talking about the incident. I'm talking about the negligent discharge with Sarah Zachary. We're talking about that incident. Now, first of all, you have no idea who loaded that weapon that Miss Zachary negligently discharged, do you?
I wasn't there when the weapon was loaded, so no.
Okay. And you have no idea, but you said earlier you don't even know if there was a bullet in it.
I saw a bullet in Joel Souza's shoulder.
I'm not talking about that. I know you want to keep coming back to it for your lawsuit, but I'm talking about Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge.
I have to object to Mr. Bowles' tone, indicating that this.
Please, no commentary.
Yes, I
All
won't,
right,
Your Honor.
all
I
right,
won't.
thank you.
So with regard to Sarah Zachary's negligent discharge, you have no idea whether it was a blank, whether it was a live round. You just don't know.
Correct.
Okay. Now, you talk a lot throughout your testimony about all these failures you find in Ms. Gutierrez-Reed, yet in your lawsuit, it's all about production of Mr. Baldwin. Can you explain that?
Because
Why
Sarah's
you
poor.
talk about production of Mr. Baldwin in your lawsuit and not Ms. Gutierrez-Reed?
I would refer you to my counsel, sir.
It'll be
I didn't write that lawsuit, so
Okay.
I would refer you to my counsel for those questions.
You went after the people with money for the lawsuit, right?
Yeah.
And
I
then-
went after production, the people responsible for hiring the people that killed and shot someone on a film set.
And you, as part of that, talk about that the decision to hire Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was motivated by production desire to have a quick and cheap production. That was part of their desire to hire a cheaper position in that role, make her do 2 jobs, right?
Apparently, that's what it says. That's what it says.
Okay. And you indicated that this was constantly rushed and reckless and chaotic on set, correct?
Mhm.
Correct.
And you heard Mr. Baldwin a couple of times at least rushing people and telling them to move, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Halls do that also?
I did.
Did you ever stand up to Mr. Baldwin and say, no, we're not going to move this fast?
That's not my job, sir.
Okay. And did you ever see anybody else stand up to Mr. Baldwin, tell him not to move that fast?
I don't recall anybody standing up to Mr. Baldwin on the set of Rust, sir.
Wasn't going to happen, was it?
Objection to the form of question calls for speculation.
You never saw anybody.
Restate the question.
Yes, Your Honor. You were aware, based on your seeing Mr. Baldwin, how he interacted with everybody, it was your perception nobody was going to stand up to him, wasn't it?
Correct.
Yeah. Because he's running the show. He's the big boss, right?
He's he's the producer, one of the writers, and on the call sheet, he's number 1. So yes.
So wouldn't you find it difficult for a 24-year-old female armor in her, as you call it, her second movie, with everybody else, grown men, not standing up to Mr. Baldwin? Wouldn't you find that difficult for her also?
I wasn't in her position.
Yeah, but shut yourself up for this one.
Now, you also talk about the IATSE armor. You knew that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed was not yet in the union.
Actually, my understanding was it was a union show and the crew was union.
But you didn't know whether she was not union. She's not union. You didn't know that.
Mr. Bowles is testifying, Your Honor.
I'm
No,
asking if he's aware.
no.
But
You
he's
are
not.
testifying.
And he kind of isn't.
You said she's not in the union. Okay, that's your testimony.
Well, I'm
So
asking-
ask it as a question rather than testifying.
Yes. Were you aware that Ms. Gutierrez-Reed is not union?
I was under the impression that we were doing a union movie. Everybody on the crew was union. I didn't learn that she was not yet in the union until after.
So you did learn that after.
Correct.
Okay. And you know from your experience in over 100 credits and being on a movie, having the union behind you makes it likely that you can stand up. I mean, in other words, if there's a safety issue and you have your union behind you, you can raise that because you've got the union.
On a union movie, any crew member has the support of a union, whether they're union or not. They are represented by IATSE.
Well, could you have stopped the whole production if you wanted to, if you saw all these safety issues?
I certainly could have voiced my opinion. Whether or not they would have honored that and stopped anything, I cannot say.
Okay, so you did say on the negligent discharges, you went to Mr. Halls and you told him you were concerned and you told him you're concerned about safety. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you also told his second AD, and you told both of them, right?
Ann was his second, just to be clear. But yes, I did mention it to Ann as well, that I was concerned and that this needed to be on the daily production report, knowing that the other producers typically read the production reports, as would the insurance company or whoever's bonding the film.
Okay, and you didn't see anybody do anything after you made those complaints?
I wouldn't necessarily see anybody do anything because they would potentially be on Channel 1 having that conversation amongst themselves.
Well, did you see anything happen, like additional training, any kind of actions taken by Mr. Halls that you saw?
I didn't see anything change.
Okay. So the day of the incident, the day of the shooting, you indicated to Ms. Morrissey on direct that you didn't see Ms. Gutierrez-Reed in the church, but you didn't have concerns or words to that effect that after the firearm had come into the church, you didn't have concerns because I think you testified the armor would check that. Is that what you said?
I believe that misstates the testimony.
Well, tell me what you said. I may
Nothing
have
really
misheard.
misstated.
Tell me what you said.
I don't know what you're getting at. I don't know what you want me to restate, sir.
Let me ask you, you didn't see Ms. Gutierrez-Reed in the church?
I only heard her in the church.
Did you look around and after you heard her to see if you could see her in the church?
No.
Okay. So did you see if anybody else, Sarah Zachary from Props was in the church?
I think we've already covered this, and no, I don't recall anybody from the props department seeing anybody from the props department in the church.
Okay. Now, Sarah Zachary, I want to talk about her for a minute. You knew, or were you aware that she would load firearms too at times?
I became aware when she had a negligent discharge on set.
Okay. Did you also ever see her loading firearms on set?
I don't recall beyond that incident, her really dealing with firearms, if at all.
You know that Sarah Zachary was Hannah Gutierrez-Reed's boss?
I do.
As props master? Okay. And now earlier you talked about your understanding of armor, but isn't it true that props department is in charge of the ammunition? Those are props.
That's my understanding of how the props department works, sure.
Okay. So when you said earlier that the guns and ammo would be the armor, in reality, the ammunition falls under the props department. It's a prop.
My understanding is live ammunition is absolutely the armorer's responsibility. Any other ammunition that may be used in belts or bandoliers or strewn about on set is falls under props.
Well, live ammunition is never supposed to be on the set.
When I say live ammunition, I'm referring to blanks.
Okay.
Something that can go bang and hurt someone.
Okay, so let's be clear. You're not, a blank is not a round with a projectile. It's not a real bullet. It's a blank that it shoots powder, right? Go ahead. I'm sorry.
My understanding of blanks are, it looks very much like a real bullet. They're crimped differently at the end, so they don't actually contain a bullet. But beyond that, I don't know that I would.
Jeff, you're back. Welcome.
I don't know if they're marked in any other way
Welcome back
other
to us,
than
Jeff.
seeing the ends crimped.
Okay. And you've never been an armor yourself?
I've never been in the props department at all, no.
Or the props department. So when you make opinions about what you think, you really
I didn't see this earlier,
have no
Jeff.
idea because you've never served in that role. It's just what you've seen over other movies?
It's what I've learned in almost 30 years in the film industry, yes.
Okay. Now, when you talked about guns being left out on the cart, I want to ask your experience in prior movies. Have you seen carts that are professional looking that can be locked up, that an armor can use to lock up those weapons on it?
Yes, and I believe I described that earlier.
Okay. And this cart in this set was not like that.
I believe it was just kind of a
Hey, Jeff, I sent you a link.
more
if you
of what
wanna
I
join
would
me.
be accustomed to seeing craft services use, like an open gray plastic cart.
And were you aware that it took over a week for the props department even to get that cart?
I'm not in the props department. I'm not really aware of what they do.
Okay.
In that sense.
So this cart that they had on set that they were supposed to use for their firearms, on this Rust set, it wouldn't lock. It was more like something you would see in the crafts department. So and production provides that, right?
Again, I don't know what the props department brought or what they were provided. A lot of us rent the production companies our appropriate gear. Some of that may be carts, some of that may be tools.
Okay, so you don't know. You also don't know if the firearms that you said were laying out from time to time on the cart were real firearms or were plastic, were replica. You don't know that for sure.
I can tell you that the firearms certainly looked real as they would reflect the sunlight. They were certainly metal firearms, whether they were actual firing gun. There may have been a long gun or two that had some sort of sock or some soft covering on them, sure.
And the handguns had the socks too. You never saw those?
I don't recall seeing the handguns in any kind of container, sir.
Okay. Did you ever hear Hannah call out the load amounts? You testified earlier you didn't, but you weren't always around those scenes when Hannah Gutierrez Reed was dealing with the firearms, were you?
I was on set 95% or more of the time, so there may have been an instance where she called out whatever power that blank load would have been, and I missed it.
And again, if she's calling it out on channel 1, and Mr. Halls is supposed to then communicate that, and you're on another channel, she may have called it out and you didn't hear it.
Well, the protocols on set typically is the armorer would call that out verbally. What she does on her radio, I don't know. I'm not on that channel. And then the first assistant director would parrot that and let us all know to make sure there was redundancy and that we heard it was hot or cold.
Now, sir, are you sitting now under oath telling this jury that Hannah never called out the loads that were used on that set? Are you going to tell them that under oath, that you never heard that?
Objection, Your Honor. That has not been his testimony, and he's already answered this question.
It's been asked and answered.
Not necessarily.
So other than reporting to Mr. Halls and the second Did you ever report this to anybody else? If you were so concerned about it, did you report it to Gabrielle Pickle? Did you report it to anybody else? Did you report it to Joel Souza?
I believe that Joel Souza and Helena, before she was killed, had a conversation about some of the safety issues,
That was my
payroll issues, and I
You let
did
yourself that open
notify
on that
Local
one,
80,
Bowers.
which was the union that represented me while I was making that movie.
When did you notify Local 80?
You'd have to contact Local 80. It was early in the movie, and I can't give you a definitive date, sir.
Oh, no, I'm asking you. I'm not going to contact Local 80. They're not here in court.
He's already indicated he doesn't remember.
Judge, can I do my cross-examination? Sure.
If you do it properly, you can.
I'm doing it properly.
Listen. Ask the question
Yeah.
about the date. He said he didn't remember, and then you started to tell him you weren't going to ask that person, and that he was going to tell you in so many words, okay?
Yes.
So let's not be argumentative.
Well,
Let's
this ain't
just
that much
ask him.
drama,
You can
guys.
ask him
Calm
one more
down.
time.
So do you have any idea what date you may have contacted Local 80?
I believe it was in the first week of production.
Okay. So the first week of production was before any accidental discharges would have happened.
That doesn't mean I wasn't concerned about safety.
And I understand, my question was not that. I understand you were concerned. My question was, that was before any of the accidental discharges.
I don't recall exactly if that was before or after, but once I contact Local 80, that doesn't mean I stopped talking to Local 80 throughout production. So I think we had more than one conversation about it.
Because you're contacting Local 80, did they do anything about it?
My understanding was they contacted the New Mexico local, which is 480, and a representative from 480 showed up, and possibly a representative from the camera union, Local 600, also showed up.
What happened at that point? Did they do anything?
They have conversations that I'm not part of, sir. Yeah.
Ultimately, the camera crew was disgruntled, and they walked off the day before the shooting. Part of that was their hotel situation. You were aware of that, weren't you?
I don't know about disgruntled, but I know that they were promised hotels or housing, and those promises never came to fruition.
Okay. And so they left, and the next day when there had to be a new camera crew, they had to get some more people. You were aware Video Village was down?
I was not.
You didn't know Video Village was down at all?
Asked and answered, Your Honor.
Council Coach.
All right, guys, this is getting good. You know, this is really fucking Alec Baldwin down the road too. So, I will say this is also a very good case of defamation. Just kidding. This is yeah. They are lighting him up pretty good. I mean, they are doing a good job at dispelling that Hannah responsibility up to that point. But notice, this is a really good job about it. But, you know, you're showing these possibility things could have happened. Is a jury going to buy that? I don't know, because the jury's going to say, well, somebody loaded the gun to start with. Who was it? Hannah. Now, it sounds like you hear him say, did anybody tell her to stop? But it doesn't sound like that became an issue yet. So Alec Baldwin told her to leave, or she was told to leave, or she was told to go away, and what was happening with things. I mean, it's helping. This is helping a lot, but I think it leaves a bunch of unanswered questions still. Now, I assume the defense has other ideas they're going to answer these questions with. Yes, I had heard this. The crew that had hotel rooms was mocking the others. The union guys were mocking the non-union guys. Now, all that stuff about his testimony for his civil case, I don't think it's going to hurt him too much. But I do like the approach of saying, you said as a fact in your civil suit. This is, and Boosh, you're right. This testimony is not going to hinder his civil suit. They're still going to cut him a deal because he was there watching a lady get blown away. He's entitled. He's going to get money out of that. A jury award and money all day long. I don't see this. I don't see him crossing the lines here. He didn't say anything wrong. It's just he's not he's pointing out, he keeps on hammering the fact that this whole thing was a fucking disaster. So I don't see this hurting him too much. And Wrestler Town says if you sue someone or being sued, you read the lawsuit. He does. He has read the lawsuit. The thing is, you don't talk about your lawsuit on the stand. You're not the lawyer. And his lawyer told him, just say, it's not my job. I haven't read it. I don't know. Because that's the smart answer. Because if you start going into it, if you answer yes to those questions, Bauer's going to trip you on something else. It doesn't matter what you answer. He is going to fuck you. So that was the smartest answer there, honestly. I think that was actually the smartest thing he could have done. So.
You, sir, you said earlier Baldwin always wanted to use his hero props, or words to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And by that, you meant he wanted to use the real, for example, the real revolver?
That was my understanding of his the way he liked to perform. Yes, sir.
And would that also include, sir, the knife, those kind of, is that what you're meaning by hero props?
My recollection is Mr. Baldwin always wanted to be ready to call rolling when he was ready. So hero props in his wardrobe, essentially ready to go.
Okay. And everybody else had to be ready to go when he was ready.
Yes.
Okay. So sir, it was your understanding, and you may have said this, and I just want to go back over it, but that Mr. Baldwin that scene or that rehearsal did not require the draw. Was that your understanding?
My understanding was it was really just the initiation of that movement was the part of the story that Joel Souza wanted to tell.
Okay. And I think you called it an extreme close-up shot of his hand.
Correct.
Coming out. Okay. So it would be coming out of his holster, and there would be an extreme close-up on that.
Correct. The frame would have been essentially his right hand going into his coat to draw his firearm.
Okay, sir. Okay, Your Honor, may I have just a moment? Sure.
Well,
That's all the questions we have.
Redirect.
Mr. Odiego, if you are aware, are you the only person suing Mr. Baldwin and Russ Productions?
Not from my understanding.
There are others, correct?
Correct.
And Mr. Bowles asked you in your lawsuit, you claimed that you have lost enjoyment of your life as a result of the incident. Is that correct?
Yes, it is absolutely correct.
Just to be clear, did you receive a subpoena for your testimony today?
I believe that my counsel received a subpoena from both sides for today, yes.
Do you know, sir, did anyone force Ms. Gutierrez to accept a job as an armor and props assistant?
Force her? Not that I'm aware of, no.
Do you know if anyone forced Ms. Gutierrez to continue working on the set of Rust when things were chaotic and difficult?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Is Mr. Baldwin on trial today?
It appears that he is a bit, yes.
I'm asking you, is this the trial of Mr. Baldwin?
No, it's not.
Is this the trial of Rust Productions?
No, it's not.
Is Mr. Halls on trial today?
He is not.
On October 21st, 2021, did Ms. Gutierrez show the dummy rounds to the cast and crew as you have indicated is proper safety protocol for armorers?
Not when I was on set, no.
Did Ms. Gutierrez shake the dummy rounds for the cast and crew?
Not when I was on set, no.
If Ms. Gutierrez had shown the dummy rounds to the cast and crew, what do you think would have happened?
That's a speculation there. That's a massive
If he
speculation.
has an opinion, if he knows based
I don't
upon
know.
his
You don't let him
personal
get that
knowledge.
opinion
In
in.
your opinion, working on this movie set with Ms. Gutierrez and working on other movie sets with other armors, if she had taken the dummies, rattled them, showed them to the cast and crew, do you think that live round would have been discovered?
No.
You don't?
Ooh.
Pardon me. Had we looked at all of the ammo, we
There
would
we
have
go.
known whether it was dummies or live.
Who made the decision not to show the cast and crew the dummy rounds prior to handing the gun to anyone in the church?
I would guess the armor or.
Again, he's just guessing.
He is.
Said he would guess.
All right, that's his answer. He guessed, so we'll strike it. Okay,
Yeah, that's
he guessed.
Is it your understanding that Ms. Gutierrez loaded that gun?
It is.
Sorry, did you all hear me? Because my mic was off. Yes, you're all saying yes. Okay.
In your opinion, would Ms. Hutchins be alive today if Ms. Gutierrez had not put a live round in the gun?
Again, I'm gonna check.
I'm gonna strike that.
ooh. Taking
He didn't
hits.
get an answer, so.
All right. Who is the person on the set of a movie who is in charge of firearms?
Asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know why your civil lawsuit doesn't include Ms. Gutierrez?
You'd have to refer to my counsel for that answer. I don't know.
Have you testified today in order to further your civil lawsuit?
I've testified today to bring justice for the death of my friend.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Nothing further.
All right, you're excused.
Because
Thank you,
she's
sir.
broke at the end of the day here. Yes, as I said, she's got nobody.
All right, we're gonna break for the evening. Follow the bailiff directions. Please don't talk among yourselves or anyone else about the evidence received here in court. Don't read anything about production, this case. Don't look anything up. Don't do any research. Thank you. Where were you gonna, Brian, did you have them in a different location in the morning?
No.
Okay, all right, so downstairs, 8:30, okay? Thank you.
All rise for the jury.
George, were you gonna?
That was very interesting, chat. That was wow. I didn't expect that guy to turn out that way. But that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Notice he says like there's a big distinction there. Hannah was in charge. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yes.
Yes, thank you.
Are we done? Or are we gonna have something come back here? She's freaking out. No. I don't think she's freaking out yet. Sweet Tooth, a lot of this was good. It was going back and forth. It was going back and forth here for the sides. Now, does it help Hannah a lot? To an extent, it helps her because now we can show there was a massive gap of people who were handling the guns. But as he stated, I can't see in my mind who would have done anything about it. So, does that help Hannah? Not so much. No, hold on. We'll wait like this. So, I mean, this really blows up Alec, though. Alec is completely screwed. This is all about him. Go, go, go. We do whatever he wants. There is no... Alec Baldwin's in trouble. Alec Baldwin is looking really bad. Like if this guy testifies like that again, oh boy, Alec Baldwin is gonna have a rough day. So that's the good news. I mean, like I said, I think a lot of this is a preview, and we're finding out a lot. So, quick bites, you gotta run. Well, it's good. I'll see you around. You like this fake crying? I don't think so. I think it's a guy who doesn't cry much, but he watched one of his friends get murdered. Like that'll fuck with you. So, helpless to say, why did she destroy evidence? I don't know. So, yeah, funny bit saying nothing's gonna happen. I mean, the odds are nothing's gonna happen to him, but I think he has a realistic chance of being in trouble here. Cover Alice's case? Yeah, I will. I definitely will. Yes, the Dolly operator thought he could act. Yes, yawning is contagious. Yes, it is. Oh, the Roma girl's in hiding. Okay. I wonder where she went. I wonder where she had gone. Paul's gonna get the Priya talk soon. It's like not that bad for him. Jeez, you guys are ridiculous. But I will say, I think overall, that last witness was more helpful for the defense than the prosecution. Because like all the stuff that we make our armor do, it's like, but that didn't happen here. So why was it happening? Because the producers were assholes and they sucked and they cut corners and they chiseled. All right, well, yeah, I just, that said, for the state, this was helpful in ways because the guy said the last person who touched the gun that I know of was Hannah. So the last person supposed to have that. Bush is saying, it's great. Your chat is awesome. Subbed and belled all membership tomorrow. Oh, well, thanks. I appreciate it. Yeah, there she is. She knows the same lady. Yes. Great success. Set a Glock behind me. No, it's a staple gun. And John Dance is a hot potato rule. Yeah, this does leave Hannah in a bad position. She's the last person everybody knows definitely touched that gun in the course of things. For now, we know Dave Hall touched it. We know Alec Baldwin had it. But it doesn't get Hannah all the way off the hook yet. I don't think it clears her. It helps some, but was this witness really friends with the dead woman? I thought you said he didn't know anybody on set. I think that's more of like he didn't know other people, but I could see him being part of her like camera people she works with. So but I don't know for sure. Who knows? But who loaded the bullet? I mean, like who loaded the cartridge round like in an ammunition press? That's a step. That one doesn't matter. It's like who actually took spun the revolver to flick the loading gate, took a cartridge and went thuck right into the cylinder. That's who we need to know, and that's probably our girl, Hannah. And then, like I said, I don't know where did it go, and we don't know where it went. So it's the lead smelter's fault. Yeah, it's the fault of the man who invented nitrocellulose gunpowder in 1883. It's his fault. Put him in jail. Alex should know better. Dude was looking to save money. And the thing is, he didn't follow protocol because he hasn't been following it for decades. You don't get, usually when you break the rules and you do something wrong, it's not the first time that gets you in trouble. You're well into it and then you get caught. So that's the problem. Bush saying, we know Hannah loaded the round. Alex required to check the gun. Yes. But I think at the end of the day, it doesn't absolve Hannah of her liability. I think in the eyes of their law. So Darcy, you're saying an attorney tried to withdraw at lunch. I don't. Hold on here. Let's see here. I don't see anything talking about that today. Can a read attorney withdraw? I don't see that. So Bella, I'm not sure what you're talking about. But thank you for the super chat. I'll have to look for that more in a second. Yeah, it's a big crowd. It's supposed to be lower dummies. Secret Squaw says live ammunition that just got changed fast. Well, I mean, in the film studios, live ammo are blanks, inert rounds are dummy rounds. Like that's the difference. Like in a movie set, it's supposed to be live ammo is stuff that can go off, not necessarily something with a bullet in it. So that's a bit of a difference in name between industries. So that's, he's trying to talk in our parlance, in his job parlance. It's probably a little hard for him on top of everything else. But that's what he's doing. Yeah, it's been a long day. Read, I've been reading the chat. What I said, did I call you Bella? I'm sorry, Darcy. Thank you, Darcy. My bad. Just reading something else up earlier. Runkle tweeted about it. Here, let me see. Oh, it looks like there's going to be a hearing about Fanny. The judge has made a ruling, so looks like it might happen tomorrow. Okay, yeah, here we go. So, order filed during lunch denied oral motion for Hannah Gutierrez RICO counsel to draw. Order remain a counsel test, but refrain from talking to Reed at her request. Yeah, ooh. Wonder what happened. Yes, but Phaedra Hayward. So, that is interesting in that regard. So let's see. What else can we look up here? Let's see if it'll tell us. Oh, Runkle, yes. Runkle is saying also my favorite witness so far is Walter White. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, so we'll show the Runkle tweet, the retweet about it. So yeah, this is showing the request that was filed. It's an oral motion. So something happened. Something happened. I don't know what that means, or I don't know what happens. But yes, so he likes the dolly grip. Yes, that's so funny. That is so funny. Runkle's got the right idea. Using blue guns for demonstrations on lives. I might get a blue gun. That might be helpful. I mean, that would be actually very fucking helpful. Because I think that would be... How cheap are blue guns? Blue guns are like $70. Damn. Damn. Some of these training guns are cheap, but okay. Sunlaw has it on his channel up on the community tab. Okay. We'll take a look for it real quick. So let me see here. Let's see what Steve's got up. Okay, yeah, ooh. Okay, yeah, here we go. Yeah, we got it. We got it here. I don't know what happened, but something happened, and that's a little surprising. So from Steve over at Southern Law. So this is the defendant's verbal motion withdraw in orders that his is denied. He shall remain co-counsel of record, attend trial, and sit at the table. However, to avoid disruptions at trial, he shall refrain from communicating with her as requested by the defendant. Ooh. Apparently Hannah doesn't like the fact he's probably trying to tell her what the fuck is up, and she is not buying any of it. She must not like the fact people are trying to talk sense into her. Like, taking a plea is not a bad idea. Monica Barreras is granted as co-counsel. And Bo shall act and coordinate with they shall act and coordinate as necessary. Yeah, I have a feeling Hannah did something. Something happened. A little weird there, but okay. It'll be interesting to see what happens though. As we go on through the trial, we'll probably learn more about what these fights are all about. But they happen all the time, sometimes over the dumbest things. I'm not joking, but 3D print the fake guns it's not a bad idea, too. Not a bad idea. The orange ones are cheaper, yeah. Yeah, I could print a blue gun. That makes more sense. What time's Fanny tomorrow? I don't know. We're gonna see here now. Let's see if there's an updates that we have. So the judges ruled there's no attorney-client privilege for Wade and his attorney. So that's the big thing. There's no more attorney-client privilege these guys can hide behind. They're kind of screwed. Trying to find a ruling from the judge, but I can't find it right now. So, so it's going to be very interesting. I don't have a date yet, but it looks like it might be this week, maybe tomorrow or something. So, the bald head dude tried to withdraw? No. The big guy with the beard tried to withdraw. That's who tried to withdraw. Hashoff said, "Do we get any info on the end of the day Friday for that?" No. We don't have any info yet, but it's going to be coming out. I bet we're having a hearing tomorrow or by Thursday or Friday on this. Let's see here. Fanny makes $1 million. Yeah. Yes. So, yeah, guys, that's it. I think today was the defense made a lot of inroads, and I think that I think they might be able to present it in such a way a jury will buy that somebody else touched the gun and it's not her fault. But I think that they're still not close. They are not close to making that happen. So they're still behind the 8 ball. They're still behind the curve. Right now, I'm still not convinced she's guilty because she's hasn't been convicted yet. The evidence isn't done, but it's not looking good for her right now. She's gonna have to she's gotta work it out for her. And let me see if there's anything else I gotta read super chat wise here.
You check your email or your text.
Yeah. Sorry.
Somebody had a question for you.
Oh, somebody had a question. Oh, there was a question here. Let me see.
You may have answered it. I don't know.
No, I don't know. I'll see if it's here. Sorry, my lovely producer sent me a question here. Oh, from JBat. Will you have a chance to talk about the SCOTUS social media thing? Yeah, we can talk about that tonight a little bit while we're on locals, because that they had the oral arguments for that today, so it should be very interesting what happens in that regard. And I'll take a look at that before we go on tonight so I can read up on it a little bit. You think Hannah's currently winning, not the other way around? I mean, she's already winning because she's still not guilty. But remember, that's here, and the prosecutor's building that ladder, and is the ladder going to be high enough? And they're making progress on it. Funny bet say, will the jury know that someone was withdrawn? I mean, maybe in a day or two, but just disappearing right like that. I'm sure that's what the issue was ultimately. So, Sean is saying, why does the lawyer want to withdraw? We don't know. Probably irreconcilable differences and a breakdown of the relationship. I'm sure he said something Hannah doesn't like, but Hannah doesn't strike me as the most reasonable person in this situation. So who knows? You feel like there's enough reasonable doubt. Well, we're not even through it yet, so it's she's still not guilty. So yeah, one of the lawyers wanted to withdraw. So Hannah's winning. Yeah, technically she's not. I mean, not even technically. She stands before that jury not guilty. If they had to convict her, if they had to vote on it right now, their vote has to be not guilty. So I know you're going to laugh at that, but that's the truth. Right now, she is not guilty, 100% not guilty. So, and that's it for me, guys, really. So we'll be doing locals a little bit later tonight. I am not going to be able to do this tomorrow, sadly. I'm sorry. I will be back on Wednesday morning, though, and we'll be going at it. So I will see you guys until then, though. Yeah, remember, what I was going to say is we'll be on locals tonight. I'm going to send you guys over to Hella at Excited Utterances. She's interviewing Ty Tucker, the guy who was involved in the Treehouse murders. He defended himself and won. It should be a pretty interesting interview. If you guys are curious to take a look at that, I'm going to send you guys over there. And I will say this in the meantime. Actually, Wednesday morning, we are going to be doing our special stream on something else first thing in the morning, and then we'll come right into Hannah Reed. So just I'll tease that a little bit more. Let's see here. Come on. There we go. All right, you guys are set. You guys are all going to go see Hella and talk to her and Tyrone Tucker about his case and see what it's like. Yeah, it'll be a special stream. It'll be really good. And I will see you guys until then. But until next time, just because you did it doesn't mean you're guilty. Right now, Hannah Reed's still not guilty. So good night, guys.